is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup here in Paris, France. It's day 2 of chess, and the big dogs are about to join the stage. Yesterday was our play-in. 5 from LCQ, 3 from DreamHack. 6 keys were crushed. 2 moved forward. They joined the rest. 16 about to battle it out in 2 groups, Group A and Group B. Welcome into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, Mike Klein, and Levy Rosman, also known as Gotham Chess. Good to see you guys, Levy. We're back for day 2, man. A lot of money on the line. How you doing?
I'm doing great, and you cannot ask for a better field of speed chess players in the world, and frankly, overall chess players. We were here a little bit early for the rehearsals. I'm getting nervous just watching them walk out on stage, and nobody's even made a chess move yet.
That's right, man. The nerves at an all-time high, and you know why, Mike? Because there's a $1.5 million on the line.
Right, one of the biggest prize pools in chess, and the players have been working all year to get here. Some of them literally every single Tuesday logging in to play weekly tournaments. So this is the culmination of a lot of work. This is not just, oh, I was invited, I'm showing up. They've been working hard, and you know what? Their dreams might all end in one day, so it's a lot of pressure today.
Yeah, $250,000 for first. I mean, how unheard of is that when it comes to the chess world?
It's relatively unheard of, and we also have to not forget the big picture. They're not just playing for themselves here, that is truly unheard of in the chess world. Chess is a very much an individual activity other than a couple of team events. So they're definitely wearing their jerseys with pride, and they're also representing themselves with pride. I think we have maybe 3 or 4 from the old guard, and 12 players in this field are under the age of 25.
Which is insane, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's definitely young. We have 2 young guns about to battle it out in our first match of the day. But day 1 was incredible. Levy, I know you did a 24-minute video to break down day 1. However, we're going to send it over to David and John for their opinions.
Welcome back. It is group stages here at EWC Chess, but even before the group stages began, there has already been a ridiculous amount of drama in the play-ins yesterday, David.
Exactly, the play-ins day 1. We started with 8 players, 5 from the last chance qualifiers, 3 from DreamHack Atlanta. At the end of the day, though, that had been narrowed down to just 2.
And let's talk about which 2 they were, because Wei Yi and Yesipenko, you guys know who they are by now. They actually played each other first in their first match in the upper bracket, with Wei Yi prevailing and Yesipenko moving down.
It felt like fate. Wei Yi was so smooth. He was the most convincing player of the day, winning every match with some room to spare. Yesipenko, though, did it the hard way, lost that first match, had to struggle, had to flag his opponents, did it. And yeah, he's going to be feeling confident today, I think.
I also want to have an honorable mention as well for Parham. He also crushed, I think he crushed the first couple of keys yesterday as well, and he looked like he was on an absolute tear. Don't forget, he came to this event either 1 or 2 days after having surgery and still competed in the play-ins and did phenomenally well. It just wasn't quite enough to get over the line.
Yeah, so inspiring for everyone at home. What a warrior, what a soldier, Parham Maghsoodloo. Appendicitis. Imagine playing chess in the last chance qualifiers, running that gauntlet while suffering at the board. He managed it. Surgery, back, and so close, but not quite enough.
And now, of course, well, they managed to maybe get a little bit of R&R last night, maybe have a nice dinner. And for Wei Yi and Yesipenko, they've got Magnus and Ali Reza today, so not exactly a massive victory in the grand scheme of things. They've got so much work to do today.
Yeah, they're playing some of the goats of chess, but hopefully they're warmed up by now, and they'll be believing that they can go further.
So the group stages, folks, starts in just a bit. We look forward to seeing you there.
Thank you, David and John. As always, day 1 was a whirlwind of emotions. Again, 6 keys got crushed. Before our winners, Levy, they move forward, but they're rewarded with an even harder opponent.
Yeah, for sure, but this is the way that it goes. And honestly, for them, they could be a little bit warmed up compared to the competition. The guys that are in the final 14, which were supposed to start today, and then the 2 that joined them, there is something to be said, like maybe they're a little bit rusty. Maybe it's going to take them 1 or 2 games to get into it. I got bad news for them. 1 or 2 games is not enough. You might already be sent to the loser's bracket here, and that does happen. And sometimes we have this phenomenon with Magnus, maybe some other players. You know, you don't wake up till you're punched in the mouth. Luckily, they're not actually physically doing that on stage. Maybe that'll be a difference.
I hope
next
not.
Year. Yeah, and I don't know, though. You know, they don't have a lot of time to get into it. They have 10 minutes, so we'll see what happens.
That's right, 10 minutes, not a time to recover, especially if you end up down. But the good news today, Mike, is nobody's being eliminated. No keys will be crushed. We're moving 4 players forward, 2 from Group A, 2 from Group B. And the best part, if you do win out today, you move forward to the final bracket, you get a day off tomorrow.
Right, and there's a lot to do in the players' lounge. I don't know if there's a golf sim for Magnus, but I know he's going to take advantage of that day off if he gets it. That's actually a pretty big reward because, as Levy said, you do get the battle test on day 1, but if you win both matches, having a 24-hour break, sitting back and watching the action, that's a big plus.
And being able to prep for your potential opponents as well, going into the playoff bracket, that's a big plus for sure. Now, Magnus Carlsen, we've been talking about him all tournament long. Yesterday, we're going to be talking about him today. He is, in fact, your title defender, and he's looking to go back-to-back.
My name is Magnus Carlsen. I represent Team Liquid, and my game is chess.
Magnus Carlsen has had a slightly shaky start to his year. Obviously, he did win Speed Chess Championships, but didn't have the best performance at the Hong Kong World Rapid and Team Blitz Championships. Obviously, Magnus Carlsen is the GOAT for a reason, but I do think that there is a potential. You know, there's always Alireza, there's always Hikaru. I think there's a lot of potential for perhaps somebody else to clinch the spot. But that being said, I have a lot of faith in Magnus as well.
Hikaru's form has been a little bit shaky this year, while Alireza has been really good recently. So at the moment, I think Alireza is probably my biggest rival.
I mean, of course, Magnus should be the favorite because he won last year and all the odds are for him. This year, competition is even harder and anything could happen.
I think it's clear that Magnus is not as sharp as he was last year in the Esports World Cup. He's not the only one, myself as well. We both have children now, and I think that certainly takes away from some of the sharpness and some of the motivation for sure. But again, I think both in the case of Magnus and myself, we haven't been particularly active in recent times, which has given us a chance to prepare. And so I don't necessarily expect things to be much different, but I also would not be surprised if past form over the past couple months is indicative of our performances here either.
Will this be another arena where Magnus Carlsen sets the standard? Will it be his era of dominance when it comes to the Esports World Cup as well? You know, you win the first time, it's a title. You win it again, it's a pattern. But I will say one thing, that Norway chess that just happened was a big blip. And I think Magnus coming back from that wants to assert his domination, but the field is not going to let that be easy. 21 other players coming for him. He's the man to beat.
I played the Speed Chess Championship final here in 2024, and I had a really good event and beat Alireza Firouzja. Wouldn't mind a repeat of that in this year's event.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Magnus Carlsen, everybody's shooting for him. He's got the biggest target on his back. The question is, who can take him down? Well, they're going to have to answer that on their own. Hikaru, though, he's looking to come in big today, potentially, you know, at least move on to the playoffs. But for Magnus, Mike, what makes him so good? I've been asking that myself. I'm still learning about chess. Why is Magnus the best?
He rises to the occasion. He also loves the idea of records in chess. He talked about the Speed Chess Championship finals. That event has existed for 10 years. He's got 5 titles. Hikaru has 5. I can guarantee you, he does not want the EWC titles to be 1-1. He wants it to be 2-0. So I believe he's a man who, even though he had a bad classical tournament in Norway chess, he rises to the occasion. And these are the events that matter to him most. He's not that active over the board anymore, but he very much believes in chess as an esport. This means a lot to him.
Okay, and Levy, now I've been reading a lot online. Now I'm ignorant, I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, but I have been reading that he might be slipping up a little bit. But then again, there's different game modes, right? There's different ways to play chess. Is he slipping when it comes to our type of competition?
No. I also have to say, it's only ever a story when he doesn't win a tournament. That's really,
right.
That's really the truth. And you have to make content out of has Magnus Carlsen fallen off? Like, what's going on? He doesn't play that much classical chess anymore, and this year he had a rough time at Norway Chess, which is kind of the iconic, homestand for him, but he won this tournament last year. This is the second edition, and basically in any time format under the traditional classical one, I still think he's the best in the world, and he's probably still the best in classical. He just maybe isn't as motivated.
And just real quick, you did in fact play him. I saw that. I think it was only a minute on the clock, but you had a chance to go against him. Was it tough?
Oh yeah, it's tough, but it's tough for me because I sit down at the board and already feel like I can't win. And that is not the same thing with the other players in this field. I think a lot of players, they maybe smell the blood in the water. They feel like this is our moment. And it happens in other sports too. It's happening right now in tennis with Djokovic, for example.
Yeah, the aura, sometimes it gets you. And that happens across esports too, right? Sometimes players just got that aura, and Magnus definitely has. And now for Team Liquid, he's going to be representing Team Liquid in the club championship race, which is a big deal. They need another top 8, but we need another update from Trav, of course, with the club championship update powered by Aramco.
We're still just getting things started here in chess. Yesterday we competed the play-ins, and it's Andrei Yesvienko who made it through for Virtus Pro. What reward does he get for making it through play-ins into today's competition? He gets to play off against Magnus Carlsen first round. Magnus Carlsen will be representing Team Liquid yet again this year. He's vying for those 1,000 points once more, which would get Team Liquid right off the bottom of the leaderboard and catapult them up. Looking elsewhere in chess, though, Team Falcons have Alireza Firouzja and also Hikaru. They managed to place second and third last year, so that would give them a real boost in points and put them back on top when it comes to the club championship. Looking elsewhere, though, AGL are still competing. They're going to be playing through the survival stage of PUBG Mobile today and trying to retain that #1 spot. Rocket League and the second week of Rainbow Six Siege start today. So that's going to be Team Vitality trying to regain some of those points and regain some of that composure into Week 6 of the Esports World Cup. Stay tuned, because there's still so many storylines that can play out this week.
Thank you, Trav, as always, for the update. Club Championship, Levy said it best, Mike. Whenever it comes to chess, usually a solo sport. This time they're competing for more.
Absolutely. We saw how tight the top 4 were in the standings there. And you know what? If we can believe Magnus at his word that he wants to play Alireza in the finals, that would do a ton to decide who can get the most points, because Alireza, of course, is, as you can see, his team there is in second place, the Falcons. So that's going to be interesting. Actually, if he plays Nakamura, it'll also be a Falcons attempt there. So if we get one of the finals the public, I think, wants to see, that's going to mean a lot for the team standings. But Denis Lazovic is such a star for AGAL.
Yeah, AGAL in first place. Falcons have double representation. There's so many orgs represented when it comes to our chess tournament, and it definitely matters. We're in Week 6 of the club championship race, but this is just Stream A. We also have Stream B. Tons of coverage going down. Let's do a Stream B check-in with Jan and Anna.
Hello, Stream A. How are you doing? This is Anna and Jan from Kiria City Battleground here with yesterday's recap.
On the B stream, the story of the day was 24-year-old Andrei Yesipenko losing his very first match, but then went on an absolute tear. First up was the Vietnamese star Le Quang Liem. Very dramatic match, but Andrei wins the Armageddon, sends him home. Next is the legend, the 3-time World Blitz champion, our oldest participant, Alexander Grishuk. Once again, he's outclassed by Yesipenko, who went on to meet another former world champion, junior world champion Parham Masoodloo. And Andrei wins that one easily, setting himself up for the final boss. Vladislav Artemiev, dropping down from the upper final, was the favorite against Yesipenko, but Yesipenko smoothly wins another one, earns him an encounter against Magnus Carlsen.
The defending champion Magnus Carlsen is back today in action, representing Team Liquid, and they badly won those 1,000 points for the club championship points. And oh boy, on this stage today, we're gonna have 2 other names that you will want to watch out for. Denis Lazovic for AGAL, and the runner-up of last year, Alireza Firouzja, representing Team Falcons. We could not be more excited.
Jan and Anna, thank you so much, Stream B. They're going to be going all day long. Make sure you pull it up on double monitors, double phones. I don't care how you do it. Just make sure you get both of them up, because chess is going down all day. Now, for Stream A, let's take a look at our schedule. It's going to be action-packed, the best of the best. Join Levy. You were super excited for it. Starting off, Abdo Sadarov going against Pranesh. That's going to be series number 1.
Yeah, Noderbeck is obviously always a person that you can look to get a match done. He's a tough, I think he's ranked number 5 in the world right now in classical chess. It's always 4 or 5. He broke into the top 3. Absolute monster, youngest ever world rapid champion, which I have news for you, is the format that we are playing today. So, you know, we got some Uzbek representation here. We don't have Sindarov, but we have Nodirbek. And yeah, Pranesh is... He's in for a tough time. I'm just going to say it right now. He's in for a tough time.
Weirdly, Pranesh has a lifetime plus score. They've only played twice. Both times have been in 2026. These are relevant matches. So not a very big sample size, but Pranesh is not going to be a walkover for Nodirbek.
Hikaru also on this list, Magnus as well. We take a look at Stream B. Plenty of matches still to go down there as well. I believe 6, if I'm not mistaken, from both of our streams. Looking at this schedule, Levy, anyone that stands out to you?
Oh, yeah, obviously we have Firouzja versus Wei, which is just... This is just simply an incredible matchup. It's unbelievable. It's the opening stage. I'm also very curious to see how Sina Movahed is going to do, right? We've seen him rise this year to the occasion. I played a game against him. He's up to like 3,300 on chess.com. I mean, his name is literally seeing a move ahead, right? So like, he can't be born with a better chess name. I wonder if he's tired of this running joke, by the way. Jokes about names. I didn't make this, all right? The internet made it. But I'm curious to see how he does. Lazovic is a very, very important matchup as well. Hans, I'm excited for everything. I'm excited for everything. I'm copping out.
I can tell. I'm ready for the recap after tonight, man, because you've been rocking it, of course, whenever it comes to your channel. But great day of chess overall, great matches as a whole. We need to know who is the favorites of the event, who's going to be taking everything. Let's check in with Ben and Jovanka with the check-in.
Hi guys, it's day 2 at the EWC in chess and it's now the group stage. Here are some of our favorites. Now Ben, I'm going to let you take the first pick. Who are you choosing?
Thanks, Yovi. I get to pick the top people, then you get to pick your favorites. I'm going to pick Magnus Carlsen. Surprise! I think he's the favorite. He's the reigning champion. He's always the favorite every tournament. My sentimental favorite, one of my favorite players for many years, who hasn't really won a lot of chess events lately, is Nihal Sarin from India. I think Sarin's going to do well this year. Magnus is still the favorite, but you got to watch out for the young guys. What about you, Yovi? What do you think?
Well, those are strong picks, but I'm going to go for Alireza Firouzja. Last year, he made it to the finals. He's young, he's strong, he's super quick. And my other favorite is Arjun Erigaisi. You know, he is really unpredictable, but when he's good, he's really good. Now, those are our picks, but one thing is guaranteed, we're going to have a lot of fun.
Ben and Jovanka, thank you so much for the update and who your favorites are. But now we got to talk about some serious business. Our Crunchyroll story of the day, friend or foe. There's history in the making. There's history in the past. Mike, what ended up happening and what could we possibly be seeing in our bracket?
Well, Magnus does not like if we presume that he will win a match ever, but if we presume that he does win his opening match, he will face a storyline no matter who his second opponent is, because he'll either face Nepomniachtchi, who he's gone through the fire with, I think Levy can explain that in just a minute, or he will face the one person in the field that he says he has psychological difficulty against, and that would be Hans Niemann. Their history goes back 4 years when Magnus made an insinuation, and this has become a subject of chess lore. It even made a Netflix Untold series. Don't go watch it now, but go watch it later if you want to know all about that scandal. But Levy, if he ends up playing Nepomniachtchi, you were there in 2024 at the World Blitz Championship. What happened there?
Well, I think, were you there when they played an actual world championship against each other in 2020? Let's be very clear. Magnus 100% prefers that Nepomniachtchi takes care of Hans Niemann in the first round and sends him down to the loser's bracket, because Magnus has a quote about Nepo, which is he's good at playing bad moves quickly. I mean, he does not have quotes like that again about Hans Niemann. It's much more like, this is a person I don't particularly want to play on any given day. Hans Niemann has never been more motivated. He's still early days in his career. He has claimed he's going to be the best player in the world. He is very hungry to take down Magnus, and he almost did at the World Blitz Championship. And what Mike was talking about, if anybody doesn't know, Magnus and Nepo played a World Blitz Championship knockout against each other and decided to split the title. Unprecedented in chess, caused massive waves, and 2 days before that, Magnus wore a pair of jeans and was kicked out of a tournament. So, I mean, hopefully he puts on jeans for all of these matchups, and I can't wait to see who he's going to play. And remember, guys, Magnus has to win his first round.
Magnus will wear jeans today. When he's allowed to be comfortable, he will be comfortable. But when he shared that title with Nepomniachtchi, I think it's because he respected that they'd been through the fire together. They once played a nearly 8-hour game at a world championship match, and there's no spotlight in chess brighter than the world championship. So he definitely respects Nepomniachtchi, and Levy is totally right. He would rather go down that road again with Nepomniachtchi rather than facing his psychological nemesis.
And it's all banking on the fact whether or not Magnus even wins his first, which I guess we're not going to speculate. I'm still learning the rules around on here, so we won't speculate or give the caster curse, which is a very real thing in esports. I'm assuming a real thing when it comes to chess, but this is what's about to happen today. We've got our upper bracket matches. We're moving 4 players forward, 2 from Group A, 2 from Group B. If you do manage to qualify for playoffs on the final day, what do you get? You get a day off tomorrow. You get to watch your opponents. You get to formulate your strategies. That's a big leg up. But today, things get serious. 16 of the best chess players in the entire world will join that very stage to compete against each other for life-changing money. It's time to head to the stage to get it started.
Total blunder on the board.
Not that smart,
White
but let's
has
say
the weight
bishop
to win.
takes pieces and then
Long
checkmate.
castles check. Long castles check. Insanity on the
Big
board.
Artemiev now, his heart rate is at 100 beats per minute.
Oh no, the pain in the face of Yesipenko. Is this the end? Did Parham get the victory?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is officially time for chess here at the Esports World Cup. I am Hollywood Rob TV, joined here with my brother Damascus, and this is going to be one for the history books.
Absolutely, we've had the play-ins yesterday, but now it's time for day one of the main bracket. 16 players from all around the world, the best of the best, facing each other, fighting each other for a huge share of that huge stack of money, Rob.
That stack of money that he's talking about is, ladies and gentlemen, $1.5 million on the line right now. Could you imagine that level of pressure? Well, ladies and gentlemen, you don't have to imagine it. We are about to see everything unfold right here before our eyes. That said, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe it is about that time to bring out our players. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for chess at EWC. Are you ready?
I like that. Day one is looking good, Rob, and I know players are ready behind, right?
It's about that time. Let's bring out the best players on planet Earth.
Qualified through the play-ins. Way!
Qualifying from DreamHack Atlanta, representing Virtus Pro, Andrei Yesipenko.
And for his first EWC One India Rising, Benjamin Bok.
In his first EWC appearance, representing Fnatic, Alexi Serrana.
He was 4th last year and he's looking to make an even more print in history. Arjun Erigaisi.
And one of the faces of the new generation on Team Na'Vi, Noterbek Abdusatara.
Lots of eyes on him this weekend. Please welcome Hans Niemann.
One of the best in the world in representing Seoul Esports. Put your hands together for Pranesh.
Representing Team Stallions, the youngest player with 16 years old, Sina Movahed.
And from Aurora Gaming, put your hands together for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Representing Seoul Esports, one of the strongest when it comes to rapid chess, Nihal Sared.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Weibo Gaming, Jan Krzysztof Duda.
19 years of age and qualified for the Speed Chess Championship. AGAL's very own Denis Lazavek.
Representing Team Falcons, the legend himself, Hikaru Nakamura.
He was second last year. Team Falcons, Alireza Firouzja.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, one of the greatest players of all time. He became a grandmaster at only 13 years of age and went on to dominate the game across Classic, Rapid, and Blitz. This man has reached the highest rating ever recorded in the history of chess. Everyone here has their dreams. Everyone has their goals. But the road to victory always leads through one man. Last year, with the weight of the world on his shoulders, he got it done. Put your hands together for our returning champion, Magnus Carlsen!
And as our 16 players gather on the stage, here they are, 16 of the very best around the globe fighting for that trophy. Will Magnus Carlsen become a back-to-back champion, or can anyone snatch that trophy from his hands? Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to kick off day one at Esports World Cup 2026. It is chess time, and it is time to kick off our very first match. Let's go for Esports World Cup!
What What an incredible opening ceremony that has been. Chess deserves the main stage, and chess is on the main stage here at the Esports World Cup in Paris for 5 days. Chess is taking over here for all the marbles. The stakes are as high as $1.5 million and very valuable club championship points. We're gonna start the day with some spectacular matches. We are now down to the top 16 players in the world in speed chess, divided into 2 groups. We will be witnessing some incredible action for very high stakes, and today what's at stake in the group stages: are you going to go into the upper bracket and have the easier path, or are you going to end up in the lower bracket like Andrei Yesipenko did yesterday, and then you have to fight through multiple back-to-back matches in order to survive? Elimination is on the line, keys will get crushed, but today, for the first match, let's introduce our heroes of the day, our heroes of the first clash. And that is Jan-Krzysztof Duda, representing Weibo Gaming, facing Benjamin Bach from MGD1. Zach, I'm gonna look at you first, and Kostya, then over to you. We have been here for the play-ins. We have seen what it takes to get through this double elimination system. Now the players, the top 16 that qualified throughout the year, they are here. Magnus is back, Hikaru is here, Alireza is here. Everyone wants that trophy. But some of these underdogs or lesser known names to some of the viewers maybe, or to some of the fans, they're gonna gain so many fans because they are here for a reason. They qualified throughout some of the most difficult paths. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, let's talk about him first. He made it through the chess.com Open. Can you tell the viewers about what is that like to make it here through one of the most difficult and biggest online open tournaments?
Yeah, one of the toughest tournaments online in the entire world, and the winner qualified to come to the EWC. Insane. The fact that Jan-Krzysztof Duda went all the way in the chess.com Open, all the way to make it here, it really says a lot about his character and his resilience coming into a field like this.
It says so much, and at that tournament he faced Magnus Carlsen himself multiple times, so that's great preparation for Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He knows what it's like to be sitting in front of Magnus in an esports environment, very much so. And Kostya, his opponent, Benjamin Bach, he won a qualification spot in India against some of the top Indian players in the world, including Arjun Erigaisi and Vidit Gujarati. Now, what is that like? And the fact that he did it on the home turf of some of the strongest Indian players in the world.
Yeah, credit to Benjamin Bach. I mean, he's not the most well-known player, he's not the highest rated. He wouldn't be someone you might expect to qualify, but he actually traveled to India, to Mumbai, played on their home turf, and then beats Arjun Erigaisi and Vidit Gujarati on his way to qualifying. Arjun, of course, in this tournament, Vidit didn't make it, but these are some of India's top stars. Benjamin is known in the Title Tuesday circuit. His rating is well over 3,000 blitz. He's beaten all of the players in this field at various points in his career. So I'm sure that he can beat anyone on any given day. Definitely one of the dark horses in the event.
Most certainly. I agree with you that he's one of the dark horses. And in this matchup too, I think he is the underdog. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he has been in the world's elite. He has been playing the top chess events in the world. While for Benjamin, he is on the Olympic team of his home country, the Netherlands. But I don't think he has had as many chances to face up. Anyone can do it. Not easy the path. We're going to talk through that again a bit more in detail, that it takes the whole year to make it to the Esports World Cup. There have been several qualification tournaments, and we have been talking about the chess.com Open, India Rising. Yesterday was the play-in for the other qualification events. So many paths, and all of them are really difficult. But when you get through, you are rewarded very highly. $1.5 million at stake, Zach. And the more you make it, the further you advance, the higher the chunk of that pie. What do you think that's like for the players here?
Yeah, minimum $40,000 for any player. Even if you lose everything today, $40K for you. It's great money, life-changing money if you get far enough. I'm really excited to see how that plays in. Also, many players today are playing for top teams in this club competition, and this is going to really add some pressure for some athletes, and for some athletes, not much pressure at all. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays in the money, the club competition. We're going to see all of it soon.
So much on the line indeed. The club championship points. AGL leading at the moment ahead of Team Falcons, and Denis Lazovic, he beat Team Falcons Hikaru Nakamura in the speed chess finals to make it here, to qualify to Paris. And at the moment it's his team that's sitting on the top of the club championship ranking. This is week 6, only 2 weeks to go. We are in the final stretch, and it's incredible how much that will matter for the teams. The chess taking main stage, and 1,000 points if you win it. Last year, that's what Magnus did for Team Liquid. 1,000 points ahead of Ali Reza's 750 for Team Falcons. Team Falcons again is back. Both Ali Reza and Hikaru are competing. The curious thing is, you cannot just double down on points. They are doubling down on their chances. But whoever finishes higher, that's the point that you're awarded for your esports team. So will it be Ali Reza or will it be Hikaru? I'm gonna take guesses here before we get started with our match. Ali Reza or Hikaru will be finishing higher, and will they win the tournament?
I'm gonna go first. I'll say Ali Reza. Ali Reza, young player, very, very quick on the mouse. He has been rising ever since I've heard about him. Ali Reza is just like such a monster when it comes to this time format. He's a big competitor in these formats, and he has shown some success as well. But if we're comparing him to Hikaru Nakamura, I don't know. What do you think, Kostya?
I mean, I think you can go either way. Farouz is obviously one of just the most incredible talents in our lifetime, but I'll take Hikaru Nakamura. I think he is the greatest online chess player in history. I think he's actually played more chess online than Magnus himself. When they go head to head, you know, it's often very, very even, very tight until the end. And I think this event is incredibly important for Hikaru. I think this is what he's always dreamed chess should be. So I think he's really going to step it up and do his best.
I agree with both of you there, and I would not be able to pick between Ali Reza and Hikaru, so I'm always throwing it to you guys. You do the difficult task of having to pick, of having to predict, and I'm just asking the questions because there will be so many questions throughout the day. This is day 2, ladies and gentlemen, of the Esports World Cup, and our players are arriving for the first matches. You can hear it already. The crowds are applauding our fighters for this really crucial matchup that we already announced. It's going to be between Jan Krzysztof Duda for Weibo Gaming, and his opponent is Benjamin Bok for MGD1. This match is a best of 2, and so is all the matches that we are covering. Best of 2, 1 game with each color. If it's a tie after the 2 games, we're gonna see an Armageddon that is absolute cinema. We witnessed it yesterday multiple times. I'm predicting a lot of Armageddons for today too, but Armageddon is the decisive tiebreaker. And what's on the line in this match is whether you end up in the upper bracket or in the lower bracket, because this is a double elimination format. You don't get second chances in the lower bracket. Andrei Yesipenko yesterday proved us that it's okay to be in the lower bracket. But that meant he lost the first match against Wei Yi, and then he had to win 4 matches on demand against the best players in the world. Winning on demand, 1 game is already hard enough. To do it multiple times, Zach? The way Andrei did it?
Absolute cinema theatrics yesterday as Andrei Yesipenko was just winning match after match after losing his first match. It was completely crazy. Can he continue his Cinderella run? He's playing Magnus Carlsen today. That is the toughest match possible. What do you think, Kostya? Does he have a chance?
I think we should nickname Andrei Yesipenko the Avenger, because he not only lost his first match, he also lost the first game of his elimination match, meaning that his back was on the line the rest of the day for hours and hours. And then the players that he beat yesterday, Parham Maksudu, Alexander Grischuk, Kwang Liam, they could have been in this event themselves. So he's definitely one to watch. We are now on the stage as the game between Duda and Bok has just started. Duda playing the first game with the white pieces, and Bok plays the famous Berlin defense. Zach, what do you make of his strategy?
This is one of the most famous classical openings in the entire game of chess. The queens are swept off the board as soon as move 8.
Yeah, they have the so-called famous Berlin endgame, which basically since the year 2000 has been one of the most popular openings at elite levels. It has a very drawish reputation. Black sets up what is known as the Berlin Wall, where you get this in-game structure. It's very hard to crack, the double bishop pair for Black. On the other hand, though, White has a lot of advantages themselves. They have more space with their king pawn there on e5. Their king is able to castle, whereas Black will not be castling this entire game. And so it ends up being a very strategic battle. We often do see many decisive results despite the drawish nature of this opening.
Very strategic game. We're going to have a nice struggle as well. Black has the two bishops called the bishop pair, and White only has one bishop. But as you mentioned, the king cannot move in a castling motion, which means that that king is stranded in the center for as long as B. So this is going to be an interesting struggle here.
Yeah, Duda, a lot of experience here. I think from both sides of this position, Bach likely has played this endgame many times himself as well. And here we see knight to g6 from Bach. The tricky thing about Black is that he really has to figure out his development in these next couple of moves. His rooks are disconnected, whereas White is very close to completing his development. But long-term, strategically, with that bishop pair, especially that light-squared bishop for Black, is such a powerhouse piece that Black has a lot of upside when it comes to the long endgame.
Let's hope Black can use those two bishops, as White has a lot of space right out of the opening with that strong pawn on e5, if you can see, just tunneling down the Black position. Also, I feel like White is more coordinated coming into this middle game.
Absolutely. White just has kind of easier development. Now he's going to figure out what to do with that dark squared bishop. Maybe he'll fianchetto it. Maybe he'll develop it to a square like d2 or e3. And eventually, what White tries to do is trade down in this position. He wants to trade pieces and actually use his advantage in pawn structure. As the viewers can see, on the queen side, Black has these double pawns, which makes it very difficult in the long run to create a passed pawn. You have 4 pawns versus 3, but because 2 of your pawns are doubled, effectively, they only feel like 3 pawns in a lot of situations. Whereas White's pawn structure on the king side, he's got a very healthy 4 versus 3 majority. And so if we get down to some kind of simple king and pawn endgame
pieces here, of course, because of that pawn structure, and Black wants to retain those pieces on the board, if they can manage to keep those 2 bishops for as long as possible until the position opens up, these 2 bishops can become absolute monsters.
Yeah, solid start for both players. Zach, what do you make of their body language? Are you feeling any nerves here from either one of them?
So far, I'm not looking at body language, but more heart rate. Look at Bach's heart rate, 76 beats per minute. We didn't even see anything under 80 yesterday for the whole day.
Does he know he's playing for $1.5 million right now?
I think someone should tell him.
Duda, though, he clearly senses the moment his heart rate is over 100 beats per minute, but he looks cool as a cucumber right there.
Yeah, Bach just dialed in. Look at that stance. I just love the stoic stance. Oh, then he did a grimace. But the overall stoic stance is really interesting.
Yeah, he's leaned in. For me, this is the classic, esports pose. You're leaned in, you're focused on the screen, you're ready to react in a moment's notice. Where Duda, it looks like he's a bit more relaxed. He's leaning back, although the heart rates tell a very, very different story.
Yeah, yesterday Yesipenko was leaning back, and who was leaning forward? Alex Grishuk, I remember. So, every player has their different stance at the computer.
Yeah, we should say, chess usually played over the board, or let's say at home where we don't get to see them. So it's very unique to be able to see these players playing live in front of each other, but still with the keyboard, with the screen and the mouse. And as we saw yesterday, a lot of games come down to that time scramble. We are playing 10-minute with 0-second increment, meaning there's no added time. And a lot of these games do end up becoming flag fest as players viciously and shamelessly, in some cases, hunt for that flag.
Yeah, if you go down to 0 seconds, you lose the game automatically in chess. It's a very, very cool rule that we have in this esports world of chess.
Clock is a weapon. Now, one thing that's interesting about these players, I'm going to make a prediction about this match. Both of these guys are famous for getting low on time, but then playing incredibly precise on seconds. Duda loves to get down on time. Bach also loves to get really down on time, but then they often rely on that increment, that 1 or 2 second increment to keep them alive. They make a number of accurate moves. Problem here is that they have no increment. So if one of these players gets too low, gets into their classic time trouble, they're not going to have a way to collect time or stay in the game. So I think time time management is actually going to be incredibly important in this match. But if either player goes down to under a minute, that doesn't mean that they're just going to start blundering. In fact, they might start playing some of their best chess yet.
They might. And as we get into this, what would you say? This is a queenless middle game?
Absolutely, Zach. Great phrase. Queenless middle game. Because there's so many pieces on the board. It's not like the kings can just come out like they can on a lot of endgames and start contributing. No, both kings have to be tucked away and careful, because if they get into the crossfire of the enemy pieces, it's going to be a big problem.
We have a lot of pawn moves in the last 5-10 moves. Very interesting how it's a race for squares. All of these pawn moves, it's to grasp a square on the board.
And there's G4 due to just advancing the king side. This is White's main strategic plan. We might see him move this knight away from F3 in order to launch that F pawn forward, and then even advance it to F4, F5, and really try to make the most of his space.
Yeah, White making their pawn majority felt in this queenless middle game here, as these pawns are piling up against those black pieces, which are going to have to react eventually if those pawns move up the board. And there we go, a preparatory move, knight H2.
Knight H2 opening the route for that F pawn.
That pawn is going to propulse to F4 there. It's the only pawn left that hasn't moved in this entire position for the white pieces, and it's going to make the most impact.
Yeah, honestly, loving Duda's position right now. I feel like he's playing well. All of his moves have been making sense strategically. He's getting his play going. But of course, Bach's position is still very, very solid. But now he has a difficult problem. Like, how does he deal with this threat of F4, F5? You give White 2 moves, he's forking 2 of your pieces, and it's game over. You can resign.
Yeah, that fork is a big threat, even 2 moves away, because those black pieces are going to have to scramble and find new squares if this pawn becomes dangerous enough.
Very interesting. So now Bach, he's taking some time here. He's trying to figure out how to deal with this advance. And yeah, I'm not seeing so many obvious moves here, but one of these pieces, either the bishop or the knight, the only 2 pieces that are developed right now for black, is going to have to step back at some point and get out of the way. And there we go. We see the knight moving back, transferring over to the queen side. That makes a lot of sense to me.
And look at that space-taking pawn F4 move that we've called since the last few seconds, and now the knight jumps in. Wow, what a square for that knight, dominating the black pieces there. Beautiful piece.
G6 allowing the knight into his territory. Bit of a concession from Bach, but clearly he has a plan for what he's doing. That's the thing about this Berlin endgame. It looks extremely passive for the black pieces, but on the other hand, it's not that easy for White to break through. If you advance too quickly, black's pieces will come alive, and your king can still come under fire on the king side.
And now this bishop is asking this knight a question. Will you scram, or will you let me take you?
Yeah, bishop G7. Duda says, go ahead. If you capture, then my pawn gets to advance. I get the E5 square for my pieces. Don't think we'll see the capture here. Be very surprised. Indeed, black just tries to kind of play around the knight. Like, yeah, your knight is all up in my grill. It's controlling a lot of squares. It's very annoying, but I can play around it. I can put my rook on D8, which is not hanging to the knight. Knights don't move like that. Now White goes rook to D1, challenging the D file. And I think we're going to see a classic standoff here. Neither side is going to want to take and give up the D file to their opponent.
Remains interesting what's next for the white pieces from this position. How do you progress here as White?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think now, interesting.
You have a trade.
I just said we're not going to...
Commentators.
Just say we're not going to want to see that. So Bach clearly has something in mind here, because he gives up the D file. That definitely feels like a concession. But on the other hand, White's rook has no entry squares. If you try to lift the rook into the opponent's camp, right now it's just going to get captured. So he's seeing that, he's playing around the knight on F6. He's playing around the rook on D1. It's a very cagey kind of passive approach. But on the other hand, it's still not that obvious how White breaks through there. If you advance too quickly, black's light-squared bishop will open up and start to do damage against your king.
Yeah, this knight has infiltrated the black pieces' position, but it's not enough. It's just not a mobile piece enough that it can dominate the black piece's rank once it's infiltrated through. However, the rook is that kind of dominant piece that when it infiltrates, it can be an absolute monster.
Duda, so far the favorite coming into this match, looking very, very good for him. His position is only slightly better, but he's up 2 minutes on the clock, which without increment, I think is a huge handicap. And
the captures happen.
The capture, and I don't think this is a move that Black wanted to make, but he simply saw no other option. You got to make moves in chess. You can't just keep thinking, and eventually you'll run out of time.
Oh, and now White has a decisive advantage after this trade.
That's surprising because white isn't up material yet, but now it seems like the computer is just giving him a huge edge. Clearly, it's seeing some kind of breakthrough on the king side. Maybe it's time to push the h pawn forward and try to create a pass pawn against black's g6 and h6 weaknesses here. That said, we do have opposite color bishops on the board, so one slip for white, and I think this could easily fizzle out into just an immediate draw. But with those knights still on the board, I think Duda has some great winning chances in this first game.
The computer is taking into account that the white pawn
jumps back.
What, Pranesh is too young for Scotch, isn't he 19? He can't play the Scotch. Okay, Queen F6 is an unusual move, and Knight E2 I've never seen. So we're already out of my opening prep. Very interesting opening.
And the bishop and the queen, they had lined up to have something that we had in mind, a scholar's mate. It wasn't going to be checkmate, but certainly it was a basic tactic, basic attack. And of course, we saw Pranesh spot that as the knight comes up to block, and it's now just development, and white is just saying, hey, that queen that is out in the open, that is a target.
Yeah, whites and black are fighting for the d5 square. White's going to play knight d5 after he castles and attack that black queen. Then he's going to try to play f4 and get some initiative on the king side. And very double-edged. I think the Scotch is a really good opening choice for Pranesh to get some early positions that Norderbeck doesn't know that are very sharp. And, I thought knight d5 was coming, but Norderbeck played knight d4 first, getting his knight into the center and trying to get rid of white's two bishops. Very interesting move. Then, with the knight not being on c6 anymore, black can play pawn to c6 and control that d5 square and stop those white knights from harassing the queen. Knight d4, very interesting move.
Very interesting. Also breaking the rules of development, right? Because you're not meant to move a piece more than once out of the open. And here we see knight jumping in, moving twice. And now there's kind of decisions to be made. Should one of the knights jump into the middle of the board? That's now possible. It's also possible for the knight to come out and attack the queen. You can also just say, hey, I'm not fussed. Knights are just as good as bishops. And just do something else. Develop a bishop, a castle.
Yeah, and white followed your advice by just developing the bishop to e3. Basically, white wants to trade all those pieces of the center and then eventually put one of the white knights on d5, harassing the queen. We're probably going to see that. Problem with black playing c6 early, which he hasn't done yet, to defend d5 is it weakens the d pawn on the half-open d line. Very interesting position.
I was going to say, I'm going to ask you, Ben. I'm going to ask everyone, do you think we're going to see opposite sides castling? Queen takes bishop. And now, will white go the other way with the king? Now, if he does, he does.
You predicted it, Yovi.
And well, that means one thing. We're going to see a race to attack the kings. This is getting spicy.
The engine loves it for Pranesh. White has nice development. Black's bishop on c8 is pretty weak. White has more space to the center. White has the knight d5 idea. Opposite side castling, white can play h4, g4, and put the pressure right away. He played f3, that's to play g4, h4, and put pressure on black's king. As you pointed out earlier, black's queen a little suspiciously placed on f6, not the best square for the queen. It's very difficult for black to get counterplay. It takes a long time for black to advance those pawns and put pressure on white's king. So, advantage Pranesh.
Definitely, and is a really exciting position to boot because, as Ben has highlighted, white's plan is simple and it's brutal. You just want to pick up those pawns on the right and you want to shove them up the board as far as they can go. You want to crack open a line towards the black king, and then the big guys, the dudes, the queen, the rook, they're going to infiltrate and then it'll be checkmate. That's the formula, and this is what Norderbeck has to fight against. The queen comes out to the edge of the board, and what's to stop one of those pawns advancing? Or maybe the king can just take a time out, just go to the edge of the board and, tuck itself into safety. But I feel that's way too calm.
Yeah, I thought black, Norderbeck wanted to play the move f5 and try to get counterplay against the knight on f4. But of course, white can play g4, preventing f5. White wants to play g4 anyway. And why is that queen on h6? Probably black wants to play knight g6, either now or next move. White can defend his knight with knight e2, and that's the moves that are being played. We're good at predicting the moves. And unfortunately, in the next 3 or 4 moves, Norderbeck's going to be confused about what happens to his queen after h4 and g5. Queen on h6, not well placed. Excellent position for Pranesh.
Absolutely. And by the way, there was a pin in town, so white couldn't just move that knight away, because the queen was loose. So this is why first Pranesh reinforces that knight, and then he's going to get on with the job, advance the h-pawn, and then embarrass the black queen. And gotta say, black's pieces, they're all tangled up, and you're yet to start moving on the left side of the board.
That's right. Okay, the queen went back to f6. Well, black really couldn't take h4, g5, and the queen on h6 being trapped. The queen's going to have to still move back. King b1, always play king b1, defending the a2 pawn. And now white's ready to play h4, g5, and get on with the attack. Black has very little counterplay. Very nice position for Pranesh. It seems like Armageddon could be in the cards. It could be Pranesh's game this game.
But first you have to play those cards right, because the queen does come to the center. Maybe it's going to move over to the left side of the board and start menacing the white king. And the big thing for white is how to continue forward. Now comes the a-pawn. It's a race, ladies and gentlemen. And the question is, who's going to make the first inroad? And a5. It's a very natural move, but the engine does not like it. It says it's a mistake.
Yeah, I thought black was going to play queen a5 and threaten the a2 pawn and force white to move one of his pawns up. And now white can keep all of his pawns in front of his king. And instead, black wants to play a3, threatening queen b2 mate. The question is white going to play a3 and give black a chance to play b5, b4? Or is he going to let black play a3? Not so easy. Even the endgames are better for white if they trade queens. The bishop on e6 isn't very active, and white has a lot more space in the center and the king side. So everything favors white, but a5, a4, typical reaction, attacking on both wings, opposite side castling as you pointed out before it happened. And that's exactly what Pranesh wants, having lost the first game. You got to get some juice going in the game, and the game is very juicy.
Is an incredibly imbalanced game, as we see that threat of black advancing the a-pawn dealt with an attack against the queen. And look at this, the h-pawn so close to the black king. Now, if the queen were to somehow miraculously transport herself to one step in front of the black king, that would be checkmate. So that's exactly what Pranesh will be playing for. But first, he has to perhaps take care of his own king, because black is threatening to do exactly the same thing that white did to Pranesh.
Yeah, white plays h6, threatening g7. Black's going to play a3, threatening b2. It seems likely white's going to play queen d4 sooner than later, threatening queen g7 mate. Then black's going to play f6 and block the diagonal. And then black again is going to try to attack on the king side, on the white's king side, that where the queen side is now. And very exciting position. We're going to see some maneuvering. Maybe the knight's going to go back to f4 and d5. And Pranesh realizes if he plays queen d4, threatening mate, black is just going to play f6. So he's looking for something better, try to open up the king side more, try to play something like f4, f5. Very dangerous position for both sides. The engine still likes white, and Norderbeck had less time about 5 moves ago, and Pranesh, trying to figure out how to prosecute the initiative, is now behind on the clock. He does maneuver his knight back to f4. The knight can go to d5 later, blocking the bishop's attack of white's king. Very interesting position. I think it's going to be decided in time trouble. I think when both sides have less than 2 minutes left, somebody's king is going to get attacked.
I agree. I think it's getting really complicated as we see everyone checkmate alert, because the queen is lining up with the bishop. There is a threat of a queen taking that pawn on a2, and that cannot happen. Pranesh must not allow that one. But the question is how to defend against that check. Sliding over the queen to the edge of the board is not really attractive. And Pranesh says, you know what, I'm going to block it. That knight needed to be right there on that central square. Should have done it a few moves ago. It's there now. And I think this is a really human choice. I didn't fancy any of the other ones. And now I feel like Norderbeck can't let that knight survive.
We have the boring move and the exciting move. The boring move is to take the knight. The exciting move is to play c6, and when the knight comes somewhere, then we have a2 hanging at some point. But he played another move, f6, stopping knight f6 check, and maybe he'll play c6 later. And if it was black's turn to move right now, c6 is a pretty big threat because white doesn't have knight f6 check.
It's a really risky move, I've got to say, to allow that knight to live there on a beautiful home in the middle, and the queen gets chased back. And I like the way that things are rolling for white. And the question is, like, how is black going to evict that knight? You can't really make any progress on the left, because if, yes, you can advance the a pawn by 1 square, but it's simply going to get locked down. So in comes another one. Nordebek really on the edge here, but Pranesh, the clock is ticking for him, now under 5 minutes.
And both sides are moving their respective pawns against their opponent's king. b5 for Nordebek, f4 from Pranesh. The engine doesn't like f4. f4 is a very exciting move, allowing black to take that pawn on g4, because white wants to play f5 and continue attacking on the king side. White really dominates the center with all the space and pieces in the center. But material is equal. Both sides are getting low on the clock. It seems like both sides are fidgeting, having trouble figuring out what to do. And the question is, can black take that pawn on g4, or is that suicide taking the pawn,
I was going to
opening
ask
up the black king?
Do you think he's going to do it? Do you think he's going to take that pawn?
Maybe it's a bluff. He won't take on g4 because I let him do it.
I don't know. I think it's perhaps the only way to defend this, because if you don't play it, then white's pawns are going to march even further up the board, and that looks really scary. Nordebek is calculating away. His clock is ticking down. What does the engine say? The engine says you should take it. You should take that pawn, and we'll see. No, Nordebek says no.
Engines love taking pawns.
Yeah, I would say this is entirely understandable. A human is really nervous about just opening up a line in front of your king.
That's right,
If he moves
because at the end of
another
today,
defender
we'll be
to
losing
make an assist to defend the
Their
black
keys
king.
will be gone, Hodju.
And
Brutal.
now
I mean,
the
it's
big
not just
question
40
is,
players, right? There's a
Pranesh,
whole lot more
will
involved.
he
You got
advance
substitutes, coaches,
his
so
pawns?
many people
How
going
will
home
he do it? Will he
tomorrow.
attack
Actually
the
got to talk
bishop,
to
or
some of
will
these
he
guys,
make
right? And they're like,
another
hey,
move?
yeah, our hotel is
We'll
booked
find out.
for as
Yeah, he
long
could play
as we are
F5
here in
or
the game.
G5,
So literally,
G5
the teams that are
threatening the
locked in
F6 pawn,
tomorrow are
trying to get
going
in on
home.
the dark
I think
squares.
one team for sure
F5
that is
going
going to be
towards
completely
black's
safe
king.
is
Wow, and a
Tiamba, right?
totally
Starting
shocking
yesterday
move.
with a
E4 on the
back-to-back
queen
win
side.
on
Playing
Rondo
on the other
into
side of the
Erangel
board,
as well. You
opening
saw
the
the
C file for
emotion
white
and the
to go to
elation in their
C1,
face at the end of
harassing the
Erangel
black
as well.
queen. Once the
QZZ
black rook
high-fived
moved away
teammates
from
so
AA,
hard in the
the A
interview.
file's
I
not
saw that he had a
dangerous
mark
anymore.
on his hand.
Very
That's how
surprising move
happy
from
they
Pranesh.
were about that. So they
But
know
you know what?
that
That
they're
was
pretty
a
much
plot
through
twist
unless
to me.
something
But we
insane
saw an
happens today.
almost
Yeah, I was like,
instant
settle
recapture
down,
there
okay? I
from
know you're
Nordebek.
excited,
Nordebek
but
must have had
don't go that
pre-moved.
hard, right? But still,
Yeah.
I mean,
Wow.
it makes sense why.
And
Literally, their
as the
first
queen
chicken dinner,
gets
you
driven
like you
back
mentioned, you saw
to
their
this
faces
particular
just
square, and now
straight relief.
Pranesh
And it's
just
about time
maneuvering
because
the
they
knight.
shouldn't have even been here, in my opinion. They're that good.
Feels like
So it's good to
playing
see
a
them
little bit
finally true to
defensively
form.
because
When it
white
comes to
is
at least day
going
one of survival
all
stage.
in
Yeah, day two should
on
be
the
pretty
right side of the
I'm sure
board.
Bedfast and then obviously
Should you be
GK was
taking
able to
time
follow up
out
with some
on the
victories
left
as well,
just
kind of
to
keeping them in the
secure
race.
the
But what's
white
interesting
king.
about some of
Walking
those
into the
mid-wins that
fork,
we saw
White's playing very
yesterday is that
tactically.
now
After
the
C5,
mid-pack
wants to
in
play knight
general
C6 attacking
is
the
almost
queen,
every single
and
team.
then
Apart
take
from
the
maybe
pawn on
KRX in a
D6.
little bit of a
Well, the engine
slumber at
really
the
hates the
moment,
move
but
knight
any
E4.
win, a single
White's
win
playing
alone
his
will push
idea.
you straight up
Black's
into
gonna
that
have to
top six.
sacrifice a
It's going to be
pawn,
brutal
but he's going to
today.
open up
it's
the
gonna be
white
insane.
king
It's going to be
by
insane
playing C4
right
at
off
some
the rip
point.
because we got to
So
talk
the
about the
fortunes
importance
seem to have
of
changed a little
Rondo going
bit.
into today,
Both
right?
sides are
we've
getting low
seen
on
in
time.
the past, Arena
Black
was
is
got
attacking the
39
white
points.
king
They're here.
now
They
more
honestly need
than
that.
White's
They should have
attacking the
waited for
black
that
king.
today, right?
And Black sacrificed the
KRX,
pawn.
they are
Look at
gonna
all
have
the
to go
initiative he
big
has
in
against
this
White's
one. They
king.
need that
I
kind
was
of
going to
performance.
say, this is time
And
position
even a
to
little bit
roll the
more,
dice,
right?
and
If you wanna see it. But
anything
for everybody
can
else, you're
happen
right. It's
as
gonna be a
the
tight
pawns get
race
traded off,
just
the
'cause of how
queens
things lined
come
up
off the
yesterday.
board.
No,
This is
absolutely.
probably
To
the
finish
right
off yesterday
direction
as well, you had
for white
AGAL, one of the
because
teams
things were
that's really
getting
in contention
scary
for
with
the
the black
club
queen around the white
championships, right?
king.
They're at
And
number
now the
one in the
bishop
club
attacks
championship.
rook. Rook
Both
has
Falcons
to, I
right
was
now.
thinking,
So
step
that
up
win
and protect
really
the
granted
pawn
them
that's
a bit
under
more of a
fire.
lifeline to be able to
Will
keep themselves rolling, not
Pranesh
only here in
go
PMWC,
that
but also
direction?
in the
Does
club
he have
championships
more
as well.
aggressive
So that's
possibilities?
very
Maybe move
exciting
up
for
rook
them,
all the way
considering
up
they're at
to
number 1 right now.
its
Yeah, I
green
mean,
light.
that's a team that I kept on
Savage
hearing
There's
about.
a very
like, hey,
interesting
their club
tactic,
really
which
needs
okay,
to
it won't happen
perform
after Rook
and to be able to win
he
in a
could take on
loss-less
E4 anyway.
finish too,
because he
right?
had Bishop's
You were talking about it, just like, I mean, you have been watching PUBG mobile gameplay for so long,
quality is
and those
established.
rotations were
Both
insane.
kings are
You were
open.
playing this since the
Both sides have
beginning.
very little time. It's really getting
the fact that they were
exciting.
able to play
It
that
is,
urban
and
finish
remember,
so well
Pranesh is in a
was
must-win
spectacular.
situation.
But hey, I
If he
think that
wants to
overall
take
we
the
have
match
got
to
a
Armageddon.
lot
He lost the
here that
first
is going to
game,
be happening
so
today.
he needs
Of course,
to
10
win with
keys
the
will be
white
crushed.
pieces, and
And
that's
for our
going to
defending
start to
champions,
play on
the
his
Yangon
mind as the
Galacticos,
clock
they
ticks
could be on
under
the
3
chopping block here
minutes.
today
The
and may go
G-pawn
the way of the
falls
dinosaurs.
off,
That's the FTC
and
rewind.
now we got to work things out because there's some checks in town. Are you going to
That's
give
absolutely
a
right,
check
boys.
with a rook? Can you give
Tiambo
a
with
check
those
with a knight?
back-to-back chicken dinners
And
yesterday
Black
was
King
impressive.
stuck in a
And they
cage.
were just soaking
Yeah, the engine doesn't
up
like
a
rook
bunch of
take
points.
G4
But
because
ladies
the Black
and
King is
gentlemen,
getting
today
crushed on
is
G8 and
all
H8.
about
Now White
survival
can play
as we're on the
97
survival
check,
stage of
putting Black King in
PMWC
the
at
corner,
EWC
then double rooks
26.
on the D
My name is
file and try to get a back
the7WG,
rank
and I
mate
can't wait to
with
see
rook to
which teams
D8.
are going to be joining
Rook on
the rest
G4
of the
isn't really
squads
good
that
at
are trolling
defending
the
the Black
finals.
King.
I'm joined
Is
by
Pranesh gonna find
Maxman
that
and
and have
Neptura.
excellent winning
Neptura, how are we
chances?
feeling? It feels
Or-
good outside
or can
too.
Black
It feels a bit
consolidate
sticky.
with his
It's a
extra
bit sweaty,
pawn?
much like
That's the way forward,
Don't
right?
laugh
You
at
get
me.
king in the
Much
kill box.
like the teams are
Give a
feeling
check
very
with a
sweaty
knight,
here. They
drive
better
that
be
king to
because
the
we're
corner,
losing
and
10
then
of them
line
max.
up
They
with the
have
two
to be
rooks.
now or
He
never.
goes a different
Or they go home.
move. And he
The teams are
goes to
feeling
get
sticky, you
very
say?
sticky
past
and
four.
sweaty.
Well, I hope they'll
This
stick
is
to the
really
top 6
tempting,
right now
but
because that's
the
where you
king
want to
is
be at
suddenly
the end of the
perfect
survival
defender.
stage.
Because everything is just so
Yeah,
close
White
right
decided
now
to get the
from
pass
some of these
8-1,
squads. But for
like
everybody
rook check,
currently
I think he's
watching at
gonna play
home, if you're not
97.
feeling sticky,
Now the
make sure you use
bishop
that
can go to
hashtag
D3
EWC
or
and
F7.
hashtag
97 double question
EWC26.
mark.
And
The
don't
engine is
forget to
mean.
do the
Meaner than
EWC
me.
play app so you can
Well,
put
the
in your
engine is
predictions.
harsh, but why
Predictions,
is it so
Neptura,
harsh?
who are your top
And-
6?
Oh, my top 6.
Wow.
It's got to
Okay,
be
it's
Tiamba,
saying
Noxian Red
that
Force.
basically
Ooh,
Black can
A7.
ignore
Let's just
the
put them in there.
defense,
Yangon
could have stepped with the rook to
Galacticos, I
that
believe
square.
in
That
them.
would have been the path forward.
I'm also
But this
thinking
one,
maybe a little
entirely
bit. Did I say
natural. I
Noxian
like the
already?
move
I
you
already did,
suggested.
didn't
Give a
I?
check and
EA.
then
Let's put
defend
EA
the
in there.
G-pawn
You know, we
with the
can't
bishop.
escape the
But
ronda
here,
that they had.
Nordebek just saying, you know what? I'm just
many
going
is
to
that?
try and trap that rook.
I didn't count.
There.
I didn't count.
We're supposed to keep it
White
count.
rook is good for
AGAL.
nothing.
There we go. There's the 6th one.
Both sides are getting short on the clock.
That was
The
good.
engine's
Hey,
getting short
look
with
at
the players
you.
not
For
liking what
everybody,
they're doing.
don't forget
Rook
that we are
H4,
going to be having
attacking
16 teams
H1.
playing throughout the
Ooh,
day.
exchange
Only the
sacrifice to
top
play knight
6
G6
will
check.
actually
But the
move
rook went to
on
D4 check
to the
first, which
finals. The
Pranesh
rest
looked
of the
like he missed.
squad,
He made
Max,
a
all
sudden
of them,
jerky motion.
those keys are
It's like left to rook
crushed.
D4 check.
Yeah, and actually,
He
we're not
wanted
even
the
going to use
rook
the
to
crush.
stay
It's
on
just going to
H4,
be my
so he could play
raw
knight
hands
G6 check
crushing
and
them
win
into
the rook.
absolute dust. That's
Now
why
Black
I
is up
wish I
the
was that strong. I'm going to hit the
exchange.
gym a
Black's
little bit
king
more.
is
But no,
safe.
it's going to be
Black has the
unfortunate.
pass
There's
pawns on
no
the
second
king side.
chances. It's the
It looks
survival
like it's
stage,
gonna
and
be
if you don't
2-0
make it,
for Nordebek.
unfortunately, you will go right
bad
home
move
sent away from Paris.
As we're taking a look at the overall here, the sponge points from Tiamba were
There's nothing going on
absolutely
here.
insane.
Black has
They
just up a
end
lot
up
of
finishing
material,
with 75
leather-free
points. But
exchange.
then we had the Brazilian
H1's
squads
not
end up
dangerous.
showing
Black
up
has three
Neptura
dangerous
because
pass
Furia
pawns.
in second
It's
place,
gonna be a
Alpha
win for
7 in
Nordebek.
third place.
Cuts off the king.
I
wants to push the
can't believe I
C1.
forgot Furia was in second
gonna just
place.
move
I
his
can't
rook, he's
believe I've
under
done
fire,
this.
and then
Furia
now
was
calm
one of the teams I've been
pawns,
looking at
and the
this
knight is gonna be
entire event,
eventually
so actually going to
helpless
change that.
to prevent
Furia
this,
going to be
and
coming
the
on in. I
C-pawn
like
is
what
the
one of
killer,
them
and
with
it's gonna
yesterday.
be
I could change it.
checkmate in there in the end. Nordebek wins
Furia.
2-0.
Did Furia play well? Yes or no?
Wow, well, it was a
No, teams play
nervy
bad, and because
game
of that,
there
they
for
play well.
Nordebek.
Generally, that's why I believe
But But he makes it through to the next stage.
Yeah, we saw a tactical mistake from Pranesh. Just as both sides got less than 2 minutes.
Pushed him one by one, and we got his
one tactical mistake is one too many.
Doing? So that's going to be easy points. So really happy to see Furia do well.
It
but not
is
going to lie, even though Furia
these guys,
and
they
Alpha 7
take
are in
the
second and
opportunities
third
that
place
are
respectively,
presented.
I would say it will not be enough for them to become the champions. I need to see more outside of just surviving the survival stage. I want to see promises that are being made today as to what they can offer this weekend.
Oh, absolutely. I 100% agree with that, Seven. We got to see at least one win from each of the teams going through to the top 6. That's got to be bottom line base level standard.
Yeah,
bottom line base level standard. We want to see those chicken dinners from those squads that are going to be in the top 6. And then when we're looking here towards the bottom, I mean, you have the biggest surprise in KRX. You have Alula. You have Yangon, the defending champions of PMWC in the second page as well.
Pranesh?
Yeah,
so let's go to the
Yangon,
studio.
I've always liked Yangon. I've liked how they've been playing so far. I just want to see a little bit more. It's a good start. It's a good start. There's a lot of presence. Yesterday was back to being what I was hoping for in day 2 of their group stage, right, Max? Where you were looking at a team that had a lot of presence, that they were making good moves, they were making decent rotations, had a lot of proactivity in them, in their strategy, but they kind of fell out, and I'd like to see that just continue today.
Clearly, they're a very good macro-oriented team. That's how they won KingdomC last year, right, in Saudi Arabia. It was really sick gameplay from them, but very passive. And we saw a glimmer of aggression in the group stage. And since then, well, Yangon has been really scared of taking fights, just like KRX. So Yangon, they can do it, but it's just not there just yet.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to do
And just like that, match number 1 for the day has concluded. Noterback taking a 2-0 win over Pranesh. Sol still in the competition, but he's going to have to drop down. Talking points, though, has to be Pranesh. I mean, the offbeat openings, at least he was trying some new things.
Yeah, he started off in game 1. He played this, what they call a Smeeslaw free Lopez, and it didn't work out for him. In fact, he didn't really get out of the opening, and he ended up playing a misguided pawn advance that led to a fork. And then, yeah, it didn't work out very well for him. He also tried something fancy in game 2 in the Scott.
He did. I played something I've never actually seen before, and I would respectfully disagree. I would say the talking point is Noterback. He showed us offense, defense, patience, time management, and resourcefulness, and he won both games. So before the match, we shared a nice statistic that Pranesh has beaten him twice. Noterback's obviously the favorite in that matchup, and he showed it in very convincing style. He's going to be very thrilled with how he played.
Clearly so. Going back to game number 1, we take a look at some of the highlights, and Pranesh, he, like you said, gets this unorthodox opening, but then arguably makes a blunder. What was that all about?
Yeah, he tried to strike back in the center because he gave away the center right away, but he struck back a little bit too early, and by playing this move that we're going to see, move number 12, C5, led to a 4 series of exchanges. Pawn takes, got to take back. Queen takes, got to take back. Bishop C7, and yeah, 2 pieces are hanging. He had to give up the exchange and never made it back.
This is the way it works in these matchups. We talked about it. Sometimes you need a couple of games to wake up, and some of these players are not used to playing in such an atmosphere. That's not a mistake that he's going to make in 99 out of 100 games. Unfortunately, this was the 1 out of 100. You're just sort of playing your way into the opening. Maybe you play something a little bit offbeat to surprise your opponent. You end up surprising yourself. You lose. But to be honest with you, he was the underdog anyway. So, all right, 2 games out of the way. Now he knows what it feels like. We go to the loser's bracket. We try to make our way through there. Noterback is going to look to punch his ticket into the finals.
Yeah, Noterback made it to the knockout stage last year. He's halfway there so far. But I have to say that Pranesh made it interesting in game 2. He got everything you want in a must-win situation. He had knight versus bishop. You want imbalances. That's one. He got another imbalance. Kings were castled on opposite sides, and the pawns were rolling. He had some opportunities, but he wasn't able to convert in that second game.
Yeah, just going a little bit deeper with that levy. So it seemed like Pranesh was in fact leading the early game. He was looking incredibly good. You saw it, or at least you said the story is Noterback. Obviously coming back, he was down at least when it comes to overall series counts in the past, but Noterback finds a way to flip the script and overall take control back as Pranesh had it early in the game.
Yeah, so what folks at home need to realize, and everybody here as well, is that in a 2-game match, playing with white is important because playing with black for a win is much harder. You try to play an aggressive opening, white has many options. They can engage you in a fist fight, or they can just shut the game down. Pranesh had white in that second game. He got everything he wanted. Played an offbeat opening, surprised Noterback, put the kings on opposite sides as you said, got the imbalance, got the attack. So you get everything you want in the game, and you lose. And that's chess. So I don't really know what better advice to give him other than play somebody weaker than Noterback. So it didn't work out.
Is it just chess, though, in this format? I mean, because you only get 10 minutes, and every mistake you make is just amplified to the 10th degree.
I think it's just experience, right? I mean, we're talking about 19-year-old Pranesh. He's another Indian star. And there is a long list of them that are waiting to break into that top 5 best players in India. We've got a matchup coming up later today. I think we're going to preview. It's Arjun versus Nihal, I'm pretty sure. I mean, you got like number 3 and number 4, or number 1 and number 4, depending on their classical ratings in India. Like, there's a list of them that are ready, but Noterback won the World Rapid Championship. That was 5 years ago. He was a teenager. I'm pretty sure he was the same age. So he was always the favorite in this matchup. What can you do?
And talking about the rise of India in chess, Pranesh was India's 79th Grandmaster 3 years ago. They now have 100. 20 Grandmasters in 3 years. That is a whole eon supply of Grandmasters for most countries. So he's just he's next up on the docket.
But what is about that region that makes them so strong? Why are they getting Grandmasters like the Infinity Stones?
Well, first of all, it's the birthplace, right, originally of chess. And I think in modern times, it all starts with Anand. Anand becomes world champion multiple times, and he didn't just end his career and ride off into the sunset. He nurtured the next wave of chess talent in that country. And yes, a lot of them, I believe, like in India, chess is very big in the South in particular, but it's spreading all over. And you have grandmasters now being minted, like I say, from all over the place. Honestly, every day, literally, I play a new titled player from India on chess.com and go, who is this? And they're rated 2,900 blitz. I have never heard of them in my life. So yeah, they are going to be the country to beat over the next decade plus, probably.
Yeah, it's respect for the game. I mean, if you're a Grandmaster in India, people probably know your name. Everybody knows Vishy Anand's name. Also, government funding. If you're from Tamil Nadu, you're going to get, shout out to all my Tamil friends, Vanakam to the broadcast. So that's the kind of thing that will raise great esports players too. The culture of chess is built in such a way by the government and private support that nearly everybody can play, and there's a respect for the Grandmasters.
Respect for the Grandmasters, respect for everybody out there in the chat watching. Thank you so much. Make sure you hit that sub button, follow button wherever you're watching from, and more importantly, get your questions in. Post it in chat, literally, whatever you're already doing, just keep doing it, and maybe your comment will pop up on the stream. Maybe we'll have a chance to even discuss it. If you have any questions, any concerns, well, save the concerns. If you have any questions or at least praise, go ahead and send that in the chat. We would love to throw it up on the screen and get you all involved. That was just match number 1. There's plenty more to go, including our next matchup coming up right around the corner.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
Arjun and Nihal Sarin about to throw down on the stage that we just witnessed our first match. And Levy, you mentioned at least one of the players. Let's go a little bit deeper. It's Arjun, a very talented player in his own right. He's about to take the stage.
For sure. This guy is the madman of chess. I like to call him the Joker of the board. He'll just throw a grenade on it for absolutely no reason. He is a nightmare matchup for anybody in the world under 2,600 FIDE, and frankly, probably up to like 2,680. The score that he has amassed playing in open tournaments, in fields that are not close to the top 10, 15 players, the score is just incredible. And I believe at some point, and maybe even right now, I have to check, it's changing all the time, he's the #1 ranked player in India in classical chess.
Well, we got his rating up here, if you can take anything from that. The fact is, GEM, age only 22, super young.
Yeah, they're both 22 actually in the upcoming matchup. Big advantage to Arjun, lifetime head-to-head. He's 7-2. Now, they're about to be teammates next month at the Olympiad. There's not going to be any kind of teammate love at this one. But that's a pretty big score. First of all, they've played a lot, and also 7-2 is pretty lopsided. But Nihal is the one that made it to the knockouts last year, so he's got a little bit more EWC pedigree.
Nihal Sarin, you've actually played against him. It was that one that we were talking about days ago where I think you were predicting, you said his name maybe 3 times, he appeared, you went against him. It was a tough matchup regardless, but such a great competitor. But in this one, Levy, it is Arjun who has the advantage historically anyways when they faced off against each other, but that doesn't mean that Nihal won't find success today.
No, absolutely not. I think this is a very unpredictable matchup. Nihal is one of the best bullet and blitz players in the world. A couple of months ago, he went on a 15-game winning streak against Ali Reza Firouzja. To beat Firouzja 15 times in a row is unfathomable. Now, Arjun Erigaisi has defeated Magnus Carlsen. He has defeated Hikaru. He has defeated Nihal. Like, he has defeated all of the best players in the world. Completely unpredictable matchup. Whoever keeps their nerves the best in the crazy positions that they're going to get is likely going to get the win. Nihal likes more stability. Arjun likes chaos.
And by the way, we're often reflecting back to matches they played in the past, whether it's classical or this or that. They played here last year. So, the time controls were exactly the same. And Arjun won 2-0. So we don't have to look that far in the past to an exact format that might, portend this match.
Well, revenge is one of those things, and obviously for the side of Arjun, he doesn't need revenge. He just needs to do what he's always done in order to win in this matchup specifically. I don't know, quick predictions. You guys want to throw your hats in a ring? What are you thinking?
I got one.
Okay,
go for it.
Well, I think Nihal, like Bortnik, used to be a blitz specialist. Now he's almost 27-20, almost his lifetime peak rating FIDE. He's going to play for his country's Olympiad team, Team A, that is, for the first time. I think he's peak power, so I give him like a 40% chance, which, it still means I'm predicting Arjun, but...
I thought all of that was leading to I predicted.
I thought it was too.
Here's all the reasons why he's on the rise, and he's only going to win this match 4 times out of 10. I mean, look, Arjun is a very slight favorite. He won last year. He has more experience. Nihal has only made it to the absolute elite stage in recent years. In fact, I don't think he has much classical experience against Magnus Hikaru and Fabiano Caruana. You might not have played them like ever in Classical, maybe like once or twice max. Arjun's been here, which is crazy to say because he's 22, but he's been there since he's 18 years old. You don't just get to #1 in India. We just talked about India. You don't just get to #1 in India and 2800 level in Classical for no reason.
That's right. Well, it's two of the best. They're both 22, and only one can move forward. Of course, if you do lose, you drop down into the lower bracket. It's double elimination. You still have a chance, but winning gets you that much closer to qualifying for the playoffs and getting a day off tomorrow. It's two Titans. It's Arjun. It's Nihal Soren about to throw down.
Thank you very much. And this is such a big match. And Ben, it's our favorite.
It's our horses
against each other. Arjun Erigaisi, Nihal Soren. Nihal at the power peak of his life, rating best. Arjun Erigaisi, you never know which version will show up. Will he be someone who demolishes absolutely everyone? Or will we see someone else there on the board? But this is what the players, they are playing for, this EWC trophy, as our players getting ready. Arjun there with some final checks, some final instructions. Gen G Sports there. Arjun Erigaisi. Arjun is playing with the white pieces. What do you think we can expect, Ben?
I think they're forgetting the fact that they're going to be teammates next month in the Olympiad, and how they're going to be fighting each other. And Nihal's going to be out for revenge. And I'm sure the players are both aware of our picks, Yofi. I think that's all they've been thinking about. Like, they have to make us look good. And Nihal's setting up. The players are getting ready for the match. This is to me, of the matches we've had yesterday and today, this is the most equal match. I don't think anyone's a big favorite. I don't think past records come into play. And as Levy pointed out, Nihal, famous online for Blitz and Bullet. Amazing player online at this kind of time control. And actually, I played Arjun once in Title Tuesday, and I was winning, but I ended up losing because that's my specialty, is taking winning positions and losing them. I've never played Nihal Soren, even in Title Tuesday. But yeah, they're having trouble with the headset. They got to get the headsets on so they don't hear us telling them what moves to make.
Exactly.
They gotta,
or our opinions as well.
That's right. They don't want to hear that either. So they got to make sure they don't hear us, and they're going to get the technical stuff worked out. This is going to be a really exciting match. I don't think there's a favorite, and it's going to be amazing. And I'm hoping, like with every other match, that it goes to Armageddon. I can't wait for Armageddon.
Yeah, Armageddon is something truly special. But in the meantime, our players just getting ready. Arjun Erigaisi, he's got a fantastic opening repertoire, extremely well prepared, often goes that path down the off-beaten track. And Nihal, as you mentioned, so strong in online chess, excellent bullet player. If it comes down to 1 minute chess, we see Nihal Soren will be one of the best. You don't want to be in that situation against this gentleman.
Yeah, he's probably the least famous, least well-known of the top players amongst the general public. Nihal Soren, of the top Indian players. Obviously, Gukesh is the world champion. And Arjun Erigaisi, so many strong players in India. They got to be one of the favorites to win the Olympiad. It's sort of a pity that they have to. Two of the top Indian players are playing in the first round. In our first match, we already have Pranesh, so they're taking over the tournament. There's too many good Indian players, so they're going to eventually get paired against each other.
Yes.
And they played each other last year. There's so many strong players. Really amazing tournament with such a big prize fund. You could expect the best of the best. And it looks like both players have figured out the technical difficulties, and the game is going to start very shortly. Game 1, Arjun versus Nihal. Let's see what happens.
And these two are going to be teammates next month at the Chess Olympiad. Now they're facing off against each other. They're the same age. They know each other well. And we have the knight coming out, the pawn challenging the center, and this little fianchetto there, where that light square bishop is about to put itself on one of the best diagonals on the board. Big question, though. How is Black going to handle that? Develop the knight. You can also do exactly the same that White's done. And I think that's traditionally, that is a good response to this particular setup from White.
Yeah, Black has two ways to play here. He can play G6, Bishop G7, try to get some symmetrical kind of pawn structure in a Grunfeld. Or like me, Black can play Bishop G4, try to play e6 so the bishop doesn't get blocked in. And instead he takes on c4. Black's a pawn ahead. White doesn't care. Argent Castle says you can have your pawn. You're giving the center away. Black had a nice pawn on d5. And this is very theoretical. Black is going to play knight b6 at some point, or b5, and try to hang on to the pawn. Argent plays a4 and says, I'm ready for that. The engine doesn't like it, but a4 makes a lot of sense in this position.
Absolutely. And this is exactly what Arjun has prepared. I think we have to throw out the computer evaluation and go, no, this is preparation. Queen comes out. So White's just basically saying, if I recapture the pawn, then I'm going to soon get a very strong center. And now Black is free to develop. I don't think you want to be holding on to that pawn, moving the knight to its defense. I think you should just let the queen waste the time and go and recapture. So bishop comes out, given as a missed opportunity. But again, I think this is the best move. And big question though, do you recapture with the queen, or do you play this move? Move the knight to the edge and you're going to say, yes, I'm going to recapture, but it's going to come and buy me some time.
Excellent move from Arjun, not taking with the queen. He wants to take with the knight, take advantage of Nihal's bishop on d6. He did. Bishop went to c7. Now White has to decide whether to play d3 or d4, then get the white bishop out. Or if he plays b3, the bishop has two good squares, b2 or a3, gaining a tempo on the pawn or the rook. White has the advantage. Instead, he plays a5, cementing the queen's side. Black is pretty passive over there. All his pieces are sort of scrunched together. So far, the early middle game, late opening advantage to Arjun.
It is definitely an advantage to Arjun, and he's got a big threat on the board. He wants to extend the range of this light squared bishop by advancing that a-pawn one step further, so it can just crack open the left side of the board. And that bishop sitting pretty next to the white king, that is going to rage supreme there against the queen side. And now what we're expecting, I'm expecting Black to say, no, I want none of that. Or do you expect something much more aggressive?
Yeah, I think Nihal's not going to like it if White plays a6 and destroys Black's queen side. Unfortunately, for Nihal, if he plays a6 himself, he's weakening a lot of the dark squares on the queen side. So it's neither way seems really good. Nihal's closing his eyes. He doesn't like the situation. The opening battle has been won by Arjun. Nihal's having a tough time already. Pieces are sort of clumped together on the queen side, not really anything aggressive. And if my students are watching, remember, move your C pawn and your A pawn. Don't move your D and E pawns in the center. That's terrible. You got to play on the side of the board. That's the way they play chess now. Not the way I was a kid, but that's the way their grandmasters are playing.
But you got to know the rules as to understand when you can break them. And I got to say, I love what Arjun is doing. His strategy is working, and he's gone for the move that I was thinking about. But you're right, it looks ugly. Look at those dark squares that are vulnerable. And oh, this is so good there from Arjun, just breaking open in the center, accelerating the play. And now there's a rook that's going to line up against the black queen. And okay, well, knight takes pawn would have been the most natural move in the position. But
yeah, I would have moved instantly like Arjun did also. Knight takes d4. What else are you going to do?
Apparently, you should have moved the rook towards the center, but that's been there. It's been done and gone, and now the knight comes out, and we see Nihal. He's saying, I've got a cramped house. I need to swap off some pieces. I need to make sure that my pieces have some space. And so now Arjun, his knights are under threat. So he can go knight takes knight, or he can still play the rook to the D line, protect that knight, and just threaten some stuff against the black queen. So that's why the queen just gets out of dodge.
Yeah, it looks like Nihal has weathered the storm. He's slightly worse, slightly passive, but White's initiative on the queen side is going away. And it looks like White's main idea, which we're going to see in the next 5 to 10 moves, is to use his king side majority and try to get the moves in e4, f4, e5, and get pawn structure on the king side, which me and David Howell like to say connect 4. We both say that a lot when we're broadcasting and doing streams. I'm not sure who stole it from whom. It's too good, so we'll get co-credit for it. And Black, on the other hand, has to figure out what that bishop on c8 is going to be doing. It's not really a good square for it. And if the bishop stays on c8 too much longer, the rook on a8 is going to be very sad. So the problem in a lot of openings is the black bishop on c8 doesn't have a good square to go to. That white on d4 really dominates the center.
Yeah, completely agree with you there. You know, you got to find a role for that light square bishop. Also, the math ain't mathing there for Nihal, because he's saying, hey, I've got 3 pawns and they've been held by 2 pawns. So I love this idea that you suggested. Just advance your pawns on the right side, just take them up the board and then just control space. So Nihal then lining up the rook and queen together. Maybe got ideas of booting away the white knight in the center and then just having some eyes on that pawn on e2. So I'm expecting your plan, Ben. Get motoring with the pawns.
Yeah, white was going to play bishop b4 and have a skewer on the queen and the rook. So now he gets the rook off of f8. And once again, Arjun plays a very creative move. And when my students play creative means something else. But when Arjun plays a creative move, it means it's good. The rook going to c1, which is a natural square, doesn't really do anything. We're not going to hit anything on the c6 square. But the rook doing a rook lift, the rook can go to e3, attacking the queen. White can play e4, f4. The rook can go back to the e file. And again, it's easy to see plans for white advancing on the king's side, improving his minor pieces with rook e3, bishop b4. I'm not sure what Nihal's doing. Bishop on c8's terrible. Rook on a8's terrible. He's got a lot of work to do. That's why the engine slightly prefers white's position. And Arjun has a time advantage also. As we pointed out earlier, Nihal's a speed demon. He's not going to be worried when he has 2 minutes left. And finally, he develops that bishop off of c8. Problem is, if the bishop ever goes to h5, white has knight f5 move in his pocket. So bishop g4, pressuring the e2 pawn, getting the bishop off of c8. Very reasonable move. White has a slight advantage. White has more space on the queen side. White has the potential in the center, but it's by no means over. It's only a slight advantage to white.
Yeah. And everything is primed here in Arjun's position for him to start embarrassing the black queen, right? You want to be swinging over the rook, just target her, then maybe you can kick her away with a bishop. Where is she gonna be going? And like you say, you can also at the same time ask those questions to the bishop. So this is why Arjun is going into calculation mode, because it's crunch time right here. Because if he does nothing, he's gonna allow black an easy game of just moving all the pieces towards the center, and then everything should be relatively stable. And he goes for another plan. It is not Operation Attack the Queen. Instead, it's Operation Attack the B pawn. Now, this is a very intriguing situation because first up, you don't want to be allowing rook takes pawn, because if you do that, the whole queen side will be completely shattered. So this is why we're seeing the bishop centralized there. The queen, black queen, doing some nifty defensive work. And now what is Arjun's response?
Yeah, Nihal is insinuating he's going to give up the 2 bishops by taking the beautiful knight on d4. Then we're going to see another reason for bishop g4, attacking that e2 pawn. Arjun puts more pressure on black by playing bishop b4, attacking the queen. Queen goes to c7. And the question is, whose initiative is going to work out quicker? Black is attacking d4 and e2, has some pressure on a5. White had some pressure on b7. And both sides are going to and fro, trying to pressure their opponent's position.
Wow.
And here comes h3. And I said earlier, if the bishop goes to h5, then white has knight f5 at some point in his pocket. So tough decision here for Nihal. The most interesting move is to take the knight on d4, then take on e2, but instead he played the more safe and solid bishop h5. And the question is white going to have the chance to play my plan of e4 and f4? Bishop on h5 is stopping that because of the rook on d1. It's pinned. So white can't really advance those kingside pawns yet. And instead he plays knight f3. White wants the 2 bishops, and he saves the attack on his e2 pawn by getting the knight out of the way. Now the bishop on e5 is blocking the rook. So white is still slightly better. White still has the advantage, but black has a very solid position, and the bishop isn't on c8 anymore. Nihal was able to complete development. And the only question is the fact that Nihal has less time, is that going to hurt him later?
Well, we've seen he's so quick, he's so good as well. So Nihal there has to deal with a question, though, because Arjun's last move, it might have been a step backwards, but he's wanting to go forwards. He wants to play knight takes bishop in the center and give himself the bishop pair. Now, I think the bishops, one of them is going to have to trade itself off for the knight. Now, which one is going to be better? I don't think it should be the dark squared bishop, because black is vulnerable on that color complex.
Yeah, the dark squares are important. The bishop on e5 is excellent. Doesn't have anywhere to go. He can't really save it. So if he doesn't want to lose his dark square bishop, he's going to have to give up his other bishop, play bishop takes f3, which he also doesn't want to do. And you can't spend too much time thinking about it. Got like two bad choices. Give up one bishop, give up the other one, or delay doing it by thinking for 2 minutes, which is the worst of the three options. Yeah. So it's a very difficult position. It's very tough at this time control to make the most accurate moves. And eventually, white might increase his advantage by getting the two bishop advantage. I agree, the bishop on e5 is better than the bishop on h5. So I think he's going to keep his bishop on e5.
Yeah. Well, there's a big question there in store for Nihal as his clock ticks down. And I got to say, check out the heart rates. It feels like Arjun Erigaisi, you know, he might play with fire on the board, but his heart rate is just 56.
Wow. That's the lowest we've seen in the 2 days.
I know. He's the coolest customer we have seen, whereas Nihal has 82, which is relatively calm.
Also pretty good.
Right.
Yeah.
But it feels like he's positively panicked in comparison to Arjun. So this is a nice move there, as we see the bishop just improve itself. Big idea on the board of perhaps putting that bishop onto the b6 square, where it'll start attacking the queen and the rook. And Arjun's worked out that his king is completely safe, and that is all about the full board control.
Okay, I'm hoping for bishop takes g3, because I want super excitement. Then if you take the bishop, I can take back with the queen and rook d1. Probably my tactics don't work. Instead, he played knight d7, stopping bishop b6, which the engine doesn't like. Maybe it thinks it's too passive. Blocking the rook on d8, so there's no more rook d1 check ideas that I had. All of my great ideas going away. But not only is the black want to take that bishop on c5, now black is ready to take the pawn on a5, which attacks the bishop on c5. Bishop b6 is prevented. So in my eyes, knight d7 looks really natural. The engine never likes our human moves. The engine wants to play the engine kind of moves. But knight d7 seems very human, putting pressure on the bishop, stopping bishop b6, putting pressure on a5. And, well, Arjun certainly doesn't know what to do. He's been thinking a long time on this move.
He's been thinking a while, right? I guess he's kind of worked out that he doesn't have to defend the pawn, and I say that, and it happens. I thought he was going to move the bishop all the way back, because after all, queen takes pawn would have been met by rook takes pawn. But Arjun felt like he had to drop that bishop back, overprotect everything, and now he's kind of slowly going to grind it out. He does have a time advantage. Okay, queen was attacked, so she moves, sets up a pin, so there's no knight takes bishop in the air. And the advantage of the bishop pair is such that these two bishops, they can play from afar. Their power is long.
Yeah, Nihal was maneuvering his pieces around, costing a bit of time on the clock. The b7 pawn is a permanent weakness. Luckily for Nihal, the bishop on b4 is blocking the rook. If it was white's turn to move again, well, it is white's turn to move, then he should play bishop c3, putting pressure on the center and also attacking the b pawn. He didn't want to give up his bishop when knight takes f3, so he played bishop e4, keeping the two bishop advantage. And now if white plays bishop c3 later, black can just trade off. And right now, black is still really solid. Queen g4, Arjun wants to trade queens, making the b7 pawn even weaker, because the queen's not defending it. And he just has a target. Queen c7 doesn't want to trade queens, wants to keep the b pawn defended. The queen on g4 can get harassed later. So very double-edged kind of position. The engine really likes white. Engines love bishops, as do us grandmasters. We love bishops more than knights. So advantage Arjun, advantage on the clock, crazy advantage in heart rate. If you told me Nihal's heart rate was 84, 85, I would have said that's really good. But compared to Arjun, Nihal's heart rate is pretty high.
Yeah, and there was a threat of the rook lifting up to e5 to attack the white queen. So Arjun takes radical measures to prevent this, advancing the kingside pawns. And he's got your idea in mind, right? He's going to drop that bishop back, maybe back it up with a pawn advance. And he's just arguing that knight that black has doesn't have a good circuit. So Nihal very much on the back foot as those two bishops, they are taking control.
It looks like your pick's doing well this game. We picked different sides of this game in the pre-match. And yeah, the knight on g6 isn't very good. Bishop d6 was played. I like your idea, bishop f3, then e4, e5. White has pressure on b7. White's sort of winning on both sides of the board. Now, in this position, White could try to play h4, h5, because the knight has to defend the h7 pawn. And I would guess Nihal's going to play queen e7, putting pressure on the bishop on e4, which can simply go back to d3. So advantage White. Things are looking good on the clock, looking good on the heart rate, looking good on the board. So far, so good for Arjun.
Yeah, and those fans of the English School of Chess will be pounding the table for an h4. Advancing that h-pawn is never going to be wrong. I wonder whether it will get played. No, I can understand with not too much time left on the clock. Arjun just decides to solidify the king side. Now he's going to... The bishop is under attack. He needs to drop it back to either f3 or d3. I like d3 better in order to keep that bishop and queen battery. But no, this one also is super good. And now I've got to say, be careful with advancing the h-pawn. You've got to play a little bit more solidly. And big choice now. Swap off the rooks and the players playing super quickly. Those questions being answered. And remember, on the clock, the players are not getting any added time. So what you see on Nihal Sarin's clock is exactly what you get. And it's ticking down to 51 seconds.
Wow, it's really getting exciting. White didn't play e4, e5, which I expected. He's keeping his bishops open by keeping the pawn back on e2. Did play h4. He played a4, a5 in the opening. Going to play h4, h5, h6 in the middle game. Black is very solid and very passive. Both sides are getting down to about a minute. It's going to be decided in time trouble. And unlike 90% of the tournaments that people watch online, especially ones you're doing commentary on, Yovi, there's no increment. So as you pointed out, the time you see, that's the time you have. And as we saw yesterday in some of the matches, the players couldn't make the time control because there is no time control. There's no extra time, and White still has the advantage. White has the advantage on the clock. Down to less than 30 seconds for Black. Not really good for Nihal, not good for my pick, but still pretty solid. White isn't doing very much. He wants to maneuver around and around and around and get his opponent down to no time on the clock. Finally playing my idea of e4, and White still has a big advantage. Uh-oh, that move is a mistake, it says.
And now the bishop can just snake its way round the back. Look at that. It's going to land on the edge of the board and take a look at those pawns. And this is exactly what Arjun was playing for. But in fact, Nihal had it all prepared because you couldn't take that pawn because the bishop would have been trapped. But this is Arjun in full flow as he starts advancing there on the right. And it's going to be an extra pawn on that side of the board that is
only 10 seconds for Nihal.
Watch
That's
the clock.
Not enough.
No, he's playing those fast moves. He has to almost pre-move as the king comes in.
King c7.
Well,
that's even better.
Bishop coming now to take the queen side.
A-pawn stronger than the H-pawn.
It's a race, but it's not a race that Nihal
4
is going to be
seconds for
winning.
Nihal.
And there goes the chances for Nihal.
Nice control game by Arjun.
Very nice game there from Arjun as he promotes and was setting up a mating attack. So it's 1-0 to Arjun, but yeah, you said it there. Control, Ben, from start to the finish. He took his time. He didn't rush. And in the end, he used our old friend, the clock, in order to secure that winning advantage.
Well, we can't have both players win because that's an unfortunate part of chess. However, both players won in the heart rate department. Yesterday, we saw some heart rates 140, 150. Today, heart rates are 60, 70. These players are cool, calm, and collected. They have to play game 2 right away. Nihal needs revenge for me. He's doing it for me. Go Nihal. Don't make my pick look bad. He gets the white pieces. and he has to win the game to force an Armageddon, which I wanted anyway. So go Nihal. We're not really rooting for anybody. We're just picking people, and we're rooting for excellent matches. That was a really nice game for a first game. There weren't really many blunders, just eventually very slow, outplaying, more time on the clock. Very nice game from Arjun to start the match.
Definitely. Really nice performance there from Arjun. And for Nihal, he has to shake off the ghost of the previous game. But I also got to say, the ghost from last year at the EWC, these two played each other then. And there, Arjun did win 2 games to 0. And now here we have Nihal with the white pieces, and he's going for something quite safe. He's going for a bishop advantage, as that knight is eventually going to capture that bishop. He's not yet staked a claim in the center, perhaps taking a lesson from Arjun's playbook.
Gay, 2 bishops. I already like white. White's playing very solid. Black is playing in the center, trying to gain space, block out that bishop on b2. e4 is played. Probably later in the game, Nihal's going to play bishop back to c1 and get his bishop to that diagonal. The c4 square is open, so Nihal's going to try to get his knight over to c4. White's going to play f4, and the engine likes Black's position, but I like White's position. And it's not because I'm rooting for him. I just like these kind of positions with White when White plays b3 early on in the game. And this will be interesting with our first match of the day, Yovi. Maybe we'll see opposite side castling again, and Arjun playing down the H file. That would be interesting to see.
Wow. That would be certainly one for the books if it appears. But Arjun is very capable, where he's already gone one step in that direction when he's advanced that pawn forward. He's just saying, hey, I have my target in mind. It's going to be that H pawn next to the white king. He wants to castle queenside.
Yeah, he played g5.
Yeah.
So double-edged play from Arjun, even though he only needs a draw. You know what they say? If you play for a draw, you're playing for a loss. You got to play the best move. Nihal with a pawn sacrifice, trying to open up his bishop on b2. The knight can go to b3 or c4. Instead, he goes to f3, attacking the g5 and the d4 pawn, opening up that bishop on b2. Again, I like white. The engine likes black.
I got to say, I like black. I do like my knights, and I also like my center. And you can see here, that is exactly what black had. And I say that, and suddenly the black center is gone. And the g5 pawn has disappeared from the board. But also, I got to say, it's easier to play as black, because you do have a ready-made attack down the open H line. In comes the knight, and maybe now, actually, the bishop is going to just go back towards its king, and then your idea can come into play eventually.
Yeah, white's going to get a big center, f4, d4, and now castling queenside looks a little crazy. Castling kingside doesn't look too safe either. Maybe Arjun's going to leave his king on e8 and decide later. So I think this is an excellent position for white for one reason. White is in a must-win situation. This is not going to be a boring draw where white doesn't have any winning chances. This is where both sides are going to have winning chances, and that's what you need when you have a must-win situation.
Exactly.
So I think it's worked out well for Nihal in this instance, although Arjun doesn't seem too worried. Heart rate 55.
No.
That's my doctor how I get my heart rate down to 55.
Do you think he'll get it under 50?
That would be crazy. Then the doctor might have to see him for other reasons. Boy.
He might have to, but we see...
Very calm.
He's super calm. He's taking the decision. Should he preserve his bishop? Should he take the center? That is the question running through Arjun's mind. He just takes the center. I love this type of chess. It's imbalanced. It's super... Look at that. But it's Nihal actually deciding d4 and just saying, you know what? I've got the imbalance I want.
I would have saved my bishop with bishop g2, but he played rook d8, another double-edged move, sacrificing his a pawn, trying to win the d pawn. Okay, bishop g2, I like that. I like saving my bishop.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have played d4 so quickly. I wouldn't have been in such a hurry.
It kind of felt a little bit unstable. So, okay, well, we'll see. d4 is now a target, but black has a big problem. Arjun has a problem. What's he going to go with the king? He has to go kingside. And now the d4 pawn is a target, so I guess it needs to start advancing. Or will we see rook takes pawn? Because there is a pawn that is up for grabs.
I don't think Arjun wants to take the pawn on, I'm sorry, Nihal wants to take the pawn on a7 so Black can play queen b6. Although then White has rook a4. So, maybe I changed my mind on that subject. I like taking pawns.
I also am a pawn grabber as well. And we're seeing, in fact, that no pawns got taken in that exchange. Instead, the pawns got advanced. And here, White is just saying, I have a massive pawn in the center. It's going to be easier for my rooks to get into the game. And yes, that pawn on a7 does need to be defended. So rooks belong on open lines, and it's certainly posting up, attacking the knight. I guess you could do the same. You could also get behind your own knight.
If you're just joining us, you're probably 99% sure that White played g3, bishop g2. But that's not what happened. White played e3 on move 2, then moved the bishop to g2 in a very funny manner. Bishop e2, bishop f3, bishop g2. That's the right square. Black has a passed a pawn, which obviously isn't dangerous now. White has a passed pawn on d5 that's pretty well taken care of. Both sides have active pieces. The engine says it's about equal. The time situation is about equal. All three results are possible. And this is going to come down to who plays better when they have less than 2 minutes on the clock. The first game, that was Arjun.
I was going to say, that is not equal. Nihal is trailing in the match, and if he wants to take it to Armageddon, he needs to win with the white pieces. So he has to find a way forward. And how to do that? One natural idea, I guess, is to pile up in the center, either double on the E line or just bank everything on the advance of the D pawn. I suspect that you should want to double on the E line. So you could do that by sliding up the A rook into the game, get it up to the 4th row, and then swing it across.
In fact, a crazy idea I just had, to piggyback on your idea, is to play rook a4, rook h4, queen h5.
Yes.
Play for me. Forget about that passed pawn. Okay, he played rook e3. He moved the other rook up. He wants to triple on the e file, queen e2, rook e1.
Maybe he's got our idea as well in mind as well, just to keep Arjun guessing with the black pieces. He can triple on the E line. He can also still swing the rook onto the 4th row and then pile up. Because remember, the black king is unsafe. It is lacking protection. And now this is why when you're in trouble with the king, if you're feeling uncertain, it's always a good idea to start trading off the heavy pieces, the rooks and queens. And no thanks, says Nihal. I want to win. And what is Arjun going to do in response?
Yeah, the rook on e3 was getting attacked by the queen on c5 and the black rook on e8. So he's doubling up on the D line. Maybe he's going to play d6 at some point, opening up his bishop on the diagonal. Then his rook has the d5 square. We can still swing our rook over with rook a4 and go somewhere. Arjun puts pressure on the d pawn with knight f6. I think the knight wants to be on d6 to block that pawn, because eventually White's going to play d6 with an advantage. And maybe Black's going to activate his knight further by playing knight e4, blocking the bishop and attacking the pawn on f2. Yeah. So very complicated position. I think in a slow game, both sides would be thinking several minutes per move about where to put their pieces. We don't have that luxury in a 10-minute game. You got to play by the seat of your pants. Here comes d6. Is that a strong passed pawn, or is that a weak isolated pawn that's going to get captured? We're going to find out in a few moves.
Exactly. Now it doesn't have the bishop to protect it. We'll find out whether it's weak. But for Arjun, one natural move, because White is threatening to capture the pawn with the bishop, is to say, hey, you've got a very strong advanced pawn. I want the same, and you can start advancing there on the left. So I'm kind of advocating for moving the B pawn up 2 squares, and okay, Arjun does it.
Hey, we should get down there and play, and the players here can do the commentary, and they can root for us.
That would be something to see. But the big question now is this is getting tense, because how far will that D pawn go? And if Arjun gets coordinated and to start advancing those pawns on the left, he's going to have a massive pawn majority. So I'm thinking for Arjun, he just wants to follow on through with the B pawn, get the A pawn involved, and this is why Nihal says, no, I will stop it in its track and I will use the A pawn as a target. And this is actually really, really smart, because the queen is going to line up perhaps to the corner of the board and start eyeballing 2 pawns.
It's funny, like both sides have their trumps, and they're being blockaded by their opponent. The D pawn is blocked by black's pieces. The C pawn on C3 is blocked by the C2 pawn. I'm not sure how either side can go forward. The A pawn is under attack. The queen on C5 is defending it. So everything is sort of touch and go. Again, this is a slow game. I think the moves would come very slowly every few minutes. We don't have that luxury, so they just have to guess what to do. B4 makes a lot of sense, protecting the C3 pawn. Maybe later on, when Arjun thinks about doing it, he can play B3, sacking a pawn, and try to get his C3 pawn to promote. And both sides have very strong advanced pawns. This is anybody's game. As we like to say, all three results are possible, so both players should be happy right now.
Well, I do think that Arjun's last move was a bit of a must. He needed to protect that pawn because this was the move that was threatened, driving that queen out. And for Nihal, he just has to find a way to start improving. The queen is going to move. The rook can post up to its dream line. And I gotta say, you still can't ignore the fact that the white king is a little bit vulnerable. So the white queen is actually needed there in the center to stop the rook infiltrating onto the second row.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if black is going to try to do something on the back rank, try to get in on E1 square, or if black is going to use pressure on F2 with something like knight E4 or knight G4. H3 gives white lift. It stops knight G4. Knight G4 not only threatened the F2 pawn, it threatened knight E5, forking the rooks. Black advanced the queenside pawns. White advanced the rook to the 7th rank, trying to play something like D7 soon. Boy, I'm actually glad I'm commentating and we're not playing, because I wouldn't know what to do in this position. I'd be really worried with both sides. Both sides have their trumps. I think black wants to trade queens and then get at that C pawn on C2. Queen E2's coming, queen E1 check. The D pawn is pretty well blockaded. If the pawn goes to D7 and the queens are traded, Black can play king F8, king E7, and defend over there without worrying about getting his king in trouble. So, wow, this is really exciting. Whose pawns are going to be stronger? That D pawn or the black queenside phalanx of pawns that's coming up the board?
Yeah, and the thing is, though, for black, the plan is pretty straightforward. You just want to go forward, trade the queens, then start advancing the queenside pawns, those pawns on the left, because 3 beats 1. Whereas for white has to find a way to break through and just use the fact that the white pawn in the middle is so far advanced. And Nihal just thinking, how can he break through? It's not an easy task by any means. The bishop is a beautiful bishop, but it's not in the game. Maybe he can step up, attack the rook, ask those questions, maybe even come to the middle of the board, can try to somehow centralize, start attacking. And as the position becomes incredibly tense, incredibly complicated, Nihal just thinking. And you can see the evaluation bar, that graphic there at the bottom, telling us that this has been a relatively balanced game.
Yeah, the players are playing at a super high level, considering all the pressure they're under. Once again, you suggested one of the best moves, the bishop coming into the center, putting pressure on the F7 pawn, also giving white another nice lift square. The king can go to G2, getting off the back rank. This lets white use the F3 square, put more pressure on the F line with something like queen F3 or rook F3. So very dangerous position for both sides. The F pawn's hanging, the D pawn's hanging. Bishop F7 check is a huge threat. Is black going to trade queens with queen E1 check? Is black going to defend on F7 with rook F8? Or is black going to defend and blockade with rook D7? Decided to trade queens. And the question is that the right choice? King likes to be on the G2 square. The pass pawn on D7 is still poisoned, on D6, I should say, because of bishop F7 check and rook takes D6. So it's sort of defended by hook or by crook. They traded. Here come the pawns. Both sides are going to try to promote to a queen. As I said about 5 minutes ago, black can play king F8, king E7 in case white plays D7. So that D pawn's not as strong as we think. And black's A pawn is looking pretty tough. This looks like a tough position for both sides.
It is a tough position, definitely, because remember, Nihal playing white is in a must-win situation. And there are ways, again, as you mentioned, you can mobilize the D-pawn, but the black king is going to do an assist and everything is going to be blockaded, whereas the black queenside pawns, those pawns on the left, they are going to get motoring. And the thing is, if you try to provoke some weaknesses on the right side of the board, try to line up the rooks on the beautiful 7th row, you might not get more than a draw. And Nihal needs to win.
Yeah, it looks like the best white can do, and white just made a move the engine really hates, attacking the F7 pawn, but I can take on D6 and then play rook G6. And now black has a lot of play on the queen side. The engine says black's completely winning. Nihal couldn't go into a drawn ending. He's in a must-win situation. So he had to play sort of crazy, but the engine hates it. And the time situation, not looking good for Nihal yet. We haven't talked about it a lot, but Argent has a 2-minute time advantage. And so his position got good. The D pawn is gone. Black still has all the queenside pawns. White's attack looks pretty risky and suspicious to me. Doesn't look like white has enough force to put pressure on black's king enough. And black can play something like B3 here and just keep pushing the pawns.
Exactly. And the more I think about it, this is something you mentioned about 20 moves ago. As soon as the black pawn appeared on the C3 square, you go B3, you just go C2 and off you go. And that's exactly what he's doing. It is those pawns on the left. Watch them go. They're going to fly up the board and become new queens. And yes, the rook got attacked, but the rook stayed guarding its pawn. And the problem is Nihal is not going to break through. He's under a minute and it looks like history is going to repeat.
Yeah, he has to play H6, and then after it takes, he has to put his rook on D7 and try to back rank mate. But rook E8's a pretty safe move. White's running out of pawns. Remember, black has draw odds, so white has to give checkmate here. White can't bail out and trade all the pawns off and get some drawn rook and pawn ending because he doesn't have enough time to win it.
No, he doesn't have enough time to win it, and he needs to win it. That's exactly what Nihal needs to do. And Arjun doesn't actually have to win the game. He can be satisfied with a draw, even though the evaluation bar tells us it's completely winning.
Yeah, I like B2, because after you take on G7, rook E8, I was just going to say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I like that variation. That seems like it's over.
It is
and that's it.
over as we see Arjun Erigaisi. He wins again.
Wow, what a game.
What a game there between these two players. And it's Arjun who walks it through to the next stage with a 2-0 victory over Nihal Sarin. He goes over to his soon-to-be teammate at the Olympics and gives out his hand. But for Nihal, well, he's going to have to fight it out in the lower brackets.
Boy, my pick just didn't do well. Advantage Yovi. Picking the winner 2-0 wasn't really an even kind of match. It seemed like at some point, Arjun just took over those games, had the big time advantage, had the advantage on the board, calculated correctly, and eventually black's pawns on the queen side had their say. It was an amazing game. Both sides tried as hard as they could. Nihal just couldn't get it done. Arjun with the brilliant defense of rook E8. And now we're going to have to see what the analysis is in the studio. Off to you guys.
Scrolling is cringe. Chess is fun. Get all the dopamine of looking at your screen and none of the guilt when you're improving your mind with chess. Want to improve at your own pace? Take a few seconds to complete a puzzle and learn something new. Don't be cringe. Play chess. There's something for everyone at chess.com. Learn, play, and have fun.
Arjun representing Gen.G gets the job done 2-0 over Nihal Sarin. A good match overall, honestly. Even though it ends 2-0, I felt like it was a battle all the way through, and Sarin was putting up a tremendous fight. History repeats itself. Arjun had the head-to-head matchup locked in, traditionally beating Nihal Sarin, and in this case, he will do it once again. So Gen.G, they've got to be absolutely ecstatic. Welcome back into the Allianz Vaults. I'm Taylor Reflections, Noble, Mike Klein, and Nemo. Nemo, it was a great match overall. Even going back to game one, it came down to time. Sarin just simply didn't have enough of it, unfortunately.
Unfortunately is true. I mean, losing 2-0 is never how you want to start your day. But at the very least, he does have another chance. So, you have to lose 2 matches in order to go home. We'll just have to hope he doesn't lose a second one.
Yeah, it was actually double deja vu because in the morning round, or the earlier round, I should say, was 2-0 with White winning the first game, Black needing to win and not being able to do so. And of course, it was 2-0 last year when Erigaisi beat Nihal by the exact same score. So Gen G was GG today and got the job done.
Get down to the time scramble in game 1. You can tell Sarin is in a bit of trouble. Game 2, much the same. What was up with Sarin? I mean, obviously he makes great moves. He's a very talented player when it comes to blitz speed chess in general. But in this case, though, time just got away from him in both games.
I think aside from the time, he was also struggling a little bit in the end game. I mean, in game 1, he did have that playing against pair bishops. That's really tough. And going into that sort of knight versus bishop endgame where you have so many pawn islands, you're bound to lose some pawns, unfortunately. And he had that a6, b7, c6 pawn all on the light squares. And, his opponent had a light square bishop.
And for our audience at home who doesn't know about the power of bishops, if I can bring back an esports reference, it's kind of like when you and your partner in Contra both had the S weapon. I mean, those bullets are flying all over the screen. And Nihal's used to being ahead on the clock. He was down to basically resorting to pre-moving. And when you're worse and you're having to pre-move, that's not a good combination. We should also mention that Arjun, I've interviewed him a million times. He's always so calm. He never got his heart rate above 60, even during the critical moments. I think the French will call that imperturbable.
I can't repeat.
Imperturbable.
Good job saying whatever that was. I would say, Mike, though, 59, I think at one point was like the highest, which is just phenomenal. Nemo, I don't even know if my heart rate gets that low when I'm sleeping. So the fact that it hits that low when he's up on the stage is just sensational. But Arjun clearly did a great job controlling the pace and controlling the board. What was about Arjun this match that put him in so much control? Why was he so talented in this overall match?
I mean, overall, Arjun is just talented, I have to say. He has had great records all throughout. He's played in last EWC. I think overall, sometimes you just start your day off well, and we'll see where he goes from here.
And unlike the earlier match of the day, he was not under duress in game 2. He understood that the imbalance created for knight versus bishop was in his favor because he got the open h-file to attack on. So it was actually Nihal. It takes much more time in chess to defend than to attack. It was actually Nihal having to worry about getting checkmated on the h-file. And so, like I said, unlike game 1, there was just no chance for Nihal to even make a comeback. And you saw 97.5% accuracy by Arjun in game 2. That is remarkable in a 10-minute game.
And by the way, we do have EWC Play Tournament Pick'ems. You actually did vote on it. I believe Arjun had like a 64% favorite to win that. So shout out to everyone who put in their predictions. Keep it going because we've got those predictions happening all tournament long. Let's take a look at our bracket and how it's ended up unfolding. Group A has been absolutely exciting. We're about to hop into Group B in just a little bit, though. But we've got to recap the quarterfinals that has already unfolded. I believe all of them are going to be done, if I'm not mistaken, pushing us into the semifinals, qualification matches up on the top. So, Nemo, as we take a look, any big surprises, or is everything going as planned?
I think everything is going as planned. I mean, Nordebek did also have that 2-0 at the start with 2 beautiful tactics that unfortunately his opponent just missed. It always sucks to come out of the opening and make a mistake. I don't know if it was prep, I don't know if it was nerves, whatever it was, Nordebek did look very convincing finding that d takes c5 earlier. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda versus Nordebek.
That's right. And also Alezra Fruja going against Wei Yi up at the top. Fruja, a very talented player, obviously much hyped up coming into. We knew Wei Yi yesterday. He qualified one of the top 2. He's a very talented player. Has been flawless so far. Taking an early loss. We'll see if he can snap back.
Yeah, actually, Wei Yi was too nice in game 1. I know we're watching stream A, but I was taking a peek at stream B. He was way up on the clock, like a minute to 20 seconds or something, and he actually ended up losing on time. It was remarkable that he wasn't able to flag Alireza.
We were in the back there being like, wait, just move. You have to just move. Because he had probably 1 minute 30 to what was 15 seconds left on Alireza's clock, and he just, I think maybe had a moment of, okay, do I go for just drawing this game? Because he was losing earlier in the game, right? So once you got him out of that, you're still in a bit of a, oh, do I need to defend this? Do I need to solidify again? But no, he was already in a equal on the engine. Obviously it's very different from playing off the board.
Well, I think they're in game 2. Let's go ahead and take a little peek at stream B. Alireza Fruja going against Wei Yi currently. Time about 4 minutes to 3 minutes, still relatively even. As you take a peek at the board, though, can Wei Yi force an Armageddon?
Well, we got 4 Armageddons yesterday. I'm hoping for 1 today at least, but so far it doesn't look that great. Looks like Ali Reza has just challenged him in the center. That bishop on a7 and the knight are teaming up really, really well on f2. The knight on h4 looks a little bit offsides. Nima, what's your take here?
I mean, my take here is that black does have that center, and he has the bishop on a7, which can pose some trouble. Obviously, the rook on b7 right now can't just take the bishop because it's of the pin, with the queen being on b1. So, white can't get rid of that bishop, which could potentially lead to some issues, especially when time gets low. However, Ali Reza has proven he is the god of just being able to go low on time, and
that's why Magnus wants to face him later in the event.
Yes.
That's right. Speaking of which, Magnus will be coming up in just a little bit. Hikaru takes the stage in just a moment's time. However, we need to catch up with our winner, Arjun, who played phenomenally in his previous match. John Sargent had a chance to sit down with him. Let's hear what he had to say.
Hey, Arjun. Congratulations on winning your first match, 2-0 as well. Very convincing. At the same time, having to play a friend first, a little bit frustrating, but obviously excellent for your tournament.
Yeah, sure. Okay, by this point, we got used to playing against each other. Like, a lot of Indians are at the top, so we do face each other pretty often. But yeah, it's a bit frustrating that even the last year we had to face each other in the very first round. But yeah, I'm happy I managed to go through.
And how did you feel the games went? Are you very well set up for your future matches? Are you in good shape this morning?
Yeah, I feel confident. I think I showed pretty decent quality. I don't think there was any obvious misses as such, and this quality was, I think, quite good for this format.
We were looking at your heart rate while you were playing your matches, and I don't think it ever went above something like 58. What do we have to do to get your heart rate up? Do we need a sponsored skydive or something?
Well, I'm not sure. Yeah, I know that in general my heart rate is quite low, but today I wasn't sure because I was feeling very cold. So because of that I was shivering a little bit. So I thought it might be a bit high today, but okay.
Well, maybe we'll see you next year at the Paris Marathon. Instead, we'll have to wait and see. But thank you very much, Arjun, and best of luck in your matches.
Thank you.
Well, it's time to hop over towards Group B. Hikaru Nakamura taking on Alexei Sorana. Going to be a great matchup for the first time over on Group B. They take the stage. Hikaru, my goodness, when I think esports, right, thinking about chess, Hikaru is the one that comes to the top of my mind, especially with all the streaming that he does. A wonderful competitor. But regardless, the streams aside, when it comes to chess, he is an absolute serious competitor. 3rd last year and representing one of the top organizations in our club championship race, Team Falcons.
I mean, Hikaru's legacy is absolutely unmatched. He's still elite in every single format. Hikaru is currently 2792, world rank number 3 in classical, and his FIDE Blitz is at 2838. So this is going to be intense. This is going to be crazy.
Yeah, he's got a lot of fans out there because of the streams that he does. And in fact, the last couple times I've interviewed him in a tournament, even the candidates which qualifies for the World Championship, I'm like, are you really going to stream? And he's like, I wouldn't play this event if I wasn't able to stream later on. They are in symbiosis with each other, so I can guarantee whatever wrap-up we do of his games today, he'll do an even more in-depth one on his personal channel later tonight.
I love that. Levy even was breaking down the 24-minute video, breaking down yesterday's competition. The chess coverage has been phenomenal overall as a whole. Hopefully you guys are liking EWC. But Hikaru is just one person to the puzzle we're about to witness, right? And it's going to be solved, but is it going to be solved by Alexei Sorana? He takes the stage right opposite of him, takes 2 to tango after on a fight. And Alexei is a wonderful competitor for sure. He's going to be representing Fnatic in this moment, but him and Hikaru do have history, and Sorana has proved that he can capitalize on the mistakes that Hikaru makes.
There is a match that Hikaru has played against Sorana back in 2022 where Sorana did come out on top. However, their head-to-head is unfortunately very much in Hikaru's favor. So this is not going to be Sorana's favorite matchup, but Sorana is extremely dangerous in the opening. So I think a lot of it's going to depend actually on maybe who goes white, who gets the initiative first.
Yeah, Sorana, he's an old man at 26 in this competition. I know he looks 19, but 2023 European champion. And The question for me is, what kind of form is Hikaru in? Because as Magnus mentioned earlier today, Hikaru is not in his best form this year. Didn't have his best Speed Chess Championship finals, lost both matches. His candidates was mid, as the kids say, and he didn't play that well in the Uzbekistan-USA match a few weeks ago. I was down in Miami to watch that, so will he recover? We'll see.
Mike, I like the spiciness. We're getting spicy out here. Chad, who do you think is going to take it? It's going to be a great matchup. It's Group B for the first time on stream today. Hikaru going against Serana, an epic battle that is going to be going down right now.
Thank you, Tyler, Mike, and Nemo. We can't wait to get started. Hikaru Nakamura enters the action here in Paris at the Esports World Cup. One of the favorites, of course. Last year came third place. He's up against Alexei Serana, who can beat anyone on his day. Serana the Piranha, we sometimes call him. A dangerous opponent, but Hikaru has to start as the favorite.
What a match this is going to be to lift off a Group B matchups right there. Now, these are two players who are built for the digital arena. You know, you've got the streaming king, Hikaru Nakamura, the Falcons sending him out. And then we've got the Fanatics bringing in Alexei Serana, an online specialist in his own right. And I think David Howell opening will be absolutely key. The one place where Alexei can catch Hikaru are the early moves before Hikaru finds his rhythm.
Definitely, and already both players showing their strategy here. Hikaru starting this match with white, opens with the king's pawn, plays an open Sicilian, very ambitious stuff. Serana standing his ground, plays his favorite Sicilian Najdorf, his trademark, something he's been known to do for years and years now. So Hikaru looking off to the side there, must have come prepared for this game.
And I want everyone to be prepared for what is about to happen on that central D5 square in these openings. If Serana is able to break out with that D pawn moving one step forward, or if Hikaru is able to maximize control on that central square, it's that side that gets the advantage. The play revolves all around a D5 break.
Exactly, and Hikaru is the first to stop. Starts frowning. Maybe he's thinking, oh, I didn't look at this one this morning. I didn't study this before the game. But looks like a healthy move. Tension between the light squared bishops. Tanya, what do you think? Should white capture that bishop, drop back? How is he going to fight for that square you mentioned?
And that's exactly what makes me feel that capturing that might not be the optimal move here for Hikaru, because then you're just relinquishing control on that very important D5 spot. I'm expecting Hikaru to be okay with the trade, but on his terms. Fall back with that bishop. If there's a trade, you open up the A line.
Exactly. Hikaru wants to do things on his terms. The fact that he's looking off to the side means he's trying to recall something. And just to show what we've been talking about, it's all about one square right now. Let's look at this square for the next 5 moves, 10 moves, maybe even beyond that. The D5 outpost. White now has to make a big decision about the bishops. Tension between them. Tanya, myself, we both advocate either leaving the bishop as it is, the queen does defend it after all, or maybe dropping back. And as Tanya mentions, black doesn't want to trade off on Hikaru's terms here. The white rook would open up along the A file, and still the problem persists for black of this square. The one thing not to do is to trade off bishops for Hikaru Nakamura. A capture here, black has full control over the center.
This is going to be a fantastic middle game fight already, and Najdorf guarantees that. Hikaru the first to think, touching the 8-minute mark now, and I will say the clock economy in this matchup will be key for these players. They have got incredible online pedigree, both of them. They've got insane mouse skills. So I think that early advantage on the clock, it seems that Alexei is better off in the opening battle.
Exactly, Alexei Serana. I think it's home territory, right? He's played the Najdorf so many times, and often when you get your opening in, as long as you survive the first few moves, you tend to understand the middle game plans, the squares, the strategies, just inherently understand them, and you can play moves quickly, just out of pure muscle memory. For Hikaru, clearly a bit slow at these opening stages, because maybe slightly less familiar with this structure. Hikaru, still plenty of time, of course, but earlier, Tanya, we saw Arjun Erigaisi heart rate under 60 most of the game. Look at Hikaru, over 140 already this early in the game.
Wow, it goes any higher. We might have to call the paramedics right now. 144. That, it just goes on to show how much there is on the line, the nerves. And let's point out, these players are just getting started, just warming up into the EWC. They were not in action yesterday, and first game nerves. And now we see the bishop did retreat. We see more expansion by Alexei on the queen side. Development followed by Hikaru Nakamura, again controlling that D5 square. You give Hikaru the chance, he's going to give up the bishop for the knight. Plant a piece on that central post and say, I'm dictating terms here.
Exactly, the square we showed, the d5 square that we highlighted earlier, it's all revolving around that right now. Bishops, knights, whatever. You want to trade any black piece that can control that square. The one you want to leave for black is the dark squared bishop. Black's dark squared bishop is a bad piece. I think Alexei Serrano at some point will try and trade that off. Hikaru will want to leave that on the board and hope to establish a strong knight versus a bad bishop.
The last move by Hikaru Nakamura, it feels like the Falcon has found its target. D5 is where you want, forcing the black knight to retreat, getting rid of that bad bishop you highlighted, David, and I'm just wondering if Hikaru will decline that exchange. You want black to be stuck with that piece.
Exactly. Great move, we should mention, from Alexei Serrano. He played it relatively quickly. He realizes that knights are better than bishops in this blocked central pawn structure. So Alexei here, knowing the strategies, Hikaru definitely should avoid this bishop trade. The dark squared bishops coming off the board would be a huge gain for black.
I'm going to mention a not so fun line in this moment. Imagine a scenario, a world where I think the servers will shut down if it was to happen. Hikaru falling back with the bishop, Alexei coming forward with the knight, and Hikaru doing a yo-yo dance, and we might see an early repetition. What are the chances of that?
Oh, luckily after Hikaru's move, it looks like he's up for the fight. The bishops could all come off the board now, but just to show Tanya's point, if the white bishop had avoided this exchange, dropped back, the black knight could have come back where it wanted to stand earlier, and we could have seen a dance between these minor pieces, a repetition and a draw. But Hikaru's last move, planting a beautiful bishop in the center, means that this bishop at least should not be captured due to the white knight landing, attacking the queen, attacking the bishop. Huge advantage, Hikaru Nakamura. This has not happened yet, but big decision now for Serrano, how to deal with this pressure.
And there's also a pin on that c6 knight that we just see there with the rook being x-rayed on that home rank. It's a good idea for Serrano to think about trading off the other bishop. Does he do it now? Very important to make these decisions as quickly as possible. Time will be a massive factor in this matchup.
That is for sure. It has already affected players in the earlier games we saw today. The clock is such an important weapon. The 33rd piece, as we sometimes call it, 32 pieces on the board, but the clock is all important, especially in this time format. Serrano, what to do? No easy moves. That's why he's burning the clock now.
And he's definitely seen the capture. What's going on in Alexei's head is what happens after that. After the white knight jumps forward on the board, how does he continue? Let's point out one of the weaknesses that black is stuck with for the rest of the game is the backward d-pawn. It's something you always need to watch out for. And this is what Serrano had prepared, just lining up with the queen and the bishop there, defending the e6 square.
Exactly, defending everything. It looks a bit passive for black right now. At least visually, a really attractive position for Hikaru Nakamura. But if there's no breakthrough, if there's nothing next, then black can start organizing his pieces here, start controlling things a bit more. The black rook can be improved. The black knight that sat on the 8th rank, that can also jump back. Hikaru suddenly feels like he's at a bit of a dead end here.
Oh, and whatever he was calculating, he wasn't so happy with that. We saw that on his face just yet. One of the ideas that could come into mind is to grab that bishop, plant your queen on the g4 square if you're Hikaru Nakamura, look at an attacking, and look at Alexei. It looks like he's calculated his way past all those complications right now. One of the defining factors in Hikaru's play when it comes to speed chess is, David, this guy knows exactly when to calculate and when to go on automatic mode. And I think this is a critical moment for him.
Exactly. Anyone who's watched Hikaru Nakamura streams knows that he can play on autopilot a lot of the time, just on his great feel, his deep understanding of the game. Very strategic now in his later years. Hikaru likes these slower, calmer positions. But yeah, we've all seen him pause, calculate deeply, and a big mistake. First mistake of the game by Serrano.
Every pawn move has its own set of consequences, leaving some key squares behind. There could be potential tactics, and Hikaru, he spots it. He's not sure, he's looking at it, and David, it has to be around that c4 square, but he misses that opportunity, takes the knight instead. I think a queen jump was a big opportunity there.
We have to show it. There was a big mistake. Alexei Serrano got away with one here after he'd advanced the pawn, attacking the white knight. Hikaru needed to realize he could counterattack, bringing his queen forward, hitting the black knight, and once the dust settles, for example, if the knight is captured, boom, it's another piece that lands. Knight takes bishop on e6, and this would have been a deadly royal fork, a double attack, winning material. Missed by Hikaru Nakamura. If we go back to the live position after some exchanges, it looks like the position now leveled out. Serrano dodging a bullet.
And I will say one thing, leveling out, and Alexei might be on the right side of that equality. Now that the d5 square, the fight for it is gone, you always want a piece to occupy that. But Hikaru has a pawn there, losing attack on that d6 pawn right behind it. Nothing to play for white here. You will see Alexei advance on the king side, on that right flank. Pawns coming forward, knight going ahead. And it just feels black might have the easier play now.
Definitely. And that's how it always works, right? Often there's a momentum shift in every game, and it's due to missed opportunities. One player might take a risk. It's a bit of a bluff, but the opponent, if they do not call that bluff, do not see the refutation of a move, the momentum turns, everything could spiral. Hikaru is making some of those Hikaru faces that we know so well, shaking his head, not too happy. The clock ticking, heart rate's equal now, but it's definitely Serrano in the ascendancy.
David, there's a whole book on Hikaru reaction, Hikaru faces, and I think that was face number 257 right there.
Exactly. Out of 1,000 faces. The 1,000 faces of Hikaru Nakamura. This is 971. The knight is now kicked back. There will be a trade of pawns most likely on that queen side, but Tanya, you're advocating to push, keep going for black.
And that's what we were talking about. Now that the d5 square is out of control here, it is Alexei Serrano who's got a free hand on that right flank, and he keeps pushing. He keeps pushing and forcing Hikaru's knight back on the board. He'll take a decision on the queen side, on the left flank now, maybe creating more potential weaknesses on the C line.
Exactly. I love it. Just pushing pawns. The white knight not well placed right now. And as long as you can resolve the queenside tension on that left flank, the black knight, if that ever lands on any good square, huge advantage for Serrano. For now, the black knight is poorly placed. Does take a few moves to find a better circuit, but Serrano, he does have a bit of time. No immediate threats. I'm loving black's position.
I couldn't agree more with you, David, right there. And he, instead of capturing that pawn, he consolidates it, a different approach, but also a good one. But this does allow Hikaru to start pushing his own queenside pawns forward, get that c4 pawn in. And I have no doubt that Alexei will make sure that that's where it stops. You're not getting that pawn anywhere ahead in the game.
Now, Hikaru suddenly looking a bit more interested, as if he's suddenly spotted a mistake. Serrano's last move maybe not the most accurate. Back in the balance, the evaluation bar says 0.0 equal, but it's far from drawish, this position. Chances for both sides. Pawn structure guarantees some imbalances long term, and Hikaru wants the queens off.
And one can fully understand it. One of the ideas that I spotted for Serrano that white needs to always watch out for is the f-pawn ramming down the board, hitting the knight, hitting the queen, where it was. But Hikaru's saying, I'm not giving you any attacking possibilities. Get those queens off the board. The endgame means Hikaru's rook on that left corner is active right where it's at. It's got a clear target down the file.
Exactly, and trading queens would allow white to establish a passed pawn. The white pawn on b5, surprisingly strong. Can't really be stopped, can be protected, and that would be a huge psychological gain. Hikaru, we mentioned it earlier, he's become very strategic, loves his endgames nowadays. Serrano, I think, might have missed or underestimated this last move.
And we see the clock slavering out, and this is another one of many Hikaru's skills, just his practical decision-making, realizing that the f-pawn was coming for him. This is his moment to offer the queen trade on his terms, getting that pass pawn, getting that open A line, and forcing Serrano to go into that. He's going to capture, he's going to push that c-pawn, defend everything that exists in the center.
Oh, and this is such an interesting position right now. Black has a beautiful pawn chain in the center on the right flank. White with the pawns on the left, however. Knights now, it's going to be much about those knights dancing. The black knight needs 3 or 4 moves to improve. The white knight also terrible in a pawn sacrifice. Hikaru Nakamura trying to break that black structure in order to get his knight into better squares a bit later.
Huge squares would have been left behind had Serrano taken the bait right there. Instead, he improves his own knight, bringing it towards the center of the board. Looking for greener pastures himself is Serrano right now. But this does give Hikaru the opportunity to create not 1, but 3 passers on the left side.
All connected, all marching forward. White pawns are going to look extremely dangerous. Hikaru shocked by this last move, but he has slowed down. A bit of a shake of the head. Maybe not as clear as he wanted it. The white pawns look strong, but could become targets for the black rooks. And let's just show what could happen. Tanya, you mentioned 3 connected passed pawns. If there is a capture, white could step forward, and this is a really deadly trio.
It's deadly, but black will have his own trump. For Serrano, he's looking at those central pawns moving forward. Knight jumps potentially. This is a wild endgame, David Howell. It's a game for all 3 results.
Exactly. I mean, whose pawns are stronger? It's anyone's guess. It looks like a coin toss. It's going to become a pawn race. Black will try to slow things down, target the base of the pawn chain. Hikaru's trying to weigh up the pros and cons of going into this variation right now, but he has to speed up. Down to 2 minutes 40, Hikaru Nakamura is starting to get dramatic, and anything could happen.
However, whatever does happen, I think this will be the decision that we look back on, which I think will be the moment I'll decide the outcome right here. This is that critical moment for Hikaru Nakamura. Does he go into those wild waters right there where it'll become a race between the pawns, or does he keep things more consolidated? He takes the battle head on. It's the D pawn that moves ahead. It needs to be stopped, David. You can't allow it on the 7th rank.
Exactly. The Black Knight could step back. Knights are the best blockaders in chess. That's just a fact. They can stare over pawns because of the way they jump while doing a great job of blockading. And the White Knight goes back. Hikaru still needs a few moves. Evaluation bar now says advantage Black. The White pawn does look like a bit of a Lone Ranger.
And not just the eval bar, I think Hikaru feels it as well. There was a big shake of his head right after he retreated the knight. He's looking at his pawns coming under fire right now. I don't see a good way to actually defend that. You move either of the rooks, you're leaving behind other weaknesses. The Black Knight beautifully controls the dark squares, stopping the advance of any pawns on the right flank, on the left flank even, and Hikaru just continues to shake his head. He's very unhappy with the outcome.
Exactly. Hikaru's not comfortable. He's under 2 minutes, shaking his head. He was talking to himself a few moments ago. He's not streaming, but he's still trying to motivate himself to find the best moves. The problem is now, look at the Black Knight. Super strong, blockading multiple pawns. The Black King is going to come and gobble up a pawn, potentially. Both kings entering the center very shortly, but Serrana's advantage growing by the move.
Ooh, and he hates it. He just realizes he can't defend that pawn anymore, which has come under fire. Hikaru's about to go down a pawn. Alexei Serrana, the bar keeps going down and down. He's expressionless. He's just played this flawlessly so far. Does he get the win in the bag?
It looks like Serrana, it's his now to lose. It's so close. He's a pawn up. White's 2 pawns on that queen side are totally blocked. Hikaru looked almost tempted to resign. He's trying to trade off rooks, looking close to hopeless, but if he can show Hikaru his speed, his innate ability to trick the opponent, the best defender in the world, we say, then he's still in this, but it's looking like an uphill struggle.
He just shifts gears and goes into God mode when it comes to resilience right now, but where is he finding the trick? Now another pawn under fire, checks in the air, nobody stopping Black's pawns from moving ahead. We see the king tripling down there. Hikaru, he's looking for a checkmate idea, David. That's a big trap on the board.
Don't take that pawn. Do not get tempted. That pawn is poisoned. The White Knight landing in the center on e4 would be a checkmate. Serrana, he has started to feel the Hikaru heat. He knows there's a trap for the first time in this game. Hikaru, he's trying to hustle his opponent. He's trying to swindle him and get back in.
This is what Hikaru Nakamura does best. Just the moment that you think that everything is over. It's busted. It's not over when you're facing Hikaru Nakamura till the last move is played. You take that pawn, David Howell. There's a mate in one, a game over. Boom, knight jumps. The king is trapped.
The king is trapped. The king is dead. The Black King has trapped itself. But of course, Serrana will not blunder into something like that. He shifts his rook, but this will continue. White now hitting the black pawn. And yeah, the game has continued. Serrana's sacrificed the exchange. Still better. But will the pawns beat the rook?
Still better, but unnecessary is what has happened here. You've got 2 pawns and a knight now. Still 2 pawns and a knight on the board. The math adds up. It's 5 points apiece right now, but those central pawns, David, they're so incredibly powerful and strong.
Yeah, really instructive. Nice technique from Serrana. Entering with the king first. The Black King will support the pawns. I'm surprised he retreated. The Black King's so strong. The knight needs to join the action.
And it does, just as you say it. It's going to give a few checks. The pawns start moving forward. Serrana still in driver's seat, but Hikaru, has he got this back into fighting territory?
Looks like he's holding. The white rook has the range. It's a long-range piece. It can come from behind. Check. Hikaru there, I think, suddenly looking at his clock, realizing he's down at a minute. But for now, it's just impossible for Black's pawns to advance. If the white rook can give itself up for the 3 black pawns, it's a draw. The knight is not enough to win the game.
And the clock will be a massive decisive factor there. Hikaru, it's Houdini Nakamura right now. The way he's surviving this one, the pawns have started moving ahead. He's going to start chasing the knight, giving a few checks.
Oh, Serrana's lost control. I think he just banked a bit too much on the pawns. And look at this. Hikaru is chasing down those pawns. You've got to be a bit careful. They're still running. Hikaru, the clock is not his friend. Knight jumps, knight forks are so tricky in these types of positions, but the king is doing a great defensive job right now.
We're in bullet territory right now as the players reach the 1 minute mark. Hikaru's got to show all those speed skills that he's known for right now. Serrana keeping everything defended. Checks threatened. The king goes back. The pawn's about to move forward.
Oh, great move, great accuracy from Hikaru. The White King is still within touching distance of the pawns, can still defend, and the White Rook is so close to giving itself up for those two black pawns now. King versus Knight is a draw for now. Oh, the King holding the fort. The Black Knight pinned, forcing the Black King back.
This is starting to look terrifying for Hikaru Nakamura with the two pawns on that third rank, 2 squares away from queening, but Hikaru keeps checking, giving no time to breathe.
Great technique from Hikaru, pinning the Knight, giving the checks. The Black King doesn't have anywhere really to hide. If it marches the whole way back towards the White Rook, then it cannot participate in the march of the pawns. We're seeing the position repeat itself. Second time we've seen these positions. The King's going back towards the Rook though. Hikaru, he can sacrifice the Rook for the pawn. He doesn't. He keeps hitting the Knight. The checks continue.
Oh, it's hyperspeed for the Falcon right now. 23 seconds on the clock, and this game is far from over. Lots of twists and turns lie ahead. One check could be decisive in this moment. He steps the King to the left. Alexi trying to find its way forward.
And now Hikaru marching the H-pawn. Hikaru, the H-bomb himself, as he used to call it, used to be called, marching Harry the H-pawn. But now the Black King's so close. This is a race. This could still go anyway. 9 seconds for Serrana. The White pawn's through. The White pawn.
Last match, but it looks like they're going to survive on their compound as well, as RRQ go down to them. Too much damage for them to bear, and Ragnarok back to his feet. The res comes on in. Tianba in the meantime getting torn apart by AGAL. There is an answer a little bit, but the nades over the top just slowed things down. And they only have Milu left standing, and it needs another. Let's go for another 1v4. Why not?
Great nade from Maple, honestly. Very well done here. Sometimes it can be a little bit difficult to post these nades over inside of sandbags because there's a lot of terrain that stops you from fully committing those nades inwards. Maybe getting a little bit over aggressive here, forgetting that Castle is in play. Nade over the top, tries to finish out QZZ, does go far enough. Well done. Really good hold here from AGAL, leaving, like you say, Milu, the 1v4 master, alive at the end here.
For Tianba, another fairly low scoring game potentially on the cards here with only the single elim found. We said before it's probably still fairly safe for them right now, but they do need to pick up a couple points here and there, Blank. Yeah, it is unfortunate in this spot. Losing 3 of their players like that is not how you want to start. Dopeness on the south side against Nongshim Red Force. Nongshim Red Force playing with only 2 players in action, and Dopeness similarly losing 1 of their players as well, as they left Kenji in the shadow of Alula. We saw him dropping down earlier on.
Kike holding. Next circle. He's closing now. Now we have a lot of Everest over towards that western side. The arena's trying to bank as much information as possible at the moment. Store that away in filing cabinets. Pull out the secret files for later, where these teams will be playing, how they want to approach an endgame. They have been very quiet so far, very spy-like.
Wolf now being descended upon. The duo that moved out there earlier, able to do a little bit there, but Scarface does get flushed. Aaron's not too long to follow. A victim of the MG3 on the northern side, and Ulf will go down, so not what they were looking for here to keep themselves in the running. They'll need something bigger in the next few, and very, very quickly. As we turn our attention towards the teams now left in the circle. Geek, they've been holding their nerve. They're up to 5 elims on this match now, Blank. They're doing well on the south side. They've rebuffed pushes there. They have the buildings to play around. Goat team on 6 elims as well, looking to come off the back of a strong rondo in towards Erangel with some force.
Well, they have force with them, so don't worry. He is on the team. We're good to go. But they're going to have to move it towards that northeast side. I think it's a slightly interesting push they'll have to make, and if they want to wrap down towards the south here and play in slow, definitely doable. Alpha 7, they pulled off from that northern portion of the compound and fully situated themselves down towards south here. Understanding the teams are likely wrapped through fields, were in the compound down towards the southwest, which they are right, and that is Goat team. So they're fully focusing a lot of their attention over towards Everest and their southwest. This is a good approach to the game from them. Geeky doing something very similar, looking to hold out the teams that are on the southern edge. You've just got Milu remaining down there.
Alpha 7's position gets so much stronger when E-Arena leave the top of Everest. For GOAT Team, that is good news for the time being, but as soon as E-Arena move, their rooftops become so dangerous against GOAT Team. They're going to have to have a real think about how they want to go for this one. And I feel like E-Arena is starting to peel off those angles.
Yeah, start to look over towards Alula again. They have had that information for quite some time now. Noxian Red Force, Hyunbin opens up over towards Killer Joe. That's a backstab coming through here, and will slow the guys from GOAT down.
Someone needs to win in this match. It's such a quick match, best of two, and this could be the decisive one. Minority attack is what Serrana's going for, pushing his pawns on that left flank. We talk about the structure. It's called the Carlsbad structure, and this is a typical plan. Hikaru trying to erode things on that left flank. The Black Rook now on an open file, and at least according to the evaluation bar, the advantage has switched to Black's hands. Maybe Serrana, that indecision, moving his Rook one way, back towards another, just costing a bit too much time.
And for Serrana, the plan has to be, you give him one move, he's going to push that B pawn up the board, trying to create some weaknesses on that left flank. I think Hikaru uses this moment to stop that idea forever, perhaps pushing his own pawn 2 steps ahead, making sure that the queen side, the left flank, remains blocked. Ooh, he's going the other way.
Whoa, Hikaru Nakamura playing it like his younger days when he was an attacking firebrand. He has his eyes set on the White King. The Black Knights are gravitating towards that side. The Black Queen looking ominous. Suddenly, Serrana having to defend. That's very rare in this type of opening for Black to whip up such an initiative this early in the game. Hikaru smells blood.
It's 2 moves away, the blood that you're talking about. The Black Knight jumping 1 step ahead, and then all kinds of sacrifices next to the White King is what's been set up. And the thing is, subjectively here, even if the computer defends this position, for a human with a heartbeat, this starts feeling incredibly scary. The Knight's about to come to the square you're highlighting. Bishop takes pawn next, and Serrana, he just completely ignores it. He's going for his plan on the left flank.
Yeah, and if we do a quick count here, Black has 1 attacking piece, the 2 knights with the queen, the bishop as well. That's 4 attacking pieces against the lone White King. This would spell the end simply for Serrana. So he needs to do something quick to dispel this attack before it really begins. Hikaru's 1 move away from creating some devastating threats.
Huge pressure on Alexi right now. I think going for his idea on the queen side will be absolutely disastrous. You know, you look at Alexi, he's leaned back right now. He's trying to think how to counter it. He needs to get more pieces towards his king. Get them closer. Get a knight towards your king. Try to get the queen over. But does he have enough time to figure that out, David? Under 7 minutes.
Just to show, the White Knight should really retreat to defend its king back to its starting square, back to the G1 square. Very difficult. Knight retreat moves, the hardest to spot in chess. That's the best for Serrana. Will he find it?
When it comes with another idea, not only are you defending that H3 tender spot, but you want to push Black's queen away. You want to say, Hikaru's queen, please go back. Knight F3 to come up next. But will he be able to spot it? Not an easy find right now. And if he doesn't, Alexi Serrana will be in huge trouble. And I'll tell you one thing about Hikaru. He will finish that off, but guess what? Alexi defending this perfectly.
We often say long think, wrong think. That was quite a hefty think for Serrana. Cost him almost 2 minutes on his clock, but he found the best move. A good time investment, therefore. And the Black Queen retreating before it got hit. And Hikaru, at least he won't be landing a checkmate yet, having to switch to a new plan.
Alexi Serrana in this game, activating Fanatic mode there. Fast is what he needs to be. Precise is what he is with that last move, forcing Hikaru to retreat, well, voluntarily right now. And maybe this is the moment you shift your focus back to your plan now that your king isn't getting checkmated. I'm looking at the left flank.
Exactly. Suddenly attention switches over and a question mark appears. The first mistake of this game, at least. And that might be because, there we go, Black bypasses the pawn that just marched forward, breaking open White's center. White's knight that we talked about, a great defensive piece, suddenly not participating in the battle, really. And there are tactics, tricks on the board.
And we had to show that because it looks like you might have just blundered a pawn. But Hikaru doesn't blunder anything. There were checks that would have picked up the knight had White gone for that central pawn. Instead, we see a trade on the board, David, which has pinned that White knight for now.
Exactly. Knight takes pawn was a poisoned pawn. Double attacks. They are the most common tactic in chess. This would have been a check, and the knight would simply have fallen off next move. Maybe you could have postponed that a little longer, but disaster for white. And if we show what has happened, this has forced Serrana to allow this pin. Another mistake here. The knight coming forward, and black can double down, create a pin, bring a rook across. This is huge pressure now. Hikaru Nakamura in the driver's seat.
You pin it, you win it. Once you start defending that knight, you could move the queen. And of course, Hikaru is precise as ever. He finds that move. Now you simply slide the queen over, make sure that it's your rook that's extracting down that c-file right now. A very comfortable position for black to play this out. Beautiful knight, beautiful queen. Look at the two rooks on the open line for Hikaru Nakamura. David, Alexei needs a miracle to survive this one.
Yeah, this is a huge opportunity for Hikaru, but it's not a long-term advantage. It's very much short-term about the current activity. If you give white a few more moves, if the white queen can jump out the way of that horrible tension on the c-file, then suddenly Serrana's back in it. So Hikaru does still need to maintain the momentum, the energy.
You say double down, I say triple down on that pin. There's another rook on that A line. He could swoop that all the way up to the third file and start asking some big questions to the white knight. What Alexei is relying on is to bring up his own rook to try to defend that knight in case rook to A3 was to happen.
It should happen. It probably will happen. Hikaru just double-checking his calculations. It's time to infiltrate. Time to enter the white ranks. There we go. The move you suggested, Tanya, on the board. So many loose pieces for white. Exclamation mark, showing it is the best move there. And suddenly, I think that move of the white rook coming up, blocking, has to be played.
Only move in the position to not lose material here. If you're Serrana, you need to play that, and you need to play it now. Don't burn the clock. There's nothing else that you can do. Think later. Although Serrana looks very uncomfortable with what's just happened.
He found the best moves, and Hikaru continuing. There we go. Talking of energy, boom! He blows open the center. That was an isolated pawn. He's trading off his weakness. Now suddenly the black knights are going to be able to pour forward, jump into some fantastic squares. Hikaru also smells that the white king is vulnerable to checks on the diagonal. Everything is working out in black's favor right now. Still nothing tangible. He needs to turn this into a material advantage. That's his plan over the next few moves.
He's already turned it into a clock advantage, and big questions lie ahead for Serrana still to answer. You know, with most pieces for white on the left flank offside from defending that king, Hikaru Nakamura is about to turn his attention to the right side of the board.
Yeah, full board awareness is a key skill for any chess player. Hikaru has that in abundance, and yeah, it's definitely about that white king. For now, though, Serrana weighing up whether to trade off the black pawn in the center. That looks the most natural, maybe the most advisable. He could also remove the white knight, step it back, and the white rook would be able to attack the black queen. A lot of choice, but Hikaru doesn't have Serrana here, sorry, doesn't have a lot of time.
It's tough one with so many tactics. You know, you look at Hikaru, he's kind of smelling what's going on in this position in all directions. His eyes are darting right, left, looking for those tactics. Not easy to handle for Alexei Serrana, and the more he loses that time, those precious seconds on the clock, the more difficult this is going to get over the next 5 moves.
Yeah, we see at the bottom of our screens there a graph of the game momentum. It's heading in black's favor. We see it dip and head to a black advantage. Everything being traded off there in the center. The black queen now can deliver a check. The black queen can actually grab a pawn as well. White's pawn on f2, undefended. Can Hikaru Nakamura get greedy, take that material advantage we said he was angling for? It looks like white has zero compensation there.
The only reason Hikaru's taken a pause is because potentially that allows white to centralize his own queen into the game at the right moment, giving Serrana some counterplay to hope for. That is why Hikaru hasn't rushed with that decision. It's probably the one he needs to make. It's control over the center versus getting greedy with that pawn. Which one will Hikaru go for?
Oh, look at his eyes darting around the board, trying to calculate. He's looking into the future. Bit of a shake of the head. He's not 100% sure yet, but he has a lot of time. There we go. Staring up now. I think he's going to grab the pawn. Hikaru loves to take pawns these days, and if he can hang on, that is a decent advantage to take into the endgame.
Lots of calculation needed right now. Queen takes pawn, the most attractive option. But what Hikaru is looking at is what happens after the rook is captured on c8. The white queen lands on that central d5 square with ideas of his own, David. d8, a big check to handle. And will this give Serrana hope to survive?
This is definitely what's about to happen. Hikaru looking into the future. Maybe here he's realizing that he can, for example, bring his knight forward with some ideas. He can retreat his queen. He can step his queen back in different directions. Lots of choices, but great foresight there, Tanya. This has all happened on the board, and suddenly it's Black having to deal with a threat, but at least he's got something to cling on to, a pawn up, Hikaru Nakamura.
And if he's able to navigate his way through this labyrinth of complications or these labyrinth of threats that we have, actually one big one that I see, Hikaru is a clear pawn up with a very healthy pawn formation as well. So it's just about not falling for tricks and traps for Hikaru Nakamura now. One big check to handle.
Exactly, one big check, and the best way to avoid tricks, traps, is normally to get the queens off the board. If the queens ever do get traded, Black is simply going to win the endgame. It's a mathematical equation, extra pawn, but Hikaru knows that White's queen is a hard one to track down and trade off.
David, you're up material. We're taught that you need to trade pieces. And I love that idea of yours. Bring that knight towards the White King. Knight to f4. If it's captured, you take it back with a check. That feels like a very human way to handle problems for Hikaru right now.
Yeah, that looks like the most logical right now. Just simplify things. Hikaru maybe trying to see if he can keep that knight on the board. Maybe he sees it as an attacking weapon. He doesn't want to simplify it too quickly, but ultimately that does look like the best move. Hikaru, though, still thinking, what's he going to do? Is he able to maintain his extra pawn? Is he able to maintain his clock advantage? The next few moves are going to be so critical for the result.
Hikaru getting locked in the position. He knows this should be close to a winning advantage, but it still needs finishing touches. And this is when it starts getting incredibly tricky for the players, as he also falls below the 4-minute mark now. And as long as that queen remains centralized, anything can happen. Alexei Sarana looking for those big tricks.
Alexei Sarana, he has, at least with his last move, played maybe the first active jump of the game. That White Queen is the MVP. Hikaru plays the move we predicted. Knights are about to leave the board. White can give a check first with the Queen, but you have to mind the White King, checkmating ideas in the air. So the Knights will be eliminated. It's just going to be Queens, Bishops. If the Queens come off, Black should win. How can Hikaru try and make that happen?
Well, if he wants to force an Armageddon, right now is how you do it. You give checks and go back and forth with your queen, but I don't think Hikaru wants that. He's up a pawn. He's navigated those checks that White was threatening, and look at that. He wants his bishop on the longest diagonal. The knights are off the board. The second piece assists the queen for an attack.
Great move, Hikaru Nakamura, multi-purpose, not only planting his bishop on the longest diagonal, a fantastic square to be on, but also long-term. The white pawn on the b5 square is a fix now on a light square. It's a target for the black bishop, and that's just great strategy. If the queens, again, come off, black's pawn's on better squares, white's pawn a target. Question mark given to the last move, but looks very natural. I don't think it's a real mistake, Tanya.
I'm thinking about Sarana's defensive resources here, and my question that comes to mind is that, you know, you put your bishop next to the king. You defend your kingside pawns if you're Alexei Sarana playing with the white pieces. I think he's trying to achieve something similar. And then you say, I'm keeping the queens on the board. How are you making progress in this position?
That's the question. Hikaru has to answer. He goes back, he repeats the position. Alexei could just retreat the white king. That's the second time we'll have seen that position. But Hikaru will not repeat a third time. He will not take the draw. He's just trying to buy time, trying to force his opponent to think. And Sarana does need to speed up, offering the bishop trade now. Slightly surprising, but queen endgames also do have a bit of a drawish tendency if white can start delivering some checks.
Very creative, the way Sarana marched up with his king, and then to make sure that the pawns remain intact, actually goes on further with his king to recapture, centralizes the queen. It's not possible for Hikaru to trade them off just yet. The B pawn will be incredibly strong for Alexei. Instead, some checks coming in, and Alexei Sarana has decided to play the game with his king in the center.
King of the hill, we sometimes call it. The white king, not quite checkmated. The black pawn on the f7 square is pinned, cannot move. And the black queen, therefore, steps back, giving a check. White's king retreats. This is still very possible, flagging territory for both players.
I just want to point out, Sarana's queen is a beautiful, beautiful piece at the center of the board. It just defends every single pawn, creates possibility of going on a counterattack with a check on the home rank, picking up some of the black pawns as well. And as long as that queen stays there, it's not going to be easy for Hikaru to make progress. It's 3 versus 2 on the right. You start pushing those pawns, you're exposing your king if you're Hikaru.
Exactly. A good tip for everyone at home. Queen's in the center of the board. The last move given a question mark for Hikaru Nakamura. Maybe more difficult to coordinate the advance of the black pawns now. And how do you bypass that beautiful warrior queen in the center? Here we see Hikaru trying to move his king as far up the board as possible. Still a long, long way ahead. It feels like this queen endgame could go on another 100 moves easily.
So much easier to be Hikaru Nakamura right now. And look at that. He does put his king on a square and starts pushing those pawns. And for Alexi, he needs to find those checks, those inroads towards the black king. But for now, Hikaru's king looking incredibly safe.
And incredibly strong. It's feeling adventurous. It wants to continue its journey. The Black King is coming. It's going to ride forward. And as long as it can evade checks from behind, it should be able to march into the white position. White's 2 pawns, slightly vulnerable, slightly lonely. And queen exchange offered. Okay, Hikaru there, trying to get the king of pawn endgame. Alexei Serrano says no, that would have been disastrous. Black would have simply been a pawn up, about to make a second queen. But it does feel like he's getting ready now, Hikaru, to make his winning attempts, his final moves.
You can absolutely never trade off queens in this position unless you're able to create a passer of your own. If you're Alexei Serrano and Hikaru, of course, his king marches towards the pawns on the right side. You look at Hikaru, it almost feels like he's calculated his way to checkmate.
It does feel that way. Evaluation bar says still drawing chances for white, but in practical terms, this is endless suffering. Serrano is now down to 1 minute. He has to find all the most accurate checks for at least the next 50 moves. If he makes it that far, it's going to be difficult. Look at the Black King sliding across, going to try and combine with the Black Queen for those queen trades. It's looking so difficult to navigate now for Serrano, who grabs a pawn, and it might be a fatal pawn to grab.
Oh, he's about to lose a pawn of his own right now with this check. But Hikaru's king in the center, it does give Serrano some hope in the position. It's not going to be easy to hide from all the checks that are about to start.
Yeah, where to hide? Which way do you go? You kind of want to go towards the Black Queen to use the Black Queen as a shield, but that would drop some pawns potentially.
I'm also going to point out, you put your queen to the center of the board. You know, you can also pick up the pawn on the left side, but there are some diagonal checks, and Hikaru isn't happy with his decision to trade those 2 pawns right now. I think Serrano might just be back in this one, David.
The time advantage has really disappeared as well. The White King stepping forward. The Black Queen gives a check. The Black Pawn is the one that needs to start moving, motoring forward at some point. But he's trying to deliver checks to centralize his queen. Something we talked about earlier, Hikaru Nakamura. There we go. The Black Queen now beautifully centralized. Will be easier to use that piece as a blockade, as a bodyguard for the Black King as he starts advancing his path pawn.
And it's so hard to be Alexei Serrano because he needs to find the precise checks in the position. The path to holding this is incredibly narrow for white.
Already only move territory. He needs to give a check. There's only 1 good check to give to the queen. No time for Serrano, though. He needs to speed up.
25 seconds on the clock. No increment, no bonus time, and that's how mistakes happen. He finds, but it's the wrong square. He gives a check, the Black King completely safe, and now it's all about that one lone passer on the left side. Watch it go forward.
Oh, what a beautiful hiding spot Hikaru's found for the Black King. The Black King is hiding behind enemy lines, using the enemy pawns as shields, and here we go, the pawns are disappearing. Hikaru with so much time, no queen trade allowed, 2-pawn advantage. Black is so close to victory, no more checks, and the pawn pushes.
And it's under 10 seconds for Alexei Serrano. 2 pawns down. This, you do not survive. And just like that, he did set up a little trick at the end, but Hikaru just too quick and just too fast and just too strong for that. It is Hikaru Nakamura. It is Team Falcons who takes the win.
Beautiful from both players there. Trick from Serrano, but no stalemate. Hikaru saying, no, no, no. I shut the door on that one. Hikaru too strong, too classy in the endgame. Handshake between the players. Ultimately, it was so close. Could have gone either way. Serrano, though, missing those chances in the first game, costing him the match.
Yeah, what a statement win, not needing the Armageddon right here. He survives a tough game 1 and then wraps it up, shuts it down in game 2. But you look at him and you can feel it, the relief that he has. It wasn't easy at all.
It was not easy. Hikaru is one of the most experienced players in this field, one of the oldest players in this field. I think the start of this tournament was going to be so key for him. Getting the match victory in this Queen endgame was the perfect platform to set him up for the rest of the event. In the meantime, we're going to send it over to the studio to break down their thoughts on this match.
An exhilarating match between two titans. Hikaru manages to get the win and manages, after a sensational game number 1, to all of a sudden come back. I saw you Twitch chat. You guys were losing your minds, and so was I in the green room. A lot to talk about, a lot to break down. Hikaru moves forward. He hasn't qualified for playoff yet, but he's one step closer to doing so. For Serana, sweating the entire time as the pressure was on at an uptime, or at least at an all-time high, I would have to say. Welcome again to the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, Mike Klein, Nemo. This series, for me personally, got me really excited to watch chess, man. Hikaru is putting on an absolute masterclass, getting themselves out of situations that I don't think a lot of, maybe 90% of players on this stage would have been able to do.
For sure. I mean, Hikaru is known as one of the best defenders of all time. He is extremely resourceful. Tried to trick Serana with that cute little checkmate in the very first game, you know? Serana obviously not falling for it, but even in that end game, in the first game, the eval bar was slightly misleading. It's hard to win knight 2 pawns against a rook.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I know the audience said that Hikaru was but a 20-1 favorite. I thought that was a little high. Shaky effort today. He was a little bit lucky to survive that first game. Now, what was surprising is that when they got to queen versus queen, he had 10 seconds to 6 and he took the draw. There was no way he was taking a draw in the second queen endgame. Of course, he had the extra pawn and he was better. He proved to be a faster player as well. So very shaky start, but he got the job done.
He did indeed. Game 1, though, still was a masterclass. Was so impressed. And, you know, even though it ends in a draw, that's still a massive win for Hikaru, who honestly probably would have lost that if he was anybody else. You kind of broke down a little bit about how he was able to turn the tides, but seriously, getting that draw, do you think sensationally, do you think Hikaru in that moment, I mean, how hard was it, you think, for him personally to get that draw? Because from my perspective, it almost looked like he was in an impossible spot at one point.
It did, but, you know, endgames are always really tough, and when you're getting so low on time, really anything can happen. The rook is a stronger piece at the end of the day against a knight. Obviously, Serana having those pass pawns makes it really dangerous, but Hikaru is so resourceful.
Our viewers saw, sorry to cut you off, his demonstrative facial expressions. It's a well-known joke in the chess community that you should not be allowed to watch Nakamura's face because he gives away so much information. And when he popped up in his chair in game 1, he knew he was under extreme duress. What I really liked, too, was in the last game, the second game, Nakamura's played so much online chess, he knew that one last stalemate trap that Serana was going to throw at him, and he gave him a little Dikembe Mutombo
at the end there.
What I also really loved is Serana just being like smiling, you know? He definitely was trying to do that stalemate trick. It didn't go through.
Yeah.
Understandable, but he knows he still has a chance and walked off the stage.
Yeah, I was noticing during all the talk and everything that Mike just mentioned, they'd have mics, and I was like, just pull the mic down. Let's just listen in a little bit. We do player listen-ins all the time in esports. We got some comments here. Time pressure makes the game more exciting. Absolutely. And Nemo, you were really big on that for the format, right? 10 minutes, the pressure is on.
10 minutes changes everything. I mean, when you don't have increment, you're really there playing some of these end games that are, objectively speaking, a draw, but you're trying to flag your opponent, right? Which we saw in the very first game. You know, first it was Serana potentially trying to flag, and then it was Hikaru potentially trying to flag. And Hikaru didn't seem overly happy based on his facial expressions, as Mike has mentioned. He telegraphs everything.
Yeah. Well, one of the things too, like even in the Allianz Vault for various games that we've done, sometimes players are winning and you really can't tell by looking at them because they look like they're in pain the entire time.
Or they're Arjun in their expression.
Right.
Yeah. Now, in the second game, it's well known that queen end games are the hardest to analyze in chess because of the checks. And both players had 40 seconds left. If you play with increment, then Serana is well within his rights to drain his clock. But he drained his clock about 20 seconds, half of his time, and then did not find the right move. Long think, as we said.
Yeah, queen h6, potentially.
It's the only check.
It's the only check.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. We are always told to look for checks, captures, and threats. That's something you learn very early on in your chess career. So I'm really curious what he was thinking there.
Not clear, but maybe he saw that Nakamura was going to hide behind the white pawns. Very clever idea. In chess, you can't capture your own pawns. Taylor, you know that.
I definitely
you can actually use the enemy pawns in a better way than your own pawns since they're non-capturable.
That's right. Well, Hikaru, what a masterclass that was. He moves forward, and the fun thing is he's on the top of the bracket when it comes to Group B. But who's on the bottom when it comes to Group B? Magnus Carlsen, and he's going to be taking the stage in just a moment's time. And that's going to be a fun one, going against Yesepenko, who's been absolutely on fire. We take a look at our tournament bracket for Group B, and we've got a couple more matches still to go. And of course, for Karu Nakamura, he does take the win. He pushes forward, but Denis Lazovic at the bottom, or move ahead. That's going to be his opponent coming up next.
Going to be really exciting. And by the way, if you're anywhere near the Allianz Vault, you might want to get here now, because the only seats that I see for Magnus are obstructed view. So these are the ones that are always remaining when your favorite concert exists. You're going to have to sit behind a post. Actually, most of the seats are good seats, but they are filling up fast. We got a full house today.
That's right. Yeah, fans have been coming by even to me when I step off stage. Hey, where's Magnus playing? Where can I find him at? Well, you're going to find him right here in the Allianz Vault. Hikaru, though, played a tremendous match, ended up winning, and we need some insight from him, and John Sargent got all the details.
Hikaru, congratulations on winning your first match. Game number 1 looked a little bit shaky at times. Talk me through the match overall.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to play something slow, just get into the match and get warmed up for the event. And then I made a couple of very bad decisions in the middle game, and I had a position which probably was okay, but it went downhill very quickly. And then at a certain point, I just told myself move quickly. And I was able to create this one trick with this G4 move to where it was a little imbalance. And I suspect Alexei didn't need to sack his rook. There probably was a better way to win. But he sacked the rook, and it was still very tricky. And I suspect that I was probably losing still, but I sensed that he was nervous. He started moving very quickly, even though he didn't need to. And I was very lucky to save the draw. So yeah, it was a good save, I guess you could say. But I would also say that it's very similar to last year, because in the first match I played Yavokir Sindarov, and in the first game I was completely lost, and he got low on time and messed up. So it's a bit of deja vu as well.
And you mentioned both players made some mistakes in the opening match. From your point of view, do you see that as a good thing, that you're getting it out of the way and you're getting more warmed up and you have the momentum moving forward, or do you see it as a warning sign?
Well, I mean, I think what I would say is I'm lucky I was playing the opponent I was playing. I mean, no disrespect to Alexei. He's a very strong player, but I think against most of the players in the field, I would have been punished and lost that game. So I was kind of lucky in that sense. But the second game, I played quite well, I thought. I didn't do anything too crazy, kept it very controlled. So I think it was just a wake-up call that I need to be more serious.
Fair enough. Thank you very much, Hikaru, and best of luck in the bracket.
Thank you.
Thank you, John, for the interview. Got to say, big fan of it. It's starting to get spicy. Mike, you were spicy earlier. Now Hikaru says it's my turn.
Yeah, we perked up when we saw that. He wasn't trying to throw shade, but he's also not wrong. He played that way against Ali Reza or Magnus, and you're not going to be able to save it. But kudos to him. There's an art to when you're losing what to do, and he did create enough complications. So he did it upon himself to give himself the chance to make a comeback. But yeah, this isn't something you can get away with in the opening round, not later in the event.
Yeah, that's it, man. But he says it's got to be more serious. So maybe he was just waking up himself. Of course, as he moves forward, we'll see what his next matchup is going to be. Only 2 move forward from Group B, 2 from Group A. Is Hikaru going to be one of them? Will Magnus be the other from Group B? Well, we still have to find that out. Now, EWC is an incredible product, but it wouldn't be the product it is without our founding partners.
Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir où m'emmène la vie. Chrome sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais fait une trop pas big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma page, je pense pas j'arrive. Je coupe la line, laisse la qui laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. De pas de tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés. Vite encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi.
All right, next matchup about to be underway. We're going to go to the bottom side of Group B. Magnus Carlsen going against Yesepenko, who has been on fire on our stage, even just yesterday during the play-ins, qualifying through DreamHack. But first, we got to talk about the one who holds the crown. Magnus Carlsen comes in looking to go back-to-back. He takes the stage. One of the best chess players in my generation, maybe even generation prior. This guy, absolutely unbeatable. And there's a great quote from him. He says, "I can only lose, while everyone else has everything to win."
Magnus Carlsen is indeed also a defending champion of EWC on top of all of his other titles. 5-time world champion, multiple-time World Rapid and Blitz as well. Everyone else here is, trying to win EWC. Magnus has done this before, and I think it's going to be crazy.
Yeah, and Taylor, I don't even think you have to hedge. One of the best players of your lifetime, you can just say the best player of all time. I think the preponderance of evidence is that way. In fact, that's what I went with. He has already made one mistake. He lost his credentials trying to get into the food hall the other day. and I told the security guard, best player of all time. I wasn't going to hedge. I got him in. He got his food. But yeah, he's actually gotten a couple of slow starts recently. His Peach Chess Championship finals against Denis Lozvik, he dropped the first game. He doesn't want to get off to a slow start when you've only got a 2-game match day. And he values his rest a lot. This is a guy that used to never wake up before noon. So he definitely wants to win both and have a free day tomorrow.
13, he becomes a grandmaster, which is pretty spectacular given the fact that now at 35, he's been a grandmaster longer than some of our competitors have even been alive.
That is very scary to think about. But, on that subject, the biggest change since last EWC is also he's become a father.
That's right. And famously, most grandmasters don't actually teach their kids a lot of chess. They don't want them to adopt the same life. But in case he does, his kid's got 12 and a half years to
beat his record.
To break his record. Yeah.
Oh no!
There's no evidence that that's going to happen anytime soon. But he wakes up early now. He's a family man.
And you know what? Honestly, that's a great point you bring up, because sometimes having a kid, it really does change your mindset going into competitions, and it makes you fight even harder than before, right? Because you not necessarily need the money, I would say, from Magnus Carlsen, but you at least want to prove to your kid out there, like, man, I am still the best. I'm one of the best, and look what Dad can do.
Absolutely. Magnus has mentioned many times that he's always wanted to become a father, so huge congratulations to him as well as Ella. It's going to be really exciting to see what comes of his chess here at EWC. He didn't have the hottest FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Team Championships, where he did lose 4 games in a row.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
Well, we talked about this earlier, but I know he personally believes the future of chess is what's happening here in the vault, in front of a live audience, and maybe even fill up an arena one day. So the events and actually any career opportunities that he values the most, whether it's a photo shoot or a golf outing, the events that mean the most to him, he rises to the occasion. It's not to say he doesn't care about classical events anymore, but when he bothers to show up, he's going to take it very seriously, and you don't want to lose in front of your personal fans.
Yeah, actually, it was a great point you brought up about him maybe struggling a little bit here and there. I brought that up at the top of show, pre-show for Levy, right, aka Gotham Chess, and he was like, the reason why that is because when he loses, everybody wants to headlines. Everybody wants to say Magnus is starting to fall off. Now, I admit, I kind of fell for the trap, right? I read those headlines, and I was like, oh, Magnus coming into this isn't in true form, but this is his home. He controls it. He is the current champion. He might be the next champion back-to-back years. And for Falcons, right? Team Liquid, I apologize. They need another top 8 for the club championship points to be even eligible to earn the money. Team Liquid last year were incredible. This year, well, it's hard to find them, right? So this is a great opportunity for them to get some much-needed points. But opposite of him is going to be Esipenko, and he has been sensational on our stage. And coming into it, we understood, winning one of those top 2 spots yesterday, you knew you were going to play. Magnus Carlsen was one of them.
And as Gotham said earlier, Esipenko's battle-tested. He played 2 of the 4 Armageddons yesterday, so his life was on the line several times. Of course, not much of a reward when you have to play Magnus in the opening round. And luckily for him, he can lose to Magnus, and his competition does continue, but of course, he's out for the day. He'd have to play again tomorrow. It's double elimination. So there's no one more battle-tested. There's no one that played more chess yesterday than Esipenko.
Yeah, forged in the fire at this point, right, Nemo?
Absolutely. Esipenko did famously beat Magnus Carlsen back at Tata Steel Chess 2021 when he was only 18 years old. So, while he might not have any recent stellar wins against Magnus, he does have that.
Yeah, and a lot's happened in the last 5 years, of course. Magnus was already a mature player, and Esipenko was growing into his own. So presumably it will still be a very interesting battle, but a nice pull on the history there, Nemo.
Well, at least off the last 10 games, though, Magnus has won 6 of them. They've had 3 draws, and Esipenko has managed to get 1 of those 10 games. So point is, at least shows that he can, in fact, win if, the conditions are correct. Now, the good thing is about Esipenko, though, he's coming into this as probably the tremendous underdog, and everybody, especially in our voting, we might even pull it up in just a little bit, is most likely going to be heavily weighed over towards Magnus Carlsen. Hikaru managed to get 95%. Magnus might even be 96%. But the thing about that is, when it comes to chess, when it comes to esports, is now you have everything to gain. Esipenko's coming into this matchup thinking to himself, like, I have everything to gain in this moment. If I can beat Magnus, though, what a tremendous story that'll be.
Absolutely. I mean, I feel like Magnus Carlsen is sort of that golden standard that everybody's always trying to reach. And some players have beaten Magnus. Some people have beaten him in a match, but...
There's two ways to think about it, Taylor. When you sit down against Magnus, there is the whole, this is a free roll, right? Yes. I can only win. I don't think that's how they feel, though. They feel like, oh no, I'm playing a wall.
Well, even Levy said that, because Levy, of course, I watched a content piece. They played like speed chess. It was only a minute on the clock. Levy put up a great fight. I think even at the moment, like Magnus is quoted as saying, like, hey, don't think, just do, which is pretty incredible to say. And Levy said, look, the aura is there. When you sit across Magnus, it's a real aura, and you understand when you're coming into it, you probably are going to be the underdog. You might actually take the L, but you got to dig yourself up out of that. These are the best chess players in the world. They know what they're doing.
How can I say this without throwing shade to Levy? I think he'll agree. It is
it
is a free roll for Levy. I mean, it is. Plus, he gets content. But that's, he's not quite there. Levy, we hope your road to GM continues. But it would be a free roll for me or Nemo. It would be great if we could play Magnus, because we literally have zero expectation.
I want to say Magnus can literally win positions that are unthinkable for some other players, which is always really, really scary, because you might be in a position, you might be trying to be like, oh, I'll be safe here. But against Magnus, you're never safe.
So this is the thing that I've been learning about Magnus. A lot of times, in our at least competition with 10 minutes, it's not as formulaic as traditional, for example. But Magnus is definitely not traditional in any sense of the word. He can adjust very quickly, and some of the things he comes up with is just unheard of, maybe unsound. It's just not normal.
Yeah, he just likes to get to playable positions. Famously, especially in events like this, he will almost certainly not play anything theoretical. He will outplay you from an even position, from an unknown position, but it is not his goal to journey down roads that have been journeyed down before.
Okay, it's going to be a great match regardless. Winner moves forward. They'll be one match away from securing their spot into the playoffs. Will it be Magnus? Will it be Esipenko? Let's send it to the casters to find out.
Thank you, Taylor, Mike, Nemo. You know what they say. Everyone has a plan until Magnus Carlsen enters the arena. Team Liquid sends in their EWC defending champion. Magnus arrives with the aura and the championship key from last year. Team Virtus Pro brings in Esipenko, the key crusher from yesterday. And the big question, David Howell, is can Esipenko carry the momentum what we saw yesterday, or will Magnus shut down the servers?
That is the key dynamic here. Esipenko is fully warmed up, crushed multiple keys. He nearly didn't make it here, really living life on the edge, but he got so much match practice, match fitness now under his belt. Magnus comes in, we are so uncertain of his form. We have mentioned sometimes a slow starter. If you're going to play Magnus, the best time to play him is at the start of an event, the start of a day. It will begin any moment now, but can Esipenko upset the odds?
That's the big one for Magnus Carlsen, the greatest player of all time, starting with the white pieces. It is going to be the Queen Spawn opening, and perhaps we're going to see another Queen's Gambit decline, something we saw in the match between Hikaru Nakamura in our first match of Group B right there. And it is a very similar structure, except Magnus decides to Fianchetto his bishop.
That's right. This is the Catalan opening, a branch of the Queen's Gambit declined. We see a pawn captured, and it's clung onto, at least temporarily, by Andrei Esipenko. Still mainline theory. Magnus showing his respect, about to win the pawn back to Esipenko here. Magnus tends to only play this opening in World Championship matches or huge games. So Mike Klein was predicting maybe something offbeat. Magnus has actually surprised us all, surprised his opponent by going straight for the main line.
And it's something we saw in his 2021 World Championship match against Jan Nepomniachtchi from Magnus Carlsen. The Catalan was such a big opening right there. And we do see a very interesting approach by Esipenko with the black pieces. It looks like he's prepared a little surprise in the Catalan for the world number one.
That's right. This pawn sacrifice for black being a pawn up just a few moves ago, about to be a pawn down. This became very trendy a few years ago. It's known as a neutralizing attempt. Esipenko moving his bishop now into the center. Essentially, you kick the white queen around so many times. White has an isolated pawn on the left flank. White has several pieces still asleep, while black gains momentum, gains a bit of an initiative with the active pieces. Ultimately, you're not playing for more than a draw with black. unless White takes big risks.
A draw for Yasipenko in game one would be a fantastic result, a fantastic way to start the group stage. I'm going to point out the key idea for Yasipenko in this position. It is around getting rid of your own C weakness, and he does it instantly with a break at the center, forcing an eventual trade, which will leave Magnus with a weak, isolated pawn on the left flank.
Exactly, and the one thing that is for certain after this opening is that Yasipenko needs to know what he's doing. Otherwise, you're just a pawn down against the greatest player of all time, no real compensation. Here, for now at least, White's pieces are pretty passive. That White Queen, not on a happy square, has been forced back to the back rank. Magnus is essentially saying, the hard work is done, I've won a pawn, I just need to survive the next few moves. Can Andrei Yasipenko continue with the energetic play, continue maybe jumping his knight forward into the white half of the board, maybe get the black queen out the way, connect the rooks? Still great compensation, but you need to justify this long-term, not just over the next few moves.
And he does it coming in with a big threat, a fork in the air that you have to watch out with the knight jumping forward by Andrei Yasipenko right now. He's keeping the activity, he's keeping the momentum going in the position. You have to fight for that dynamic right now. Beautifully placed pieces. Compare every single piece that Yasipenko has to Magnus's counterpart, and you can see the compensation for yourself.
Exactly, especially those naughty knights for black getting ready to jump in. Magnus would love to trade off more pieces. That's how to convert the advantage long term. Just trade off the knights, all the bishops, everything. Just be left with an extra pawn. But a lot of hard work here for Magnus. He needs to ensure he doesn't allow those knights to jump with devastating threats.
The one thing the elite in chess have learned by playing against Magnus Carlsen is that if you want a good result against the world #1, you need to draw him into early complications. You need to make it a messy battle on the board. No chances when it's a positional strategic fight. So I think well done on Yasipenko finding those complex middle games.
Exactly. Often you want to keep the queens on as well, because Magnus is a god when it comes to end games. So while the queens remain on, Andrei Yasipenko maybe feeling pretty confident. Magnus gets the queen out of the way. Now the white rook can actually move. Not just that, but forks have been neutralized there. How to continue? Andrei Yasipenko, he's ahead on time here by almost a minute. If he can keep that up, somehow keep the pieces active, he should be fine. But Magnus, I think this is just Magnus 2.0, 3.0, whatever iteration it is of Magnus these days. With White, tries to play a little less risky. He knows that worst comes to worst, White should be able to give back the pawn with an equal position.
Yes, but with the white pieces, how much of an equal position you want? I think Magnus wants to push this out. He wants to grind out a win in the first one here, because David, the next game, it will be Andrei playing with the white pieces. And if he gets a chance, he's going to try to create more complicated battles on the board right now. Queen C1, and it is the longest thing we've seen by Yasipenko. Looks like he's out of that opening preparation. How do you get that rook next to the black king into the game is the next question for black.
Exactly. First, he centralizes his knight, maybe angling for the bishop pair. That would grant some compensation since the board is pretty open right now. He's trying to eliminate White's dart squared bishop. After that, it will be the priority to get the black rook into the game. White's rook entering the action is a very likely move in the near future for Magnus. Maybe he could develop a knight as well. Still a lot of options for both sides. That's why they're spending the time. And it feels like, Tanya, loads of early simplifications. The whole queen side, pretty much the whole left side of the board, just totally obliterated early, meaning that the players do have that luxury of time. This game is hurtling towards the latter stages, so they can afford to have those longer things.
And now a question for Yasipenko. If you trade either one of your knights for what Magnus has just played, you do allow a better pawn formation for the white pieces. But if not, is there even a good way to avoid that? And Yasipenko needs to take that decision quickly. You could be looking at ideas of capturing the knight, bringing the queen out to that left flank, coming in with momentum, with threats on that C3 square.
Yeah, it has to be a trade here. It has to be an exchange of some type of minor pieces. That is pretty much guaranteed. So you have to choose. Do you take White's bishop here? Do you take White's knight? Tanya, you're mentioning that there could be a trade of knights potentially. The black queen now arriving with gain of time, gain of tempo, because there would be a hit on White's extra pawn. Surprisingly hard to defend this. Maybe you have to move it forward. But here, the black knight could continue jumping, for example, with some threats, and black is still active. The option, if we go back to the live position, is to play maybe longer term rather than the short-term threats, to take the bishop off the board, to say, okay, knights can come off too, but when the dust settles, I'm going to bring my bishop to an active line, bishop's on the long diagonals, and okay, he goes for the first option, he's going active, Andrei Yasipenko. It's the queen that enters the fray.
You just can't give Magnus enough time to consolidate, bring his pieces out, down upon. So he's coming in with a threat, with an idea on every move, is Andrei Yesipenko. Battle-tested from yesterday, facing elimination in 4 matches, winning each one of them to make it to today. And he needs to use that momentum. You know, he's played under the pressure of elimination, under this stage. He's experienced it all. For Magnus, he's really fresh. Catch him before he finds his rhythm.
Exactly. Yesipenko, it would be easy to be exhausted after yesterday's action, really close to elimination. But on the bright side, he was able to survive what almost looked like hopeless situations. And if he can survive that, he'll believe maybe he can survive against Magnus too. The pawn does advance as we predicted. Pretty much the only way for Magnus to keep his material advantage. And now Yesipenko needs to decide, is it time to shuffle the rook towards the center? The black rook can finally enter the action, or does he continue searching for tactics, jumping in with his pieces?
I'll tell you the one thing Yesipenko needs to avoid. Magnus has set up the idea of putting his queen on that left corner square, offering a trade. Any endgame, we just know what a magician Magnus is in those. So avoid the queen trades. Do not give him that one move to offer it or to take full control of the A-line. Queen to A1 is what Magnus wants next.
Queen to A1, black will have no fun. That is for sure. Magnus will have an advantage. Extra pawn in the endgame. So maybe that window of opportunity is closing. Yesipenko not happy. We saw on the camera there, struggling to find a move. He knows that Queen to A1 is coming. Can he find any tactics to slow Magnus down? If he's a bit too passive over the next couple of moves, it could just be over. Magnus could just be trying to convert a very one-sided endgame.
Yeah, that's a double-edged sword right there, right? You go into these complications, but you need to be so incredibly precise against Magnus. You give him one opportunity and he's all over your back, giving you no space to breathe. The rook does come into the game, X-raying that C4 pawn that Magnus has. It requires calculation. Are you in time to still go for that queen trade? There are pieces hanging for those pawns hanging.
And there we go. Great spot, Tanya. The white queen does land in the corner. Normally not advisable, but here with a clear motif. It wants to eliminate the more active black queen. That trade would definitely suit Magnus right now. And suddenly, if the black queen wants to stay on the board, it has to retreat to a slightly awkward square. Magnus has got everything controlled. The black bishop, the light square bishop on the A8 square in the corner, also slightly vulnerable to some tactics. And just to show that, for example, after a queen trade, black can trade off some pawns in the center too, but no time to regain the pawn here. If you take it, then the black bishop drops off with a deadly check. Tanya, it does look like Magnus is going to keep the advantage, and now it's his favorite phase of the game, the endgame.
That's the scariest part. You know, most chess players enter an endgame thinking they've got everything under control, and then you see who's sitting opposite you right there, and you know the game has just started right now. Of course, not capturing any of those pawns. He does retreat with the knight, gets it forward right now. The bishop will move away. Magnus Carlsen still has that extra pawn. And because of that bishop on that top left corner for Yesipenko, C5, that is a poison pawn. You cannot pick that up if you're Andrei.
Yeah, that pawn, it could become a very strong pass pawn, could become a target and a weakness still. But Andrei Yesipenko, for now, is the bigger threat, is threatening to take off white's dark square bishop. Likely it will move. Andrei Yesipenko making a bit of a gesture there. Very expressive today, Yesipenko. Maybe more even so than yesterday, where he was on the brink of elimination. He knows against Magnus this is the worst possible scenario to be in. It's still not terminal. White has an advantage for sure. Black still with great drawing chances, but Yesipenko will need to be accurate for every single move till the end of the game now.
And that's the hardest thing to do, especially when you're facing the world number one. It almost feels like we're going to watch Magnus turn this endgame into liquid gold right now. He's up a pawn. Again, you can't capture that back just yet. Centralizes the bishop right now. So much activity is needed for Yesipenko's pieces. The first thing, create some breathing space for your own king, or get your bishop out of the way with the black pieces.
Yeah, the most natural move would be to potentially push a pawn, but the black bishop was vulnerable, a bit of a loose square, so he parks it nicely in the center. Still back rank issues for black, so Magnus should be able to secure, cement his extra pawn within the next few moves. Can he hold on to it? The advantage is likely to grow if Magnus can find the right way forward here, but clocks are level. Still not easy. It all depends on the next few moves. Tanya, it could be black equalizing totally, or white getting a decisive advantage in the next few moves.
It's always the latter that you're inclined towards when you see this guy on your screen, the Magnus touch in the end games. And right now, there are some plans that white has got. You could move your knight away if you're Magnus, offering more trades, or try to infiltrate with your rook towards that 7th rank. I still spot that A1 square, but Magnus has taken a decision right now instead to place that rook on C1.
Oh, and he's inviting some tactics. The evaluation bar dropped slightly. Can Black recapture that pawn now? Restore the material balance. There's going to be pins. There's going to be some awkward tension. Yesipenko probably wishes he had 30 minutes, not 3 minutes now on his clock. But Bishop takes pawn on c5. That is the acid test of Magnus's last move. Is it refuted? Who knows? But Yesipenko, if he doesn't play that, he's just going to be suffering long term.
That's the worst kind of position to be in chess, is to just have this inevitability hanging in front of you of suffering without any activity. If he doesn't see a refutation, and I believe that has to be around the pin along the C line once the dust settles, he will go for bishop takes pawn. He needs to do it. This might be his last chance to neutralize the material deficit in this endgame.
Oh, big call now for Andrei Yesipenko. I think he should risk it. I think just take that pawn and hope for the best. Ask Magnus to prove it. But he's burning his time. His heart rate has been rising a little bit over the last few moves. Does he go for it? Does he try and fight for equality? Or does he just keep the status quo?
You're looking at all these ideas. It starts looking pretty scary for Yesipenko to go for that line. You take that pawn. White has got tactics in the air at the end of that. You need to make sure you're not losing that black knight at the end of it all, pinned down against that rook. And David, maybe we can just quickly show that bishop takes pawn is what we're watching for Andrei Yesipenko. You take it, and maybe you just fall back with your bishop or your knight. And the idea is to hit with e4 eventually in this position, coming in with great firepower, and the balance is still there. But how easy is it to evaluate this as a human?
So difficult. The black rook is vulnerable, loose. You can never really move it. For example, if you try to get out of the way, your move, Tanya, boom, e4. And if the bishop were to capture, then again.
He goes for it.
Back rank checkmates. This is about to land on the board, this variation, at least in this direction. And Yesipenko has better moves than this, better paths, but he's really living life on the edge now. And Magnus, he's the one who has to prove things. Evaluation bar says it's still holdable for black, but it's going to be a narrow path.
With 2 minutes, 20 seconds, it's definitely harder to be Yesipenko right now. There are tactics coming up. Even though there are such few pieces left on the board, it's going to be a bit of a minefield. Although Magnus does pause. That usually happens when he spotted the defense for his opponent. I think we're going to see this being played out. Does he fall back with the bishop? Or is there another idea to get to that pin?
Oh, that's a great call. Falling back with the knight wouldn't actually grant an advantage, as there are some tactics at Black's disposal there. So Magnus might need to find that tricky move, difficult one. We can see that the top computer move is to fall back with White's bishop, but it's mysterious, it looks slow, it's counterintuitive to retreat a piece back to its starting square. Magnus might need to find that to cause any problems, otherwise it might just immediately be equal.
And my question is, Magnus voluntarily gave back that pawn. So what was it that he saw in this position that would keep his chances alive? Because suddenly he's taken a pause. He doesn't like what he had initially found.
Yeah, he wanted to retreat his knight, but he didn't realize after a trade of bishops, if the white knight had moved out the way, White's king could not have recaptured. There would have been a black knight jumping out the way, a discovered check, and actually things would have turned around. But Magnus does find the best move. Andrei Yesipenko now simply needs to give his black king some breathing space. Push a pawn, any pawn, or move the black king towards the center. You need to ensure there are no back rank checkmates in the near future.
And I'm going to tell you what Magnus's idea is. Get that knight out of the way and push that e-pawn forward, dislodging the bishop. Magnus needs one more move to come up with that deadly threat. He can't immediately do it because he'll have hanging pieces of his own right now. And look at that, Andrei Yesipenko stops that e-pawn moving ahead forever, but it comes with a big cost.
Comes with a big cost. It gives away a big square. Given a question mark this last move, and that's because White's knight now can jump into the center, into the e5 square, making use of the fact the black knight is pinned, cannot move. The black rook is still vulnerable. That would control things completely and possibly gain material in the next few moves. Magnus likely to find it, I'm going to say. Knight into e5, played.
He's such a beast, Magnus Carlsen is. He's just so good at spotting all these ideas in an endgame, never misses his opportunity. He comes forward, you can't take it. The rook is hanging, and if not, the e-pawn about to step up, tripling down on that pin. You pin it, you win it.
Winning a rook for knight now would just be a decisive advantage for Magnus Carlsen. How does black stop the threat of the white pawn moving forward? I don't think you do. The black rook does retreat, but still on a loose square, still undefended. Given a question mark, mistakes come in pairs, they say, and Andrei Yesipenko not able to find the accurate path. Deep time trouble now as well. 1 minute, Magnus working Magnus magic, defending his knight, creating squares for the white king to come forward, but he's just in full control. Black can barely move, totally frozen.
He's in flow state, is Magnus Carlsen right now. He's just played this flawlessly. He's made it look so easy from what appeared to be an equal in-control endgame for Yasipenko. Big tactics, and Yasipenko is about to go down in material right now. Is this the moment Magnus decides to lash out with the E-Pawn? Look at it. It's like he's playing with his prey. He's toying with it right now. He's saying, I'm going to wait with that E-Pawn. Not just yet. Suffer on.
Wow, that is the most sadistic move on the board. Just pushing a pawn. Magnus just continuing to push pawns. Now the white bishop has been unleashed. The black knight has been overpowered. Had to move out the way. It's an exchange gain here for Magnus. A rook for knight. He is totally winning now. Level number of pawns. Magnus was able to win material without giving a pawn as well in the process. The black knight has been cut off, can only jump back and get traded. Magnus now cruise control. He wins these positions in his sleep normally. Andrei Yasipenko needs a miracle.
And that is no ordinary exchange right there. It's not only the black knight that's been cut off for Yasipenko. That king is never seeing light of day, will be stuck on that back rank, and Magnus keeps gaining more and more space. There is a threat on that G pawn. How is Magnus planning to defend it?
Oh, a bit of a shake of the head. I think Magnus might have missed this last move. He has to give a different pawn to maintain his further advanced G pawn. Now he cuts off the retreat of that black knight. A bit stranded, black knight on the edge of the board. Knights on the rim are dim, as they say. Instead, Andrei Yasipenko has to give up a central pawn as his bishop was a bit loose. And now the knight about to drop off. Andrei Yasipenko resigns. Magnus strikes first blood.
No leaks in liquid today for Magnus Carlsen. What a flawless finish that was. Taking that pawn early on in the endgame, giving it back at the right moment, and then doing Magnus things as he usually does in that final phase of the game. And for Andrei Yasipenko, he has to win on demand. Game number 2 to take it to Armageddon.
Tanya, it is crazy how many times Magnus Carlsen wins those types of positions. It looks equal. It was a symmetrical pawn structure. Equal pieces, equal everything, but Magnus just with the power of one pin, putting pressure on that pin piece, winning material, guiding it home to victory. Never really looked in doubt, despite the fact that Andrei Yasipenko didn't make too many mistakes.
They usually say that in the first few rounds, Magnus Carlsen can be seen as a little bit shaky. I saw none of that shakiness coming in today against Yasipenko. Absolutely no mistakes, no errors by Magnus in that one. For Yasipenko, this is an uphill task. Getting that win in the next one, how does he do it, David?
Well, he has the white pieces, and we've talked about how Andrei Yasipenko has beaten Magnus historically. It's been a few years now, but his wins did come with white. So still some chances. He needs to channel the energy he brought yesterday, Yasipenko, when he won some Armageddons, where he won on demand several times. He can still do it, but he needs a strong start to this opening game, and he needs to avoid an endgame against Magnus.
That's some great advice, and I want to highlight one of those wins that Yasipenko had. It was in 2021 in Tata Steel. Yasipenko defeated Magnus in a classical match, becoming the first teenager to beat Magnus in classical during his World Championship reign. So he has done it before with the white pieces. Can he do it in the biggest EWC stage?
Yeah, it's all about the opening, it feels like. If Magnus equalizes, if Magnus is able to trade off loads of pieces, simplify things, it's going to be really difficult to trick him later on. Magnus, he himself said last year, winning the EWC was because he was always ahead on the clock. So Andrei as well needs to play quickly, confidently. And here we go. Game has begun. Andrei Yasipenko starts with pawn to d4. Which opening will we see?
There's the Queen's Pawn opening. Are we again going to see Yasipenko go for a Catalan, or will he stick to more traditional Queen's Pawn opening ideas, which might lead to the Queen's Gambit decline? And I think that's where we're headed, as we see a Queen's Indian defense for now. If Yasipenko is ready, Magnus brings out the first check.
Exactly, so it's the BOGO Indian defense, a bit of a hybrid opening. Magnus not parting with the bishop pair, allowing white to build a big pawn center. This is slightly provocative. Black here, Magnus Carlsen, he's saying, take the center. I don't care. I'm still rock solid, no weaknesses. And he'll try to strike out in the center with one of the black pawns. But I think this is a good sign for Andrei Yasipenko. All the pieces still on the board, still early days, of course, but he's got the center, a little bit more space with his pawns, and that means, at least, it's going to be difficult for Magnus to totally shut down this game.
If you have to beat the greatest player of all time, not only do you need an extremely tactical, complicated battle on the board, you need those extra seconds on the clock to maximize that. And is Andre going to be able to achieve all of that. He does come in with a very interesting idea of rerouting a knight to a better square where it controls more of the center, also opening up the path for his own bishop and queen into the game.
It's like in life, sometimes you need to go back, take a step back in order to go forward. And that white knight was in the way. Finds a better square, supports the center. Black's knight has also retreated. And it's time to wake up for the rest of the pieces. For now, though, Magnus with a big decision. Does he trade off in the center, go for a more open game, or does he allow Andrei Esipenko to close things up, march forward the d pawn to d5, and say, okay, it's going to be a longer game where white is advancing on the queen side, maybe black on the opposite flank. King's Indian vibes after this opening.
Would love to see that happen. If we get the King's Indian vibes going in the Allianz vault right now, both of them will have to get locked in. Instead, we do see a different approach. First, he does keep the tension. Is this the moment that Esipenko decides to just deny that trade by pushing the d pawn, or will he be the one saying that I'm ready for a battle, I want to keep the tension on, continue development? That's what he does go for. Magnus Carlsen delaying the development of his knight next to the rook, because that would allow the d pawn to come in with tempo. Goes the other direction.
Yeah, Magnus, the fact that he's not trading off in the center, the fact that he's saying to Andrei Esipenko, please close it, try blocking it up, please, please. I think that's going to actually ensure that Andrei Esipenko doesn't give him what he wants. Magnus continues to wait. And yeah, this is fascinating. This type of position, I think actually, there we go, closing the center now. It does suit Andrei Esipenko's tournament chances. Magnus, though, does like blocks positions where he can use his strategic mind. So both players have reason to be happy.
Very well timed, because one of the drawbacks of this move is that you leave behind a square for the black knight to jump into, that c5 spot. But right now, that's impossible for Magnus Carlsen, because Esipenko is ready to slash that out with his b-pawn moving 2 steps ahead to kick that knight back. So just not enough time to maximize pressure on c5.
Magnus not looking too happy. We talked about King's Indian vibes. That would normally require black to set up some pawn breaks, especially the f5 pawn break. And it does take a while to get that going. Magnus's pieces looking a bit clumsy, not on their ideal squares. Eval Bar says, advantage white, and quite a sizable one. That's because computers in general prefer a bit more space. White has that space, thanks to the last move. And Magnus goes back, rerouting his knight.
He goes back, rerouting his knight, and also, I think he heard you, David Howell. He wants to get that f5 move in as quickly as possible. Now with the bishop opened up, that has to be the idea in these King's Indian position, and that's what Magnus Carlsen wants. And that's when it really explodes. But I will say, for Esipenko in a must-win, this is a dream start.
Exactly. In the opening, you're never going to knock Magnus out immediately. You're never going to get a big advantage. But this is the most you can hope for. All the pieces on the board, maximum tension. You have a bit of space, a bit extra room to maneuver. Magnus's plan less clear. You have a bit more time on the clock. Esipenko, great start.
And he does. And what's next? You know, if Magnus is making his intentions clear on that right flank for Esipenko, it has to be the other side of the board. How does he get that b-pawn moving? And perhaps he can do it instantly right now, taking advantage of the pin along the a file, looking for expansion on the queen side, on the left flank.
Yeah, you can push forward with your pawns. That tends to be the flank you want to play on in this pawn structure. Andrei Esipenko, I was a bit surprised by his last move, moving a pawn in front of the white king. Not really clear why that was necessary. Black's knight might start jumping forward even further into the f4 square. Esipenko does need a plan. He needs one fast. That's actually where the top players tend to spend a lot of their time. Calculation, quick, easy for them. But it is the planning stage that requires the most thought. And there we go. Your move on the board, Tanya. Thanks to the A file, some tension, the pins, the white rook opening up that pawn. It isn't a sacrifice.
Absolutely not. Do not dare grab that pawn. And Magnus is ready with his response. The play has been divided into 2 halves of the board. Magnus is focusing on the other side, but the white king is there, and that's always the most scary side to be facing right now. If you give up your bishop, Magnus's dark squared bishop is going to become incredibly powerful on the longest diagonal.
And Magnus now might be grabbing the bishop pair, the black knight jumping forward. Didn't really want to be captured there. White parting with the dark square bishop would probably be the worst bishop to part with. Magnus now can take white's light squared bishop instead. But since the center is blocked, there is an argument that knights are better than bishops.
I'm actually loving what Esipenko has done in this game. You know, next, watch how it happens. The white rook next to the king will slide over to the left flank and will break open with c5 eventually. And Magnus couldn't wait to let all of that happen. So he lashes out on the other side of the board. What's the response here? I'm expecting expecting Yasipenko to burn a bit of time right now.
Yeah, great strategy from Magnus. He's got the bishops now versus the knights. He wants, therefore, open diagonals, open lines for those bishops. Knights want those closed, blocked structures. I'm more expecting a capture here. Yasipenko will not want to see the further advances of the black pawns. The connect 4, if black lands a pawn on f4. But yeah, it's difficult, as you say, Tanya. Big decisions. Yasipenko, does he capture? Does he march forward? Does he focus, lock in on the queenside instead? It's decision time and not easy at all.
Connect 4 is David Howell's favorite game right after chess. F4 is what Magnus Carlsen, his good friend, has just set up right now. I don't expect Yasipenko will allow that to happen. But David, his focus has to be how is he creating chances on that left side. You take that pawn. Which pawn are you pushing after that? I want to just highlight one thing. That left corner pawn on the A file for Magnus is hanging. But that's one that you don't usually want to touch. Taking that pawn on A5 would have doubled up, destroyed Yasipenko's pawn structure. So instead, he goes for a different decision, lines up the rook on the B file. But guess what? That's a bad move.
Yeah, given a question mark, not a big blunder. Doesn't lose anything necessarily, but a step in the wrong direction, that is for sure. Doesn't really speed up White's play. It just consolidates things, protects the pawn, but it has given Magnus a move for free here.
Has to be the connect 4.
Let's go. Magnus wants to push forward. If he was in a must-win situation for Magnus, he would start throwing those pawns forward. Pawn storm, avalanche, and he'd go for the white king. But he shakes his head. He's unsure whether he wants to risk it.
Unsure or surprised that he allowed that. But instead, Magnus also takes a pause. Doesn't immediately push the pawn, but reinforces ideas of even potential sacrifices once there's an opening up of the F line. So keeping things flexible is Magnus Carlsen. Andrei Yasipenko needs to rush on the other side.
Yeah, the top players, they're masters at holding the tension, not kind of showing their opponents their hand too early, not committing and kind of forcing themselves up one alley. They like to keep those 4 or 5 different plans at their disposal. Andrei Yasipenko goes for it, though. He senses this is the moment, and clocks are ticking. Why not? It's a question mark move, but it does have a point to it. It's trying to open up the white pieces, trying to break down the black pawn structure. Maybe that connect 4 won't happen after all, but yeah, a mistake apparently, Tanya.
That's 2 question marks in a row for Yasipenko. One too many, I would say, when you're playing against the world #1. And I have a feeling the ideas have to be around Magnus winning a pawn eventually. Let's not forget that bishop that Yasipenko has can be pushed out of that square with the f-pawn moving forward. And then who is defending this freshly advanced pawn on c5?
Yeah, let's show it on the board. And my favorite pawn structure, we were joking, but a very, very tempting move for Magnus Carlsen, for sure. The bishop forced back now. And Tanya, we might see it in the same order or a different order. Magnus Carlsen actually doing something different, but here there would have been a gain of a pawn for black. Instead, let's check out what he's done. He's traded off. Question mark for Magnus this time. He's banking on the knight capturing and the black bishop coming out with a nice pin. But here, Andrei Yasipenko should actually resist the temptation to take the pawn. It's not going anywhere. Just retreat the knight. Take it with your other piece. And suddenly, advantage has passed to White's hands. +1. According to the computer, he plays it. The best move. Game on.
He finds it. Doing it fast, but doing it bad was Magnus's decision right there. Very uncharacteristic of him. Taking that pawn at the center. Yasipenko falls back. And now does Magnus realize he can't take a second pawn in the position? But it gets incredibly complicated. At the end of it, Magnus will be left with a lot of weaknesses at the center of the board.
Yeah, and let's just show that pawn capture here. And there are very many tempting moves, including the white queen coming forward. Watch out, the black king's on a vulnerable diagonal. This means that black has to dodge, run out the way. And when white takes, suddenly 2 super strong pawns. This is what Yasipenko needs to find and what Magnus, for sure, has missed.
And look at this, it's Yasipenko who's got more time on the clock than Magnus Carlsen. That's not a statement you hear a lot in the chess world right now. 92 definitely taken by surprise here is Magnus. He needs to go on defense mode right now, and that requires a big shift.
Oh, I think Magnus just underestimating how powerful White's pawns are here. And one knight landing in the center of the board, recapturing the black e4 pawn, will be a phenomenal piece. Black's knight, though, is the, what's the opposite of the MVP? The worst placed piece, that is for sure. Black's knight, terrible. That's why Magnus is struggling. And we could be facing an Armageddon if there's a surprise comeback here by Andrei Yasipenko.
A draw would mean Magnus wins the match. A win is what Yasipenko needs, and the position offers him many chances right now. He brings his bishop out, developing. Notice how All of Yasipenko's pieces are in the game. Magnus hadn't made a single move with the rook, with the bishop, which finally comes out into the game. Is this the moment that you decide to capture that pawn at the center of the board? I really like your idea of placing the queen in front of that white knight, eyeing some tactics along the black king diagonal.
Exactly, knight in shining armor. Why not land a knight in the center? The queen posting up as well would be positive. But the change in body language from Andrei Yasipenko is visible. He started leaning forward, talking to himself, kind of bouncing a little bit. He's feeling his position. He knows that he's got a great chance here. Still a long way to go to convert this advantage into anything decisive, to win the game, of course. But it's a fantastic middle game opportunity. Black just doesn't have any activity. White's king super safe. He just has the positional advantage if he moves his queen or captures the pawn in the center.
And Yasipenko did this not once but 4 times yesterday, surviving elimination. He knows what it's like to make those comebacks right now. And everything he's done with the white pieces from the start of this game shows that he's managed to create his chances, which already is an achievement against the world #1. This isn't going to be easy, but I will say that Yasipenko needs to speed up. He goes below on the clock against Magnus, anything can happen. He brings his rook, keeps the tension on the board.
Yeah, not a terrible move, given a question mark because there was better, but still advantage white. The rook is on a good square once one of the white knights moves out the way. The black king was on a vulnerable diagonal. We showed that, so the black king shuffles into the corner there, a bit safer. Magnus trying to speed up. That's what we notice about the top players, right, Tanya? Especially Magnus. He senses changes in pace so quickly. He knows time in the bank could be his route to victory later.
It's Liquid Royalty versus Virtus Resilience right now. He needs a win, thus Yasipenko, to take it to Armageddon. This last little move by Magnus, played fast, played quick. It walks away from any tactics on that diagonal we were earlier highlighting. Now the queen jump just not as powerful for Magnus Carlsen.
I'm so surprised because Yasipenko has so many tempting moves. I think there's just a bit of indecision right now. He just needs to pick one. There's no difference. The game won't be decided here and now. He moves his knight a different direction. Slightly surprising. Again, a question mark. A few of those creeping into his play, Yasipenko. He's saying, okay, I don't need that pawn back. Black can be a pawn up. The black pawns actually block the black bishops. That's a positive. The knight heading towards the other side of the board. And, whoa, this was his idea. Magnus allowing a breakthrough in the center. Another pawn sacrifice. He's 2 pawns down. About to be a third Andrei Yasipenko. But look at the white knights. Look at the white rooks, Tanya.
Just incredibly placed pieces. Look at the pressure along the D line that Yasipenko has set up. And look at Magnus Carlsen's face right now as he just realizes what he's walked into. This is game on. Yasipenko fully locked in, looking very chill about his chances right now. Big, big threat on the board. Once a white pawn arrives on that D6 square, that's going to be an absolute monster of a pawn.
It's going to be a thorn in the black side for the rest of the game. This is actually genius from Yasipenko. He was given a question mark for his knight jump earlier, but he set a trap. And it feels like Magnus has walked right into it. The black queen, really uncomfortable being stared down. Several black pawns are about to drop. They'll all be weak. And the most valuable pawn will be the one white remaining pawn on D6, as you mentioned.
And notice how Magnus's knight at the edge of the board is just not playing a role in the game. It's almost like Yasipenko has an extra piece to fight for that advantage. And Magnus says, I'm not allowing your pawn on D6. He pushes that, but that pawn will now fall with a lot of piece activity. Rook takes pawn, hits the queen, hits the pawn.
Yeah, tempting moves. The knight can also capture, but rook takes pawn will regain at least 1 pawn. Another pawn will drop. Magnus, I think he's trying to just at least confuse Yasipenko, give him even more choice, but he's making his position worse. The knight takes pawn, also a decent move, but there was stronger. Yasipenko, this is a golden opportunity. He really should be striking back here, and Magnus, wow, he greedily grabs the pawn, but everything's so loose for black.
You jump in with the knight, you hit the queen, you hit the rook. Is Yasipenko about to be up in exchange in this position? Driving Magnus Carlsen to defend a position down a rook for a minor piece. Knight to b6. What is Magnus's response?
We should point out, he played it. The only move to keep the advantage. He found it, Andrei Yasipenko. He's going to take this knight in the corner. But suddenly, despite being down the exchange, a rook for bishop. Black's knight is a beast, an octopus knight controlling so many squares. Magnus, he's found a way back in. He's alive. And suddenly, Yasipenko might be starting to sweat.
And that's 2 extra pawns for the exchange to boot as well for Magnus Carlsen, as now he decides Yasipenko does to fall back with his knight, trying to target that central pawn. The only way to dislodge Magnus's knight is to get to that e4 square.
Oh, and is he getting there? A mistake, apparently. Magnus's queen. Oh, he knows it as well. It's about to be hit. Shake of the head from Magnus Carlsen. The white rook can come all the way up to the b6 square, sit next to the black queen, kick it back, and white has gained some important time. He doesn't spot it. Magnus leaning back in relief. Still a shake of the head. He can start pushing his pawns, though. Black still has a few of those runners. Those pawns look strong.
And he's making his intentions clear. The knight lands, pushes the bishop back. The queen comes forward. Again, it's all about that central pawn, but slow and steady. He's lost this advantage. Magnus, of course, calculated this, offers a queen trade, says, are you coming to my territory for a second time?
Oh, the only way to dodge is to go back where you came from, losing 2 full moves. Andrei Yasipenko, Magnus, he's such a bully. He knows it with his opponents. Queen trade, he dominates. And that's why he wins all of these games, seemingly in control, pushing the pawn now. The Black Knight, the MVP.
And Yasipenko furious with himself. Over the last 4 moves, he just allowed Magnus's pawn from the 7th rank all the way to the 3rd rank, 2 steps away from queening, without making any progress in his own position.
Yeah, it could be about to be 1 square away from promotion. And he could have blocked that pawn where it stood. He could have won that pawn earlier, Andrei Yasipenko. He's lost control, 1.5 minutes. Magnus in cruise control now, and it's crazy. That Black Knight was the worst piece. It's suddenly become the best. And Magnus, with that earlier sacrifice, showing his mastery of these middle games.
Now let's just take stock of that. By the way, a double question mark appears. This could be the decisive blunder. Magnus's worst place piece, the knight, his absolute MVP. The queen, which was doing nothing, beautifully centralized. The pawn, which hadn't made a single move, is now 1 step away from queening. Meanwhile, Yasipenko hasn't made a single move that we can say is an achievement for white.
Oh, and shake of the head from both players. A big reaction. Magnus, knowing he missed something on the last move, if we just go back, we could have seen a win from Magnus Carlsen if he'd taken a pawn, sacrificed, and brought his queen all the way in due to the pin, the eternal pin on the 2 white rooks. Magnus missed this. If we go back to the live position, it's suddenly a bit less clear. Magnus shouldn't lose. It's level material. But suddenly, not a winning advantage any longer.
Wow, 1 mistimed mouse click right there, and it completely flips the script. We do see the material balance, it's level, but Magnus needs only a draw anyway to take the match. We see pieces come off. It is Andrei Yasipenko, though, with a queen and knight deadly combo and an extra pawn.
Wow, this is perfect for flagging the opponent. Queens on the board means you can play forever. It's all going to be about the speed now. Magnus maybe should hold with best play, but it's going to be difficult. It's a golden chance here for Yasipenko. Wow, pushing his pawn. This is difficult. Queen and knight, so powerful as a duo. Queen and bishop tend to struggle a bit more as the queen and knight just way more flexible.
The reason is you can set up all these tactical ideas against the king. Look at the way he's clamped down with his own pawns. You know, you need 3 pieces for an attack. That H-pawn, do not underestimate that. And we see more advances. There's a checkmate in one being threatened. Watch out, Magnus Carlsen. Queen takes pawn.
Oh, the G7 pawn next to the Black King, vulnerable. Magnus has to block, but his bishop now a bit stuck, pinned. The White King is open, so some checking potential. He threatens the checkmate again. Andrei Yasipenko, he's trying to double down, but now bishop takes knight. Is it going to happen? Are we going to see a pure queen endgame?
You're so tempted to get rid of that knight if you're Magnus right now, but he still keeps the tension. He's now gone into a bishop versus knight endgame, 2 versus 3, down a pawn. Is this going to be enough for Yasipenko to get the win?
Oh, it's going to be so difficult. Magnus has set up what looks like almost a fortress. White's king cannot bypass the black pawns, the black bishop. More traitor pawns would get closer to a draw, but the white king is going around the long way now.
And look how Magnus has kept his king and bishop far away, living on different continents right now to not walk into any potential forks in the position.
Oh, and it's a draw by repetition. Andrei Yasipenko blunders into the draw. No chance there to flag Magnus. Magnus clings on, but that was so close to the wire.
What a battle as we see the players shake hands, and Magnus knows it as well, how he survived that one. What a moment, having a winning advantage at some point and then just relinquishing all of that, and for Yasipenko to find those moments to create something against the world #1. Incredible match by the Virtus Pro, but it was Team Liquid that took it away.
Wow, it ended so abruptly with that repetition at the end there. Magnus showing some nerves for the first time, wasn't able to neutralize things too quickly. It was a draw. Magnus moves on. Let's go to the studio.
The champion steps back onto the stage to protect what is his, and that is the crowd. Looking to go back-to-back, taking down Yesipenko. Yesipenko stays alive, of course. He will be playing tomorrow, however, in the lower bracket for Magnus Carlsen. We'll see him in just a little bit as he potentially earns his spot directly into the playoffs. He is now one match away from doing so. Hey, welcome back into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor, Reflection, Snowball, Anna Kramling, and Nemo. Good to see you, ladies. Magnus Carlsen looking unstoppable.
I mean, this was just incredible. The first game, Magnus Carlsen, I feel like won in a very Magnus Carlsen style. He kind of slowly crushed his opponent, to put it that way. But the second game, it really looked like Yesipenko had a lot of chances, and it was absolutely thrilling. But at the end, it became a draw, and Magnus Carlsen goes through.
Yesipenko, unfortunately, was not able to convert. He had some chances, definitely, but Magnus is just such a solid player, such a strong defender, and at the end of the day, a draw is going to get him through.
And the thing is that if you make a slight inaccuracy against Magnus Carlsen, that's what we've seen over the years, that's what we're seeing in this tournament right now, Magnus Carlsen will use that to his advantage, and he understands chess so much that he'll find a way to come back.
And he did exactly that. Magnus holding on to what he's got, cool, calm, and collected under pressure, despite a potential trap Yesipenko was setting up in game number 2.
Yesipenko certainly actually got the trap kind of through. I think maybe one of the issues was that he used the wrong knight. Perhaps using the D knight, would have gone to b6, and then he could have used, the C knight could have gone to b6, and then could have used the D knight to take the bishop on e7, and then he could have brought his rook a little bit more into the game. What happened in the game, unfortunately, was that the knight on d3, Magnus's knight on d3 was just such a solid piece there.
Here's the thing, I mean, Yesipenko, he had so much activity, he had a fantastic position, but then he ended up getting Magnus's rook, but Magnus ended up having the most incredible knight that was just dominating Yesipenko. And it's very difficult, you're playing against, I mean, maybe the best chess player in the world, and at the same time, you are just playing very passively. It's just very difficult, and that's what Magnus was able to achieve.
Yeah, he did exactly that. Magnus looking great. One of the things we complimented him on, at least breaking down the match, setting it up, I should say, is Magnus plays very unorthodox. You never know what he's going to throw at you. For Yesipenko, obviously, he came out with a very strong strategy, but Magnus saw right through it. With his experience, was able to figure out a way to get the draw and ultimately the win because he won game number 1. Magnus just looks so strong, but also I think we should take some positives away. Yesipenko has looked great, not only from yesterday to today. He continues to show great strength. His run is not over yet.
Yesipenko is certainly, as we have quoted before, the first and maybe the only teenager to have beat Magnus, really, back in 2021 at Tata Steel. So, you know, we are always rooting for him, and he had an incredible run yesterday. Despite losing his very first match, he did have to make four wins in a row, basically, to come here. So, you know, he's certainly not out. You do need to lose twice in order to get knocked out and get your key crush, but that hasn't happened yet.
That's right. Well, Magnus Carlsen, a wonderful competitor, again, protecting what he owns already, and that is the crown. And John Sargent had a chance to sit down with Magnus after his win.
Magnus, a winning start this year for you to the Esports World Cup. What's it like being back here in Paris?
No, it's good to be back playing the tournament. Today is a bit difficult. I'm kind of not in any shape to play chess, but I managed to survive the first match, so hopefully I can survive one more and then we'll see.
Look, it's our condition when we're not at our peak sometimes that dictates how well we do in the tournament overall, right? And you are through. Talk to us a little bit about game 2. You were being put under a bit of pressure there, but managed to come away with a draw in the end.
Yeah, I was just guessing. I mean, I think he missed a number of opportunities and I probably missed some as well. So, yeah, I missed a lot of things. He missed some things as well. And yeah, it's just making pretty random moves, to be honest.
Well, you're through, and that's what matters for now. So best of luck in your future games. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, John, as always, for the great interview. Magnus, I couldn't tell if he's feeling sick. Maybe he's just frustrated from that match. Either way, though, he just says, I'm just trying to survive on through.
Yeah, he said that he was playing a little bit of random moves. I don't think he's super happy with his chess, even though, of course, he won the match. But maybe it's sleep, maybe he's a bit sick, but it seems like he's not feeling at his best right now.
Yeah, we've had several competitors in the Allianz Vault not feeling their best. Actually, Parham was one of them, right? Just yesterday, Pendix getting that taken out, still stepping onto the stage. For Magnus, though, still playing very, very well at championship caliber. But the thing about being the best, right, is sometimes you can get frustrated if a game isn't absolutely perfect.
I mean, frustration is part of it, but also when you are a competitor and you play so many events, right, you might have just some days where you're not feeling your absolute best. Maybe something went wrong. We don't really know, and maybe we don't speculate, but at the end of the day, we're always rooting for every participant here, and we'll hope he picks it up.
That's right. At the end of the day, Magnus won, right? So he's still playing at championship caliber. That's what matters, at least for the fans that support Magnus Carlsen. Now, for the Esports World Cup, an incredible product, and so is Level Up Season 2.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Well, we're getting close to the end of the day. 2 more series left, at least when it comes down to our Stream A. But we need to move our first player forward. And the question is, who's it going to be? 2 great competitors about to throw down. Alireza Firouzja versus Arjun Edigaisi. And let's talk Firouzja. Second place last year at EWC. This is actually a rematch between the two from the previous year.
I mean, Alireza is always a force to behold. He gave a chance to Wei Yi to bounce back in game 1. However, Wei Yi did lose that one, and it did go down to Armageddon, where Alireza was extremely confident, only bidding 6-minute 50, which means he does get the black pieces and did hold that to a draw. So, Alireza does feel like he's very confident today. What are your thoughts, Anna?
Well, he is very confident, but we also have to say that Arjun Edigaisi, he won 2-0 versus Nihal Sarin. So he's also, I think, feeling very confident, and I think that this is such a huge match that we're getting so early on in the tournament, I feel like.
Absolutely. They did meet in the semifinals of EWC last year, where he did lose to Alireza 4-1. So that is hanging over his head potentially. Do you think he'll come back for revenge?
Absolutely. I think both players really want revenge. I mean, I think Alireza, after coming second last year, wants to win the whole tournament, and Arjun wants revenge.
Absolutely. When you get second place, you just narrowly miss out. Sometimes getting second is worse than getting 10th place, right? Because you were just right there. But Magnus defeated him. Maybe a narrative for a little bit later on in the playoffs bracket. But first, they got to get through each other. And let's talk the opponent. Arjun, who's been absolutely on fire, looking stellar today, and a great competitor. 4th place last year. You mentioned that rematch in the semifinals, but 4th place is nothing to scoff at. And let's not forget that Arjun is one of India's strongest representation. He's only 22, but he's got a mature presence on the board.
For sure. Ambition is almost part of his playing style. I would call it like he loves imbalances. He loves to make things happen in the position, which is, always really good when you're playing against somebody who is really, really, really strong. You want those winning chances.
For sure. And I mean, Alireza, he's a very aggressive player, but Arjun Edigaisi, he's also known to just have so much concentration. And every time we look at him, he just looks so focused. It looks like he has everything under control. And I think he's really good, both tactically and positionally. So this is going to be a really, really cool matchup.
Yeah, cool matchup indeed. Both, again, revenge is on the mind. They have faced off against each other last year at the highest of caliber on the EWC stage. Quick predictions. Do you want to throw your hat in the ring? What are you thinking? Because I'm thinking Firouzja, he's got the leg up right now.
Oh man, I think this is a tough one. They did just meet fairly recently in Chennai not too long ago, where they drew in the final, in the last round, but Alireza won the tournament overall. So, there's a lot of angles here. I do think Alireza perhaps has an upper foot. I mean, we did see him earlier today. He looked extremely strong, but slightly shaky.
Slightly shaky. Well, and I'm going to have to get your prediction in just a little bit because the match is about to get... Maybe I'm sparing you from the caster curse after all. Hey, this match is going to be a good one. And again, what's at stake? The winner moves on. The winner earns a spot directly into the playoffs. It's a big one, and it's going down right now.
And Ben, I'm here, Ivanka, with Ben. And Ben, we saw Arjun Erigaisi in action before. We also saw that he was the coolest customer on the planet with a heart rate that barely moved from 60.
Now, my memory's not what it used to be, but about 3 hours ago, weren't we outside and you said Faruja and Arjun?
Yes.
Wow, and now they're going to play, so you're automatically right in one and not right on the other one. I've already been wrong on all mine. So, although I did say Magnus. Magnus did win his match. Well, this match, I don't know who the favorite is. I guess I'll tell you after the match who the favorite is, because I think it's pretty dead even. These are two of the strongest players here, and the game has begun, and it's from your home country originally, the London.
It is
your favorite city.
It is indeed the London. It is exactly what Alireza did against the with the white pieces against Wei Yi. But this time, Arjun has come prepared, coming out with the queen with ideas of attacking on the pawn. So that's why the rook slid over to defend everything, and the bishop now develops. So kind of normal game. But for Alireza, it's going to be all about solidifying that pawn structure, getting a nice triangle formation, and then just developing the pieces.
Yeah, an amazing start. We have a London and bishop d7, slightly surprising Alireza. Almost any move here is good for white. Move the bishop out to e2 or d3, play c3. Very solid. And the point of bishop d7, which we usually see in a French defense formation, is to trade off the white squared bishops. Since black's white squared bishop isn't very good, and white's white squared bishop is usually fantastic on d3. So very interesting play from Arjun very quickly. Obviously, with the speed of play, this is his prep. And it seems like Alireza doesn't really know this as well. He's taking his time. Again, as we saw with the last match Arjun played against Nihal, his heart rate is really good. And I remember we were watching a match about 20, 30 minutes ago, and the heart rates were like 150. So 63, that's just amazing.
We have a response to this bishop sortie. We see that pawn takes pawn, and now that dark square bishop is going to be beaten back as the bishop retreats. And here, well, this is a really committal pawn structure that Alireza has chosen, because if it doesn't work out well for him, then there is a target sitting there with that backward c pawn. But first, the queen is attacked. She must move. Now, Ben, you going to go forward with your queen, or are you going to kind of skedaddle backwards?
Oh, queen d3, that's an interesting move. It looks like knight e5 would be annoying. Sacrificing the c-pawn, then black's queen gets to move 5 or 6 times more. So if I'm black, I'm playing safe and solid by retreating my queen. These players don't play like I do. They play more aggressively. They calculate more. So I wouldn't be surprised by queen d3.
Well, I suspect that maybe going in with the queen inwards would be a little bit too much, so I'm also expecting go backwards with the queen. I'm not quite sure where. Maybe she goes back to where she came from, because otherwise, any other square, she's going to get hit. So as we see our players thinking, well, we have a decision there from Alireza. Indeed, the queen steps back. And now development is the name of the game. You've got to get your kings castled to safety, and then I suspect that Alireza will just come forward with a c-pawn. It's a little bit backward, could be a target. Get ready to open up the position.
That's right, and if black doesn't trade on c4, white can play c5, and, well, a different way of playing. Instead of c4, c5, white plays a5. And black is moving the queen quite a bit, but is white getting anything for it by pushing all those queenside pawns? Only time will tell. The queen went back to b5. And it can get hit again, as you pointed out. Whenever the queen goes forward, it's easily hit. Will Ali Reza play knight d4. He can't castle now. The queen on b5 prevents castling. Or is white going to try for an endgame by playing the move queen e2, taking with the king, and getting the other rook over to the queen side?
Absolutely. That's a big choice on the board. You know, either you go aggressive, you attack the queen, harass her, or you could just take it, as Ben indicated, into an endgame where you're just arguing the king is going to be super well placed, the rooks are going to be defended, and that was definitely a choice. But okay, we have a decision. It wasn't the endgame. That would have been a safe way to play. But now we're expecting the queen now to come in, and well, maybe we're going to still see an endgame, as the queens could still come off.
Yeah, he did play queen e2 eventually. I thought he was going to play queen e2 before knight d4. Actually, knight d4 makes sense. The knight's really strong on d4. And I think white has better chances in the ending with the advanced pawns.
It does definitely look that way as well, because that rook there in the corner is getting ready to move to the C line and just start preparing for an opening. And black definitely has to respond to that. You know, where are you going to put the king? Where are you going to put the knights? As we see Arjun take a pause. Maybe he's going to go knight out first, threaten, pawns forward, and then we will see exactly how Ali Reza responds.
Yeah, I actually like white's position a lot now. I like rook on h1 going c1, white playing c4. White has more space. White has the knight on d4. A lot of novice players, club players, don't like to not castle, so they would be upset to have their king on e2. But the king is very safe on e2, and as more pieces get traded, white's going to be happy the king's not stuck on g1 doing nothing. So white's king is very safe. The only reason black has for castling isn't to make the king safe, but to get the rook on h8 out into the center. So I'm not sure if black is going to play the crazy king d7 to play rook c8, or if black's just going to castle and forget about activating the king in the endgame and just get the rook off of h8. But still, I like white's chances. It looks like all the space that he gained on the queen side helped him out by getting space advantage. Black has more pawns in the center, but black has trouble playing e5. White controls e5 and d4 pretty well.
Exactly. What we're going to be seeing from both sides is they're going to prepare for that eventual opening. If you can see, white is the one that has one pawn move in order to break things open. And what you want to do when you have rooks is you want to just open up those lines, get those pieces ready to infiltrate. So this is exactly what Ali Reza is calculating. He's calculating whether he should play it slowly, maybe start preparing some advances on the right side of the board, or should he accelerate the play right now, get that rook in the corner that is not working, move it to the C line and get prepared for this big opening. And here is actually problematic, as you were indicating, Ben, because how are you going to put the pieces? As we can see, we actually have a very quick response from our players.
I'm trying to show ideas in the analysis board, but the players keep playing too quickly. Black was threatening e5, forking the bishop and the knight, and so white played bishop g3. I thought white might play knight f3, but that gives up the e4 square. Knight on d2 is doing a good job protecting e4. Now white has a beautiful bishop on the diagonal. Ooh, that's the drunken bishop. We're not going to do that. And white has the b line for the rook. The rook on a8 is very poorly placed, defending the weak pawn. Knight on d4 is very strong. White has an advantage. White can get rid of his isolated c pawn by playing c4 later. White can play rook c1. And black's pieces are pretty passive. And black doesn't have any targets because the c pawn can easily play c4 and black can't really attack it. And it's just that I like the knight on d4 and the bishop on g3 much more than black's minor pieces. So white has a slight advantage. Black isn't losing by any means, but Arjun's going to have to find some counterplay soon.
Exactly. And what Ali Reza did, right, I was advocating for utilizing the rook in the corner, moving it into and gradually opening things up. But Ali Reza's like, you know what, I'm going to put the hard word on right now. I'm just going to make sure that the rooks are going to be liberated. And now we're seeing Arjun is the one now saying, hey, hang on a second. I don't like the way this is going, so I'm going to advance my h-pawn and I'm going to force you to step back with the bishop. it's not all one-way traffic.
Yeah, Black wanted to get some counterplay somewhere. He put it in H. And again, the question is Black going to castle King's side? Seems unlikely now. Or is Black going to just put the King on D7, get the Rook on H8 out of the way, back into the center of the Queen's side? And Black is fighting for the E4 square. Both knights can go to E4, targeting that isolated C pawn that I thought wasn't very weak, since White can play Rook C1 and C4. But position's about equal. I would rather have White because of the knight on D4, the bishop on G3. I'm not worried about my king on E2. I think that's very well placed. Pretty even game so far. White gets rid of his isolated C pawn by playing C4, the only target in the position that Black had. And Firouzja's still fighting for an advantage in this evenly matched game.
Absolutely, and I love this move there for Ali Reza as we see him get rid of his only weakness. Remember, pawns are like herd animals. They move together. They like the company of others. And this is a beautiful move because if you recapture that pawn, the knight that's not working is going to jump forward and start having some evil eyes against the rook. So this is why Arjun's like, okay, let's make those trades. And now I'm expecting knight takes. Knight would be my choice. But maybe he can actually recapture with the pawn and grab the G3 square.
Yeah, it's interesting. The pawn structure might get funky after knight takes E4, threatening knight C3 check. And also knight takes bishop on G3, messing up White's pawn structure. Although then, once again, he did take with the pawn, as you suggested, so the knight has the D3 square. Now White has a passed C pawn, but it's pretty well blockaded. So again, the position's about equal. It's double-edged. It's still not clear if Black is going to castle. One thing I know for sure, Yovi, White's not going to castle.
White's not going to castle, not at all, with that king sitting pretty on the second row. And as the rook starts to infiltrate, now the big question is Arjun's plan to lock out this bishop from the game? And then maybe set up some ideas with F6, E5, shut the door on the bishop. You can't do that just now. You're going to have to prepare it.
Yeah, White is not going to put his rook on C1 anymore. He's going to double rooks on the B line. Black is probably not going to play knight D3, but wait to play knight D3 later when it's stronger. And as you said, Black's long-term plan is to put a Black pawn on E5, shutting out that White bishop on H2. So it could be in the near future, if Black ever threatens play F6, E5, White's going to play bishop D6, trade the bishops so it doesn't get locked out. Instead, Arjun kicks out Ali Reza's rook with bishop to D8, and the A5 pawn is weak. So what is Ali Reza going to do in this situation?
Well, that's a big question there and then. You know, if you just drop the rook back to any old square. Oh, look at this. How do you like them apples?
Yeah, the
not
bishop,
going to retreat.
The bishop on H2 controls the B8 square.
Absolutely. And the big plan here is that if the bishop takes the rook, White is going to recapture with a pawn. And that is a one strong passed pawn that Black will have to contend with. And wow, how good is this though?
Yeah, I'm making the moves on the analysis board. The B pawn's really strong, going to the B8 square with the bishop on H2. This position is very complicated because Black can blockade with knight B7, and now White has two connected passed pawns, which he can push right away with C5. This would be amazing if Black accepts the exchange sacrifice and White gets all this counterplay. And this is going to win a piece, but it does get rid of all of White's pawns. Now Black has a passed pawn. This is a possible variation where the engine says it's about equal. White has more pieces, Black has more pawns, Black has an extra rook, and the passed A pawn, very interesting. So that's a line that could happen. We'll just have to wait and see.
That's definitely something that can happen. It looks really scary though. So if it looks incredibly scary, so that is exactly why Black decided, absolutely not, I'm not going to go for that. And the rook came up and got developed in that direction. And what can I say? I think this is a very natural move. Why not improve the worst placed piece?
Yeah, rook H5 is interesting, and we answered one of my questions I've been asking the whole game, is Black going to castle? And it turns out neither side castles, confusing my students. They're like, how come you tell me to castle, and when the super grandmasters play, they play king E2 and rook H5? Don't play like the super grandmaster. Just watch and learn. And maybe one day you'll know when to castle, when not to castle. That's one of the things that differentiates the super grandmasters from the club players. They know when to break the rules, but you have to learn the rules first.
You absolutely need to learn the rules. For instance, it's completely safe to have your king in the middle of the board when it is an endgame. And take a look at the heart rates and the evaluation bar, kind of saying that everything is always pretty level, very balanced game so far. But I just want to draw attention to Arjun Erigaisi's heart rate. We saw it go down to 50s, and now it's in the 60s, 66.
Wow.
Pressure is on.
His heart rate's half of Ali Reza's heart rate. Ali Reza's getting low on time. Probably didn't expect rook h5. And White's A pawn on a5, which I thought was very safe, is going to be under pressure from the bishop on d8 and the rook on h5. And it's not clear how White can continue. Arjun didn't want to give White those passed pawns. Just played it safe. Wants to put pressure on the rook and the pawn. Ali Reza getting in very bad time trouble. Once again, for our viewers watching, there's no increment. So the time you see, that's how much time you have left. You don't get extra time. And if you get down to less than 30 seconds, it's almost impossible to finish the game.
And I gotta say, it's still tense for Ali Reza as he decides whether he's gonna move the rook. He decided to go for a trade, and his whole idea is that, hey, the A pawn is gonna fall off, but he does have pressure against the A pawn. And now it is decision time for Arjun. Can he grab that pawn? Does he lock out this bishop on h2 that White has? Big decisions. Do you play it positionally? Do you play it greedily? I'm in for the hungry.
We like playing greedy.
Exactly.
So we like to take that a5 pawn. e5 is sort of double-edged because you kill the bishop on h2, but you're also making your rook on h5 sort of blocked in as well. Although Black can play rook g5 later and target that g2 pawn. So very double-edged position. Advantage Arjun. Arjun has a lot more time on the clock. He can figure out the complications, and Ali Reza's got to keep moving because there's no increment, there's no time control to reach. He only has a little over a minute to finish the whole game. So Arjun must be pretty pleased with himself with the black pieces. He already has Ali Reza on the ropes. Ali Reza's got to speed up.
He's got to speed up, but we see Arjun Erigaisi. He is really settling in. He's locked in, and he can't think for too long because that advantage is going down. Decision time. He just has to take a decision, stick with it. I don't think both moves are good enough. You can lock out that bishop, advancing the pawn, chase away the knight. Bishop takes pawn, also pretty interesting, but he's working out what happens after the rook gives a check. Ooh.
Well, long think by Arjun, one of the longest thinks of the game. I think he's considering the moves we were suggesting, either bishop takes a5 or e5. After bishop takes a5, White can play rook a7 check. We have to figure out if White's going to get a perpetual check or Black can save himself. Instead, Black played knight d3, which the computer doesn't like, with the idea of taking the a5 pawn with the rook, eventually putting the knight on d3, as you suggested earlier. Not engine approved. It doesn't like moving the knight off of that a6 pawn. Now they're going to trade a pawns, and it looks like...
Oh, look at this.
Rook
Look at
d6
this.
check.
And suddenly, like, if you stab back with the king to the wrong square, it might be rook takes bishop, and make sure that's not
Whoa,
a
knight
check.
c6
Knight
check.
c6 check.
King
is gonna
e7
happen.
double question mark.
Wow.
Yeah.
And Arjun has dropped a piece. He's dropped a rook. You can just grab the rook, and that's exactly what he's
Boy, the
done.
game just turned around completely in one move.
Ali Reza now winning, but he's only got 46 seconds left on the clock. And for him, that's easy.
Yeah, that's a lot of time for Ali Reza.
And
I was telling somebody today, I was telling them the longer grandmasters think in positions, sometimes they don't know what to do. That's why they're thinking so long. And a very long think, you play the wrong move. That's exactly what happened this game. Very long thing from Arjun, and he just played a bad move. He missed the tactics, and now he just has a losing position.
Yeah, it was getting complicated, and he was looking for clarification, and now we saw him blunder an exchange. And for Ali Reza, it's just now about mobilizing the rook. The c-pawn is the clincher that is going to start moving forward. But Ali Reza, just 30 seconds
Just
on
30
the clock.
seconds left. Wow. Can he do it? Is the c-pawn strong enough to take advantage? Can Arjun take advantage of the time situation?
Well, the thing is, though, I think Arjun is banking on the fact that if you do advance the C pawn, he's going to be ready and willing with the bishop. Checkmate on f6. He has to put his king right on the same diagonal as the bishop. And now another check. Pawn takes pawn is going to happen. And white is just collecting all the material. And Alireza wins it.
Well, I wouldn't resign when my opponent has 23 seconds left, but Arjun was confident that Alireza could do it.
These guys are good, especially when there's no time on the clock. 23 seconds is like a
Plenty
lifetime.
of time for Alireza.
Absolutely. He is fast, one of the quickest players on the planet, and he's gotten off to a blistering start, winning with the white pieces against Arjun Erigaisi. Arjun, if he wants to take it to Armageddon, needs to strike back.
Yeah, that was a tough loss for Arjun. He can fight back with the white pieces. Just as soon as Alireza got into very bad time trouble, Arjun started blundering. And what's funny was I was looking at his heart rate and it wasn't really changing. When he was blundering material and he was obviously losing, he was still in the 60s. So he's a really calm, cool, and collected customer. Can Arjun force Armageddon, or is Alireza going to go through?
Well, there is some history earlier on because Alireza did play Wei Yi earlier on in the day, and there Alireza won the first game. Wei Yi did strike back to force the Armageddon. So Arjun perhaps can take some inspiration from Wei Yi and try and do his best with the white pieces, but he is facing one of the best online players in the world. He's one, I believe, our favorite picks to win this one. And here we go. It's game 2.
And Arjun has white in this game. They're about to start game 2. Let's see if it's some kind of Catalan opening, which we saw Magnus have earlier today. Are they going to transpose into a Catalan where white plays an early d4? Or is white going to play some kind of ready setup with b3, bishop b2? We're going to find out now. Oh, we didn't find out yet. He castled. Okay, now we're going to find out. Knight e5. Okay, that move I'm not familiar with. Must be secret preparation from Arjun, trying to confuse Alireza. Knight goes to e5, opening up the diagonal for the bishop. But the knight isn't defended on e5, and you give up control of the d4 square. Now, black can play very interesting move d4. He plays the move c5, and we already have a position I've never seen before, Yovi.
Yeah, the big question is how is white going to fight black's control in the center? How is Arjun going to start putting pressure on the position? Because black wants to do is first up challenge that mega knight sitting there in the middle of the board. So I'm expecting a knight to come out. And then white is going to have to find a way to chip away at black's pawn center. So step 1, in my opinion, would be to play knight out. But no, we have a different direction. There we're seeing the pawn step forward 1 square in order to liberate the light squared bishop. And how is Arjun going to continue?
It's funny, I was just going to say before b6, the big differences in the position are the white squared bishops. The white bishop on g2 is fantastic, which it always is in the Catalan. The black bishop on c8 has nowhere to go. We're always trying to trade the bishop or activate it. And immediately, Alireza activates his bishop by fianchettoing, defending his d-pawn, and at some point, when black plays knight bd7 and defends the bishop, black wants to do some trades, equalize the game, and if he can draw the game, he wins the match. Arjun's forced to win this game. This is game 2 if he wants to see Armageddon. And a surprising move to me, Arjun played the move e4, putting more pressure on d5. He wants black to play d4 so the game is locked in the center and the game will go on as long as possible. The longer the game goes, the better chances Arjun has of winning because Alireza has more chances to blunder or get in time trouble. e4, very interesting move. White decided not to play d4 this game, but play c4 and e4, attacking the d5 pawn.
And the thing is, though, it's so tempting as black to lock the position down, advance the pawn, attack the knight, and kind of argue that, hey, this knight that white has in the middle of the board is misplaced, it's going to get attacked. And Alireza says, no, I'm not going to rise to the challenge. In fact, I'm just going to liquidate things and open up because Alireza just needs a draw to make it through to the next stage. Offers up a trade of knights. Arjun says, no, I need that tension on the board. So now here, everything is going to be all about the D line. And both sides are going to be super quick in getting pieces there.
Typically in this pawn structure, we see the big hole on D4 where black tries to put a knight. But now black played knight BD7. It's going to take forever to get a black knight there. And white doesn't want to trade pieces. White has more space in the center with the E4 pawn. White's going to try to keep pieces on the board. And white's going to try to advance in the center with E5, put a knight on E4, and try to control D6 and get a lot of space. And black is very cramped. So white has an advantage now, opening advantage for white. I think Ali Reza missed knight D3. He thought when he played knight BD7, he would trade some pieces and ease the defense. And Arjun said, no way, this game's going to go on a long time, and I'm going to get a space advantage. So I really like Arjun's position here.
I like it as well. The plan's clear cut, as you mentioned. You know, you're going to play for that eventual pawn advance. You can also get your bishop, the dark square bishop, out to one of the longest diagonals and have it like a sniper sitting there pointing at the black king. And of course, you have a third plan to boot, which is you move away with the queen, pile up on the D line, and you just say, I have full board control. Aren't I doing well?
Yeah, and black's pieces here, which I'm highlighting, are just very passive. The knight on D7 just can't go anywhere. The bishop on E7 is bad. Here comes E5. Here comes knight E4. White's doing everything that I wanted. White can play for F4, or white can try a sacrificial attack on the black king by trying to play knight F4, knight H5, queen G4, bishop H6, putting all the pieces there, since black is all cooped up here on the queen side in the back rank. Very passive position, and I guess Ali Reza must have heard us. The earmuffs aren't working. I said it was too passive, so he played the amazing move F5, weakening his position, but trying to kick the knight off of E4. I wouldn't play F5 unless I thought about it for a long time. But you don't have a lot of time to think of these games. They're 10-minute games.
Exactly, and activity is everything. So that's why we saw Ali Reza just decide, hey, I'm going to accept a pawn weakness there on E6. I just want my pieces out because, like you said, there was an attack brewing there against the black king. And white's knights, they are ready to rumble. But the thing is, Arjun with the white pieces is in a must-win situation. He doesn't ideally want to be swapping off the pieces, going into an endgame saying, hey, I'm comfortably better because I have a target. Mm-hmm. He wants to do something. He wants to generate some play.
Yeah, and the top players in the world don't accept passivity for a long period of time. They'd rather make a weakness to get some activity. Piece activity is some very important concept I try to explain to my students. You can't be passive the whole game. Sometimes you have to give away a little to activate your pieces. And even though black has a weak pawn on E6, black's pieces are coming out. He's trading. He's stopping white's big initiative. So I think it was a good decision from Ali Reza.
It was definitely a practical decision there from Ali Reza just to break out, initiate a few trades, because yes, he has a weakness, but he can defend that weakness with all his might. And so we're going to see a big standoff in the position. And here we go. There's a big threat on the board. Queen takes pawn. So you got to do something about that. Either you step forward with the pawn, or you maybe go on the passive a little bit and play a move like this, take some time out, defend it. Oh, not the best move.
Yeah, I don't like queen c6 either, because with black, I wanted to get my knight on e8 and put it on d4. So I was thinking knight d6, knight f5, knight d4. But I can't play knight d6 now because I'm hanging my e pawn. So I don't like the fact that my knight on e8 really can't move anywhere. And white has good control of the e file. E6 pawn is weak. White's bearing down on the e5 square in front of the isolated pawn. Black doesn't have a ton of counterplay, but black has to do something about that knight. I think black has to play g6, knight g7 to defend the pawn. Then the knight can go to f5 and d4. But instead, Ali Reza plays rook d8, since the rook in the corner wasn't very good, putting pressure down the d file. But the knight can't stay on e8 forever. He's got to improve his knight.
That is true. That knight at the edge of the board is such a bad piece. So I agree with you. That knight needs to be relocated ASAP, move it towards the action. And there's only really one destination for that. And the thing is, though, White's position is so comfortable because you can jump in with a piece into the golden E5 square. You can do it with the bishop. You can do it with the knight. It doesn't really matter. Both looks really promising. And Arjun, perfect position if he wants, as he needs a win.
Yeah, this is what we call a true result game. Either White wins or a draw. And not only does Arjun have a better position, he's way ahead on the clock. He's almost 3 minutes ahead. That's a big time disadvantage for Ali Reza. Arjun has to avoid blundering in Ali Reza's time trouble, which happens a lot in chess. When your opponent gets low on time, sometimes you start to panic, and you start playing too quickly, not calculating accurately. And Firouzja wants to get some activity, plays bishop d4. The engine doesn't like it. Now at least the knight has the f6 square, because the knight on e8 really is terrible. And knight e5, very obvious move, putting the knight in the center. Engine, again, doesn't like it. Doesn't like what the players are doing. They seem like really obvious human moves to me. Bishop in the center, knight in the center. And Arjun kicks out the bishop with knight f3. Engine likes that move. And Black's position looks very strange, except for the bishop on d4.
I gotta say, I love that move as well. That was one strong bishop sitting there in the middle of the board. Get it out that square. So now, if you just step backwards, I mean, you've even got rook takes rook in the air. So this is why Ali Reza's like, you know what? I need to get active. I'm going to allow the knight to swap itself off for the bishop. But watch how Ali Reza's soon going to start leveling up once that clock starts ticking down. He's not like us mere mortals.
Arjun took his one piece that wasn't attacking, the rook on f1, put it on e1, putting pressure on the e6 pawn. And at some point, White can try to get rid of the bishop by either taking it or playing bishop e5 and forcing a trade of Black's best piece. Black gets the really inactive rook, rook e8, and he did take the bishop on d4. Ali Reza was ready for that. He recaptured immediately.
Yeah, and this is a given, right? You had to prevent Black from ever advancing up onto this square. Improve that bishop. They thrive in the center. Look at it, pointing at the king. Big target there on the d4 pawn. So now Ali Reza has to get mobilized. And here I would be tempted to play a little bit solid, be a bit chicken, and go b3, get connect 3, not connect 4.
No, I like b3. I was going to play rook d3, hanging my c pawn, but you suggested a move that helps me play rook d3, rook d1, putting pressure on d4. White should probably put his king on g2, so it's off the diagonal with the queen, just to get off the back rank. And, well, Black doesn't really have any plan here except to defend. Black has to defend e6, Black has to defend the d4 pawn, and White has no weaknesses. White has the better minor piece. So big advantage to Arjun, big time advantage. I think good chances for Armageddon, but as you pointed out I think it was yesterday, the toughest thing to do in chess is win a one position. And he did play your move. Again, we should be playing these games because we know what moves they're going to play. b3, solidifying the queen side. Now the white queen can wander away and make other threats. The c4 pawn is forever defended. Very difficult position for Black. How does he get counterplay? He's got to keep his pieces, his queen and his rook on the d pawn for defense. His rook on e8 is defending the e6 pawn. There's nothing active going on for Black, just defending.
Just defending as the rook just moves up. He's getting ready to double up on the D line in order just to overprotect the D4 pawn is the only thing that he can do. And for White, is very quick. You're just going to do the same. You're going to double up. Rook goes to D1. That's the big idea. And, oh, the king steps forward. I mean, was that on your radar?
The engine doesn't like it, but it had an obvious idea. If White was doubling on the d file and Black defended with rook on e to d8, now the e6 pawn is hanging after bishop takes f6. So somehow Black is trying to keep it together by defending the e and d pawns with all of his pieces. It's not very aggressive. The engine doesn't like the king on f7. White has several ways to improve his position. Double rooks on the d line, king g2, h4, queen f3, and Black doesn't really have much to do except wait for White to punish him. The only bad part for Arjun is there's so many good continuations, he might take a long time to find the best one and get down on the clock. So he played queen d2 relatively quickly. He's attacking the pawn on d4. I expect rook e to d8. Then white can play queen f4, defending the bishop, so he can double rooks on the d file. I think sooner or later in the next 3 or 4 moves, black is going to lose that d pawn.
Exactly. And the way he's playing it, he's going to armor up against that pawn, right? The queen, as you indicate, step up 2 squares on the diagonal. You can triple. And Ben, they are channeling their inner Feingold. Look at that. He has got his eyes on the prize. And this is why Alireza, well, desperate times, desperate measures, he just decides to break open the queen side, the left side of the board, and try to initiate that chaos button.
There's too many good moves here for white. I can take on b5. I can play rook c1. I can play rook f3. There's too many ways for white to improve the position. I'm not sure what he'll do. He took on b5. Now white can just snatch the pawn on d4 and be up a pawn, or you can just double rooks and take the pawn later. You can't really defend it. There's no more defenders for black. All the defenders are defending. And instead he goes for another idea, attacking the knight on f6. The queen goes back to e7. White eventually wins the pawn on d4. White's going to try to play g4, g5. Very annoying, showing you why the computer says king f7 wasn't good. And white's winning on both sides of the board. White has a king side attack. White's 2-1 on the queen side. And the computer really likes white position, even more than I do. And I really like white's position.
I love white's position, but I agree. The engine is giving it its full-scale approval, and this is perhaps why, because you are forced to capture that bishop with a pawn. Anything else is going to lose. But look at this. Yeah. The queen is starting to power on through. Queen takes pawn is a huge threat. How are you going to defend against that? And if you step back with the king to defend, the other pawn, the f pawn, is going to fall. This is one-way traffic for Arjun. And it looks like he's going to take it to Armageddon. If he
really nice game from Arjun. This game is going to go to Armageddon. He's not going to trade queens. The black king is too exposed. Going to keep attacking. And probably play queen h6 check, then king g2, h4. And black doesn't really have any plays. This king is going to be open for the rest of the game. White can also win by trading queens because it's up 2 pawns in the rook and pawn ending. I wouldn't trade queens just because the black king is so exposed.
Oh, and he's setting some traps.
Ooh, threatening rook c7.
Rook c7. He's going to give up the rook.
No,
but he has a
give
plan.
up the rook. Don't do that.
Okay. This is why Alireza said, I saw that. It's not going to happen. There's not going to be any skewer against my queen. Thank you very much. But as you mentioned, white is 2 pawns to the good. You can give a check. You can take the queens off the board, and those 2 extra pawns will start to count. And Alireza nearing the 1 minute mark. I think Alireza is so desperate for a queen trade. He forces those off the board. And now Arjun starts doing excellent endgame technique. Maximize the rook.
Yeah, this is a very easily winning endgame. The king just comes around. The rook on a6 dominates the rook on the second rank. White has the better rook. He's going to have the better king soon. Got the passed h pawn. He has pawn majority on both sides of the board. If that wasn't enough, 2 extra minutes on the clock.
It's a big thing, and look at this. Arjun's taking his time. He's saying, hey, why don't you give me one more check, and I'm going to come up to the d2 square with my king. And now the pawns are rolling on both sides of the board. The black king cut off, the black rook forced on the passive, and it looks like Alireza, he's coming to terms with the fact that it's going to be an Armageddon.
Yeah, white's just pushing the king side pawns. White's never playing king e3 to allow some counterplay with rook c3 and rook f3. That counterplay is not enough because white's going to take the a7 pawn. But why allow checks when you don't have to?
You don't have to. And this is what you have to do in endgames. Go for another queen, and yet another pawn is going to fall off. And those 2 pawns, they're going to be escorting themselves. Exactly. 1 pawn is good. 2 pawns are better. And here you can run with your king. The A pawn is also going to do an assist. But you don't even need to do that. You can go forward with the B pawn. And here it comes. Well, Alireza is still being tricky, though. He's getting active with his king.
Yeah, but there's tricky, then there's you have to give up. Yeah, a nice, really nice win from Arjun to tie the matchup. Now they go in Armageddon. Who do you think's going to bid lower and try to get the black pieces, Yovi? What's your opinion?
Well, we heard earlier on that Alireza bid 6 minutes and 50 seconds in his match against Wei Yi.
If he does that
really
again, that'll be
wanted-
lower than Arjun.
That would be super lower.
Mhm.
And I don't know, here we come. We are going to see this sealed bids for who wants to play black. I would say around about 8 minutes, 9 minutes is a very conservative bid. 7 minutes, I would say, already is quite an aggressive bid. And you're saying, I really
Ali
want
Rez
the
is
black
more aggressive
pieces.
than that. Yeah.
Yeah. And with the black pieces, you do get the draw odds. Lower time, though.
Did we have Armageddon yesterday? This is our first Armageddon.
This is our second Armageddon.
That's our second Armageddon.
Oh, what? 6 minutes?
I can't even read what that says. 6:40.
40, yes. 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Whoa.
Even more than he really wants to have black.
What has Arjun bid?
Probably more than that. Yeah. Looks like Ali Reza is going to get black. I can't imagine Arjun bidding less than that.
That's small handwriting.
Yeah, 7 something.
7 minutes and
7:50.
50 seconds. Not even close to 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Well, Ali Reza's strategy worked out well against Wei Yi. Will it also work out against Arjun Erigaisi? Well, that's a big time advantage, but we know Ali Reza, he is fast, he is good.
That was a must-win game for Arjun. He was up to the task. We have our Armageddon today that we were waiting for. I wasn't sure who the favorite was this match. I still don't know who the favorite was. And I'm still surprised that Ali Reza bid so low. It's tough to have black in such a big time disadvantage, especially in a match that had 2 decisive games. We haven't seen any draws. If there were 2 draws, it would make sense to have black and get draw odds. But 2 decisive games where white won both games, I'm not sure I would have bid so low.
Well, we'll see whether Ali Reza's risky strategy will pay off. Arjun has the white pieces. He just won a game with that color. Will Arjun do exactly the same as he did in game 2? Will he go for some kind of Reti format with the knight coming out and putting the pressure in the center, or will he do something different?
Yeah, only time will tell. I think we're going to see a different kind of game. Ali Reza didn't get a good position out of the opening, was very passive. He had to lash out with F5, giving himself a weak pawn. Never really recovered.
No.
Time situation was bad. Positionally was bad. Too passive. Ali Reza has to play more aggressively in the opening to make sure he can try to equalize rather than be passive the whole game.
But remember, Arjun with the white pieces is in a must-win scenario. Now, there are 2 ways to approach this. A, you go on the aggressive immediately. You just don't give your opponent any rest. The second one is a lot more shrewder. It's all about playing that slow game. And you're just saying to your opponent, hey, I'm going to go for something very controlled, very tense, and I'm going to force you to burn that time on the clock, and I'm going to use our old friend, the clock, to flag you.
You can see Ali Reza is very upset about the last game. His heart rate's already really high, more than twice Arjun's heart rate. Arjun obviously very happy he won the must-win game. Ali Reza's been shaking his head and very upset about the last game, knowing that he had a 1-0 lead, and he didn't really play well that game. That wasn't his best game. He wants to show his best this game. This is a must-win game. And Ali Reza has draw odds. He has the time disadvantage. He did it on himself. He made the crazy low bid. So we're going to see if it works out for him. And they're about to start the Armageddon game any second now.
Exactly. And you spoke there about emotion, Ben. And one of the things about chess is that it's good to play with a little bit of emotion, but not too much. Not too much is going to provoke you to make irrational decisions. But just enough is going to give you a little bit of venom, a little bit of motivation to bring out your inner beast. And we are going to see exactly the same. The knights come out, and it's a different approach here. We're seeing E6, and it's going to be challenge in the center.
Yeah, some kind of Taresh Queen's Gambit. This was popular in the 1980s, very popularized by Garry Kasparov. This line I haven't seen before. Bishop c5, bishop b4, queen to d3. Both players are playing very quickly. This is not the theory that they were playing in the 80s when Karpov was playing Kasparov, those world championship matches. The Taresh theory has changed a lot the last few years. Black is often willing to sacrifice the d-pawn to get really active play. So I like this way of Ali Reza playing better than the last game, where it was just too passive. Even though black has an isolated pawn, the bishop on c8 can really get going, and black can get active play with the bishop coming either to f5 or g4.
Yeah. And I got to say, black has to go all in with the activity, because not only has he saddled himself with a weak pawn in the middle, also he's given his opponent the bishop pair, and the bishops are such a powerful force. You know, they are long range pieces, and this is an open position. So now big decision here for Alireza. Does he take that pawn that is up for grabs? I'm hungry today, so I'm going to say yes. What do you say, Ben?
Yeah, I think he's going to either take the pawn on e2 or play d4, and then get rid of the pawn on d5 so it's not hanging. Another way to play is bishop g4, putting additional pressure. He did play d4. That was actually my preference because I didn't want to lose my pawn on d5, and I didn't want my pawn structure on the king side to get messed up. That blocks the queen from the f6 knight. So black has a very active position. White has the two bishops, and at some point in the next 3 or 4 moves, I'm a little bit worried that Alireza is going to lose his d-pawn, which is what happened last game. So this time he has more counterplay with the rook on e8 and the bishop on c8 not being blocked.
Yeah. And big decision, though, for Arjun is like where to put the queen. I mean, you could have slid her over to the right side, but I thought this one was the most natural move. And the big question, though, is once you start asking questions to White's dark square bishop, as Alireza is doing, like, where's it going to go? And it was forced to trade itself off. And the pawn in the middle for black, is that a strength? Is that a weakness? And I got to say one thing, that black is going to argue it's a strength because it's going to make its counterpart on e2 a weakness.
This actually reminds me of the games I was talking about earlier from the 80s and 90s between Karpov and Kasparov. Kasparov was playing very actively, often sacrificing a pawn, and Karpov was playing positionally, trying to get something like knight c5, get a nice stranglehold on the position, take over the white squares. But what I said before the game, this is exactly what I wanted Alireza to do. Play active, not have a passive position, and draw from a position of strength, not one from weakness. So I really like what Alireza is doing. His pieces make a lot of sense to me now. The pawn on d4 isn't getting captured anytime soon, and this is going to be a long game where White's going to try to squeeze, but Alireza has an active position. He's not going to be thinking a minute, 2 minutes a move to try to figure out how to get counterplay. He already has his rooks in the center, pawns on d4. The white pawn on e2 can be attacked, and black can activate the knight with knight e5 later. So I think Alireza is doing fine this game, and just has to make sure with his really wild bid of 640 he doesn't get into time trouble anytime soon.
Well, it's a very real prospect that he's going to get in trouble with the clock, because he is trailing by quite a bit. But Arjun, just thinking, what is he considering? Is he, I mean, for me, it's a natural to drop back with the knight. You know, knights make fabulous blockaders, and just try to hold that position here and just wait for black to run out of active options. That's what I would be advocating for. But Arjun, perhaps he's thinking about more tactical things. Maybe knight takes pawn.
Knight takes pawn's interesting. Knight d3 is interesting. And he's also thinking about giving up his beautiful bishop with bishop takes c6 to destroy black's pawn structure and isolate those pawns. White has a really interesting decision here because each move is completely different. And he plays another move, a4, and knight e5, the move I suggested earlier. White's just trying to gain space on the king's side. This is more Karpovian, not changing the structure of the position. b6, kicking out the knight. Knight d3, as you pointed out. And eventually, what Arjun is hoping is he'll win that d4 pawn in the next 10 to 20 moves and be a pawn up and have winning chances. But look how active black's pieces are. This is exactly what I was hoping for, was getting the active pieces, attacking d3 and e2, the rooks in the center. Alireza is doing exactly what I wanted him to do before the game.
Well, he's listening to your advice and he's doing it superbly, as we see the bishop there on the edge of the board, but it is supporting a knight jumping in to attack the queen. So Arjun decides, hey, you know what? The position's still tense. I can still wait it out. The H-pawn just depriving the knight of some squares. But then how is white going to continue? This is the big problem. I guess you just have to wait it out.
The game is turning in Alireza's favor the last few moves. Black has really gotten rid of all of his passivity. White played a4, a5, knight d3, which didn't really give him anything. The d4 pawn, I'm guessing, is never going to be lost. It's just defended and not attacked. Black has tremendous counterplay with all of his pieces attacking e2. Bishop on b5 is excellent. I don't see any advantage here for white at all. If anything, I think I'd rather have black, since white's rooks seem very ineffective to me.
There is no infiltration point here for white at all. So I guess you just have to wait. But the big question is, how is Alireza going to improve? Is he going to go for the attack? Well, we have a question answered. It's going to be trading off the queens, offering up a queen trade. And Arjun says, no, I do not want that one at all. He's still kind of harboring hopes that with a queen trade, he can pile up against the weak d-pawn.
What's interesting for me is to see whether Alireza ever plays the move d3. And if he does play d3, which he did, okay, so to answer my question, is Arjun going to take that and go into the really boring symmetrical position, or the double-edged e3, giving black that passed pawn, and white hopes to blockade and win the pawn later?
Well, remember, Arjun has to win.
Has to win.
This is Armageddon. Mm-hmm. There's no other option. A draw is as good as a loss for Arjun.
So he's playing the more double-edged move.
Exactly. Yeah. He has to go all in here. And now Alireza saying, that is one strong pawn you've given me. So you can't really go rook takes rook, because that is just conceding too much to black. So I think you have to go all in on passive, just double up on the D-line and just somehow maneuver your bishop round so that there's maximum pressure against the D3 pawn.
Yeah, you can play bishop G2 to F1, or you play bishop E4, whether rook C3 is going to happen, or rook C4.
Yeah, but you know here, if you move the king, there is no threat of bishop takes pawn. Because at the minute...
something like king F8.
Yeah, exactly. Some nonsense move. Mm-hmm. Because white is relying on bishop takes pawn, and after rook coming and stepping up, setting up a pin, there might be some checks. But no, that's all irrelevant, because Alireza there advancing in with the rook. He wants to slide his rook over to the B line and start snaffling up.
I'm definitely taking black here if I had to pick a side. And not only that, even though Alireza started with a big time advantage, which surprised me a little bit, he's catching up. And Arjun just has to play for tricks. Arjun's going to move his bishop off of e4, play e4, and move the king up to e3. And, I mean, the b pawn on b4 is pretty weak. So the rook and pawn endings are all going to be drawn. So it's very difficult for Arjun to win this position. There's really no winning plan. And he just has to hope that Alireza gets into bad time trouble and blunders.
Yeah, but Alireza under 3 minutes, and the position, as you can see, is clarifying pretty quickly. And this means one thing, that Alireza is going to have to find some moves with speed. And that's exactly what he's capable of doing. I got to say that in this rook and pawn endgame, I'm going to prefer just by minimal amount white, because the pawn advantage on the right side of the board is easier to mobilize. And you've got to be careful when you're playing with this isolated pawn. You don't saddle yourself with a weak rook, a passive rook. And here, this is exactly endgame perfect technique. Get your rook behind those pass pawns.
Yeah, black played h5 early, which was excellent, trying to stop white from advancing those pawns without trading. This position is a draw, and if this was a slow game and the game was in the middle of a round-robin tournament, they'd probably agree to a draw. But black has draw odds, and this is a game where both sides have 3 or 4 minutes, so both sides are going to play for the win. Obviously, Alireza wants to draw, then he wins the match, and he has to make sure white doesn't advance the king very much. Probably black's going to put the king on g7, advance the b pawn, and await developments.
But we got to reflect back on Alireza's strategy, right? Bidding 6 minutes, 40 seconds. That's such an aggressive bid with the black pieces, and it's paid off big time. Because not only is he not that much down on the clock, he has a relatively simple position. He advances his pawn that one square. The only danger is now don't let the white king infiltrate into that critical f6.
Right.
And of course, Alireza does not let that happen. And for Arjun, it's just about trying to push his pawns and hope for the best.
Yeah, white has no idea, nothing to do other than push the e pawn. Either going to play e4, e5, e6, or he's going to play e4 and f5 and try to get an advantage over on the king's side. Again, the engine just says it's completely equal because engine's not blundering. But with the time situation, either side can blunder. Both sides have very little time on the clock. Obviously, Alireza has less time because of the bidding. And Arjun still has some winning chances, but Alireza's going to have to blunder to lose this game. He's just playing rook b2, rook b1, awaiting developments. And White's only plan is to push those kingside pawns. White doesn't want to trade all the pawns off, then you can't win. So he's going to try something else.
Well, he drops his king back, perhaps threatening to keep an eye on the pawn and try to win it with the king. But here, the king just centralizes. The rook gets back to defend its asset. And again, Arjun has to come up with a new idea. Eventually, he's going to have to start advancing his own pawns. But that's going to expose his king to checks.
Yeah, black is just playing rook b2, rook b1, and asking white, what are you going to do? And so far, white isn't doing anything. White's moving the king around, trying to await developments. For some reason, Alireza's having a big think here. Doesn't really have time for that. Okay, and he changed his mind. Instead of playing rook b2, rook b1, he's playing the move b2, threatening rook e1 with an immediate draw. B2 against 2.
Yeah, you know, I think this is absolutely fine, but he's going to have to wait now with his king.
Mm-hmm.
And this does allow the white king in the right moment to start to infiltrate with the king coming into f6. So it's okay. Black is completely fine. But now there's a little room for error.
Yeah, and the reason he played b2 was he's stopping white from playing f5. Because once I take on f5, the shelter for the white king is going to allow a rook check. And so if white doesn't play f5, it's hard to have any good winning plan here.
Mm-hmm.
King f6, rook f1 is an immediate draw.
Yeah, it is. But eventually, this is exactly what Arjun will have to do, as Alireza is under the minute. And this is completely even. But for Alireza, he is playing with draw odds. A draw is sufficient to get him through to the playoffs tomorrow. So Arjun tries moving the rook up, and the king is simply going to shuffle. It's going to be all about waiting with that monarch.
Well, it's going to be a repetition soon. The computer's going to claim a draw soon if they keep doing this.
That's the beautiful thing about online chess. You don't need to make a claim for threefold repetition.
Right.
The computer does it all for you. The king steps back to its square, and Arjun has to find rook moves.
Yep,
and there we have the draw.
Happened.
Alireza makes it with such an incredible bidding strategy. Bidding 6 minutes and 40 seconds to get the black pieces, get those draw odds. And Arjun walks over, handshake to Alireza. And Alireza gets the day off tomorrow, but we'll be seeing Arjun.
The king of Armageddon.
Yo, what a strategy.
Yeah, bidding as low as possible and drawing with black. And I really like the way he played the opening and middle game and made it easier for him than the game that he lost in game 2. He was just too passive. And he realized that. That's why he was shaking his head after the game 2. So this game he did much better. He equalized pretty easily, traded everything off, and the time didn't really matter at the end. Really excellent game from Alireza.
Yeah, he played quickly, he played confidently, actively. He did everything that needed to be done. And he finds himself the first person to make it through to the playoffs. What a contender. He came so close last year. Qualified, got all the way to the finals, and it was in the Armageddon with his excellent endgame technique where he found himself a spot into the playoffs. And this is the moment where it all went to a draw, and we're going to go straight to the stage.
Alireza, congratulations. You are the first qualified player to the playoffs top 8, of course. Excellent day. 2 Armageddon wins. Was that the plan today? How do you feel after that?
No, I mean, after when I got the first wins in both matches, I think I calmed down too much. Maybe I should just play still at my best. Yeah, but I'm happy with the Armageddons, of course.
So last year you were in grand finals. This year I think the only way is up. How do you feel about your entire chances throughout this tournament? Was today a good way for you to bring that confidence for that full win?
Yeah, today, I mean, I had very high-rated opponents. They are top 10 probably in Rapid, so yeah, I mean, I'm very happy that I got out of today and looking forward for playoff.
That's the one. So you have 1 day of break tomorrow. You're planning to use that one to just scout your next opponents as the next groups are playing tomorrow?
Yeah, just rest and try to prepare for playoff.
Perfect. And Alireza, congratulations again. Thank you so much. We'll see you in 2 days for the playoffs. Once again, please, can I have a round of applause for Alireza?
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Well, the Falcons are flying high as one of their members, Alireza Firouzja, moves forward to the playoff bracket, doing so in great fashion. It went down to Armageddon, but he gets the job done despite taking the lowest time bid. And I want to get some opinions from our great panel here, Anna Kremling as well as Nemo, going into that Armageddon. He goes with 6 minutes and 40 seconds. That seems low to me. After all, you're nearly taking, almost 4 minutes away from the time that is very valuable.
I think it's absolutely crazy he went with 6 minute 40, but he did start the day by going to Armageddon with taking 6 minute 50 against Wei Yi. Also, obviously, choosing the black pieces. So I gotta say, he looked great out there. I think he has a right to be confident.
I think he's decided that he really wants to have the black pieces go for the draw, and so he wants to ensure that he will get the black pieces, and he thinks he can get it done in 6 minutes 40. I mean, he's a very fast player, he's a very strong player, and he was right.
He was right indeed. His heart rate was high, though, I must say. He was feeling it, but ultimately, high heart rate doesn't matter. He gets the job done for sure. It was a great rematch, though, because remember last year you mentioned they met up in semifinals, and it ends the same way. But I got to give credit where credit is due. Aragasi, I think, in my opinion, played incredibly well. Jinji should be happy.
Absolutely. I think Arjun definitely stepped up a bit from last year. Obviously, it was a little different format, so, Alireza did beat Arjun 4-1 last year, and this year they went to Armageddon in this 2-game format. I mean, that's improvement.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an improvement. It was looking so close. And I just have to say with the heart rate that I find it fascinating how Arjun Erigaisi is always able to keep his heart rate down. I mean, we're seeing a moment where he had 65.
Right.
Firouzja had 139.
Yeah.
So there's a huge difference. And that's something that I've really seen with Erigaisi. He's really able to stay calm, stay focused. And that's also important to make a comeback, which is what we saw. First, he lost the first game against Firouzja, but then okay, next game. And then he won that game.
That's right. Impressive stuff. And actually, we were talking in the green room. It's quite fascinating that even now you've got people to help, right, with the meditation, keep your heart rate low, because it gets stressful up there when you're on the main stage.
Yeah, this is something that I've seen. I've actually seen many Indian players do really practice this. Of course, maybe not everyone, but this is something that I've really seen, that their coaches really focus on this. And I think it's so important because if you tilt a lot after a game, you might just play worse. And if you play worse, okay, then maybe you're going to lose a game and then you're out, right? So
True.
It's really important to also study psychology in chess.
Psychology. It's just such a mental battle for sure. Just as much as it is a physical battle. I think we all lose track of that, especially in esports. I know in esports, right, it's a very physical battle, but we don't always see that. Everybody's thinking, oh, you're just using, your hands, right, your minds, but physically it is incredibly tough. And especially if you have to play into tomorrow's competition, which in this case, Farusha doesn't have to. He moves on forward, punches his ticket to the playoffs. Let's take a look at our bracket because it is looking stacked as always, but we've got some unfinished business, right? Some more matches still to come. Magnus is one of those, and he now knows his opponent, and it's going to be Neiman, which is going to be quite nice to see. Hans Neiman, who's been an incredible competitor. Taking a look over here at Group A, though, we take a look at the top. For Farusha, had to take down Wei Yi. He did so in great fashion, and then he obviously moved forward, winning his ultimate matchup in the qualification match to advance forward. But there's some other matches that haven't taken place yet, just like the one right below it.
We do need to see Nordebek against Yankee Shatuda. I believe we're getting that on Stream B, which is also a reminder to everybody, in case you're wondering where some of the games are being played, they're over on Stream B.
Absolute natural. Good segue into the Stream B. Yeah, Stream B, have both streams up because there's some qualification matches happening right over there as well. We're going to be waiting for our next one, which is going to be coming up very shortly. But speaking of Stream B, though, Stream B was absolutely fantastic and emotions were flaring.
We were just in shock when we were looking at everything that was happening in the game between Hans Niemann and Jan Nepomniachtchi. I mean, you should have seen our faces. Like, we were really just shocked. And there were some huge moments here. This is from that first game where we can see Hans King has really advanced a lot. It's really up there. And now, in this moment,
can't play G4. You had to go King F5. Very unintuitive, but this, unfortunately, is going to cause Hans to lose a queen through a series of checks, which we will knock over right now. But
yeah, you guys were losing your minds. And I had to jump over. I'm like, what's happening? What, is there a fight breaking out on stage? Well, almost nearly, actually. No, I shouldn't even say that. There were emotions, though, for sure. The banging of the table, Stream B, emotions were flaring. But again, it's such really a physical just as much as a mental competition. And these guys, they want to go all the way. But unfortunately, with blunders, some things happen. You end up taking the loss. Emotions will flare, but that's just the heart of the competitor.
And I think also something that we saw is Hans, he lost that first game in that way. I mean, he was getting checkmated. He was even getting pawn checkmated, which is, of course, something you don't like in chess. But then he was able to just pick himself up. And then the next game, it was completely crazy. It was looking like it was going to be a draw for sure. But then Nepo went wrong, and Hans was able to really capitalize on that and get that really important win. And that was a huge moment that I think Nep was going to think about a lot.
Absolutely. Nepo showing some strong emotions after he takes the loss to Hans. And John Sargent is ready to give you all the Stream B updates.
Update here from Stream B. First, we had Denis Lazovic taking on Sina Mavahed. That was an incredible match. Game number one, Denis, let's be honest, won a dominant game and looked absolutely fantastic form. And then Mavahed struck back in game two, but in a very interesting fashion. The game started off as a scotch. Lazovic sacrificed 2 pawns for the initiative and looked like things were petering out in a rook endgame until Mavahed seized the initiative and created chances out of nowhere, seemingly, to force an Armageddon. Both players really wanted the Armageddon, with 7-19 being the winning bid, and Mavahed actually had mate in 3 on the board in the Armageddon, but missed it and blundered. Lazovic, therefore, going through. An absolutely insane end to that match. And then after that, we had Hans Niemann versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. That was an incredible match as well. Also going to Armageddon. There were pieces flying all over the board, and a huge blunder ended up sending Hans Niemann through. But if I'm being honest, it was fireworks all through that match, and if you didn't catch it live, absolutely go and watch it on replay. Back to you guys.
Well, Dalian's Vault has been lighting up with incredible matches, but over at the Qiddiya City grid, more action is going down. Great games all around for the club championship race. It's well underway. The standings are getting close at the top, and Trav is ready to break it down with our club championship update powered by Aramco.
We're over here at the Qiddiya City grid and it's PUBG Mobile. It seems to be getting pretty serious, Lauren, especially for some of our club championship teams. What's been going on?
Well, we're in match 4 right now out of 6 on the day. So after this, there's only 2 more opportunities for our teams to get some points on the board. But we have been tracking AGAL all day. Will they make it to the finals? Are they just barely going to miss out? This match is a perfect opportunity in match number 4 for them to get some points on the board. 4 out of the top 6, which is where you need to be to make its finals, went out very early in this match. All AGAL need to do is stay alive long enough, get some placement points on the board, and keep the hope of making it to finals alive right now. It's been a very exciting day as well. GK is also in here, so they're another CC squad that we're going to be watching, but they went out a little bit early as well. And they've been kind of dancing on the bubble of that top 6 all day long. This is going to be a nail-biter, I think, down to the very last match today, so I have to give you an update on how it all plays out at the end.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough, long road for a couple of our CC teams then, but we'll see if they pull through by the end of the day.
Thank you, Glitter, as well as Trav, for the great club championship update. There's several stages, a lot of action going down. After all, it's Esports World Cup. There's 24 different games. The action doesn't stop across 7 different weeks. And for all of you at home, you can also get involved yourself with EWC Play.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-suck at Masters.
You're going too far now. Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps? Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
It's hard to be the best at chess, but sometimes you need a great teacher. Anna, the other day, you and Mike were fighting over me in terms of who wanted to be my teacher. Is lesson still on the table, Anna?
Absolutely. Do you want a lesson?
I absolutely do. And I'm curious if Mike would do a better job because he was bragging about himself. You don't think so?
No.
Well, we get a chance to check it out. Is Mike truly a good teacher? Well, he's set down to try and teach anyways. Hollywood Rob TV and Damascus. Let's see how it went.
All right, well, I'm here joined by my 2 new favorite students, Rob TV and Damascus. You've been introducing the show. It's time for us to get better at chess. What do you think?
Oh, we're locked in. We ready.
Listen, ready? Nemo gave us the couple rundown. You know, I got my 100 honorary ELO. I'm looking forward for more.
We're going to make it 200. This lesson is not even brought to you by me. It's brought to you by Hikaru Nakamura. We're going to see how he won his opening match. He drew the first game, and here he is in the second game. He's got a queen and 2 pawns against a queen and 1 pawn. And what does he do? He actually advanced the pawn down the board. Now, if we had our analysis engine on, it actually gave this move an X. Audiences might think it's a bad move. Actually, it's a very practical, good move. It's just not the optimal move. And this is one time where you need the humans to step in and say, AI, you're wrong. There's still a place for us in the chess world. But here's why the computer doesn't like it. Okay, so Rob TV, how many different white pieces are aiming at that pawn?
2.
Right, and Damascus, how many black pieces are guarding the pawn?
1.
Right, so the computer's like, you silly Nakamura, you're losing a pawn. But actually, the only way to win the pawn would be to simplify the position and make it even more easily winning for Nakamura. It'd be child's play, because in this position, the only way to take the pawn would be to use the queen. But then Nakamura would take with the queen, the king would take, and now Rob TV, what's the next move?
Just moving your...
You do it, yeah. King takes the pawn. Take the pawn, very good. And what I often tell students is, could you beat Magnus Carlsen in this position? The king's going to step out of the way, the pawn's going to become a queen, the white king's too far away. Damascus, could you beat Magnus Carlsen in this position?
I think for once in my life, I actually can say yes.
There you go.
It's kind of crazy.
And it's not throwing shade on Magnus. He knows that, okay?
Plus 100 elo, Rob. Let's go.
But that goes to show you how top players finish off winning positions. They're not worried about the number of moves. They're trying to win in such a simplified, easy way that there's no way their opponent can make a comeback. And we just saw this, actually, at the FIFA World Cup. When a team gets ahead 2-0, Damascus, do they become more exciting or less exciting?
Less exciting unless they're Egypt and they just lose the weight.
Sorry, we just lost all of our Egyptian fans. Little North African rivalry right there. Okay.
Factual.
But yeah, you generally kick the ball around and do a whole lot of nothing because you just want the time to run out. This is the chess version of the time running out. But wait, there's actually more. Because Serrano in this position did not take the pawn. What he decided to do instead was to keep the queens on the board. So after the pawn moved forward, he actually stepped to the side, because at least with the queens on the board, maybe he can create some tricks. And he had a trick. This is so indicative of online chess. In this position, he actually took, let's go back. In this position, he actually took the pawn now, and you may think, well, why would he take it now? Isn't Nakamura just going to trade queens and push the pawn down the board? Aren't we going to make fun of Egypt again? Actually, no. There was one last idea. When Nakamura took, in this position, Alexei Serrano moved his king to A1. He didn't take the queen. He was expecting Nakamura to pre-move pawn H2. And if you're Nakamura, there's a very real chance you might have done that only seconds on your clock, because you might have been expecting king takes. And Rob TV, if the pawn goes forward, what happens?
It's GG's. You're going to go into queen.
Yeah, it's a stalemate.
Yes. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Right here. Okay.
See, even you were tricked by it. This goes to show you, when you're totally lost,
for sure.
Try one last idea. It's kind of like if you're down a goal, just put the ball on net one last time. Maybe something will happen. And of course, it didn't work against Nakamura. He gave him the Dikembe Mutombo finger and said no.
That's why he was doing that. I thought he was just talking some trash. That's what it was about.
That makes a lot of sense. I'm a veteran. I've played 100,000 online games. I know this trick, and he didn't fall for it. He didn't push his pawn. He moved his queen away, avoiding the stalemate, and Serrano had to immediately
That's so
resign.
crazy. This is a speed chess only tactic.
Very good. And all of that happened in about 3 seconds. All of what you just saw went by like that, because these players are so awesome at the end game. So you got an end game lesson. We talked about football, which is always fun. And we also learned that even when you're totally lost, you still have that one last trick you can try. But it doesn't work against Nakamura.
Plus 100 elo.
Hey, brother.
Let's go.
How much more elo do we need to catch Magnus?
About
infinity.
About 2,000.
But you know what?
Easy.
Climb a mountain, you take the first step.
Let's go.
Doom scrolling is cringe. Chess is fun. Get all the dopamine of looking at your screen and none of the guilt when you're improving your mind with chess. Want to improve at your own pace? Take a few seconds to complete a puzzle and learn something new. Don't be cringe. Play chess. There's something for everyone at chess.com. Learn, play, and have fun.
Mike, I got to say, you're a great teacher, man. Walking them through that was excellent. And shout out to you, Rob, as well as Damascus. You were picking up on it quick. Chess is absolutely incredible. But now lessons are done. It's time for the matchup. And this is one that pushes a player forward into the playoffs. Magnus Carlsen returns to the stage, but opposite of him is a rival that he's ready to take down, or at least going to try his best to. It's Hans Niemann. Honing in on Magnus Carlsen. We just watched him win. Seems like things are a little bit off. We don't know what's going on. However, he's still playing up to par as a champion should. He goes into the matchup with the utmost confidence.
As he should. I mean, Magnus has been the GOAT for a really long time. Best player in the world. Best player in arguably our entire timeline, really. But today he wasn't having the best performance against Esipenko.
Yeah, I mean, to just really highlight how good Magnus really is, we all know it, but he's been the highest ranked player in the world since 2011.
I didn't know that. That's awesome.
15 years. I mean, he really is just incredible. So Magnus Carlsen is just top player. Like you said, arguably the best player that's ever been on Earth. And now he's facing Hans Niemann. Hans Niemann, he's improved so much these last few years. He's also a really strong contender. And I think that this match is going to mean a lot. It's going to be a huge match that we're about to see.
That's right. And it's a little bit personal. I'm not going to go into the weeds of the past anyways, but he definitely wants to take down Hans Niemann if it's all possible, of course. And also, given the fact that Team Liquid does need help in the club championship race. But on the opposite side, Hans Niemann has been looking great, representing godlike esports. He just played on B-Stream. He beat his opponent, Napalm Nashi, taking him down in Armageddon. He's on fire and he's looking to go even further.
Absolutely. I mean, Hans owns the result that started this entire rivalry. But since then, Magnus has largely had the upper hand in a lot of their matchups. However, Hans did recently just perform well, really well, in fact, and won the 2026 Super Rapid and Blitz in Warszawa. So I think, he's got incredible chances here. He's coming back. He's got fire underneath him.
Yeah, and I think one thing with Hans Niemann is that he's really able to come back. And even like we saw in the previous match, even if he loses a first game, he's always going to give it his very best. And he is a fighter all the way till the end, and he's going to fight.
Oh, and they're going to fight indeed. Again, winner pushes forward to the playoffs. The loser has to play tomorrow. They don't get a day off. They've got some more matches ahead of them. Who's it going to be? Magnus Carlsen, Hans Niemann? Let's find out.
Thank you to our analysts there. What a match we have ahead of us today. Magnus Carlsen, Hans Niemann, best of friends or best of enemies? Who knows? Huge match ahead. Best of two, could come down to an Armageddon. Tanya, what are you expecting?
David, I'll tell you one thing. We're in Paris. It's the city of love. But right now at the Allianz Vault, there is no love to be found. Now, this is not just a group stage match. Whenever it's Magnus versus Hans, Magnus there going into zone just like that. That matchup carries history with it. Every single move will be watched. It's Liquid Legacy versus Godlike Ambition for a spot in the playoffs.
Exactly, and of course the history, we could talk about that all day, but the form they've shown today, Magnus sneaking past Esipenko, not easy at all. Hans Niemann had a topsy-turvy rollercoaster encounter against Jan Nepomniachtchi, looked like he was on the brink of elimination, but made it through. And both players hopefully have played themselves into form right now. I'm hoping they're both at their best. A tight match would be phenomenal to watch.
A thumbs up there for Magnus Carlsen. He nods his head right there. He's ready to go. He starts in the best of two with the white pieces. Does he have a surprise up his sleeve? An early surprise for Hans Niemann.
And Magnus has played the Catalan opening earlier today. Will he do the same now? Will he switch it up? Hans Niemann tends to be quite predictable in the openings, at least against the top players. He tends to be rock solid with black. Berlin defense is his favorite. Game's about to start now. Here we go. It is E4, E5. Will we see an Italian? No, it's a Spanish opening. And mainline stuff here. Hans not playing his beloved Berlin.
So far, very much in the theoretical realms right now is Magnus versus Hans. No more Queen Spawn opening by Magnus in this one. He retreats the attacked bishop. Early days. Are we going to see a potential break in the center by Hans Niemann, who was threatening the marshal, but denied?
But denied. Magnus is going to try and make this as quiet as possible, it seems like. A lot of maneuvering in the Roy Lopez, the Spanish opening. And Magnus has a crossroads here. He can slowly start to develop his pieces, maneuver. Hans looking away. This is classical stuff. These positions have been analyzed so deeply, but there is room to try and still exert your own character on the position.
It suits Magnus Carlsen just perfectly. We often speak about how in strategic positional battles it's so incredibly hard. You just get outplayed by the world number one. It will be critical for Hans Niemann to keep his dynamics, his combative play chances alive. And so much of that, David, depends if he's able to get that deep on in front of the queen, moving forward, opening up some diagonals and files for his queen and bishop.
Exactly. First, a more modest pawn push. The Black Queen can still develop at a later stage. Magnus now can choose where to put his queenside knight. White's knight still asleep. He's going to trade off rooks first, asking the Black Queen if she wants to leave the center of the board. Maybe a bit offside, but also on a nice open file. Big decision now for Hans Niemann.
And maybe a bigger decision lies ahead because Magnus is ready to develop his knight, attacking that B pawn on the left flank that Hans Niemann has, and some decisions will be required at that point. Knight to C3 right now, played by Magnus Carlsen. It's not only hinting at a pawn capture, but an eventual trade of that bishop versus knight and complete control of the central squares. A pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, it's a gambit from Hans Niemann. He wants the Spanish bishop, White's light-squared bishop. Such a good piece in this opening. Has just been traded off. Magnus now has weak, doubled, isolated pawns, but he has more of those little foot soldiers. One pawn to the good, but great compensation here for Hans Niemann. Bishop pair and a better structure.
We spoke about how important it is for Hans to create those imbalances. He's done just that with the decision that he's taken right now. He needs to now think about how he wants to push the pieces back, and he comes in with some tactical ideas, X-raying that knight that Magnus has with some tricks up the board. Bishop takes pawn. Watch out, Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, White's knight that has done some good work. Needs to retreat. There we go. It was on a loose, undefended square. Back towards the center. Magnus might try and open things up. Counterintuitive, perhaps, because bishops like those open lines. But against the bishop pair, you do want to accelerate the play. The bishop now, I was going to say kicked back, but a trade. It's two knights versus two bishops. This is going to be very interesting, a very unbalanced middle game.
It's also 7 versus 6 if you do the pawn count right now. But Magnus's pawn formation on that left flank creates some weaknesses, targets for Hans to get to once the bishop steps out of the way. For now, enough compensation for the pawn that's just been gambited.
That is for sure enough, but is it more than enough? Does Black have serious winning chances, or is Black just playing to try and win back the pawn and equalize? Magnus moves his queen off the back rank. Now the white rook has some access to some very decent squares. Black's bishop's a bit stuck due to the center being blocked. Hans Niemann puts his queen back on the open file.
And he's putting it on a square where it's ready to double up with its rook for complete control of the A-line if it is so needed. Also vacating that B8 square where the queen has just moved from for the rook to land in for future targets right there. I'm expecting a bishop slide, but he goes another way, does Hans Niemann. He consolidates, takes away some squares from Magnus's knight to jump on.
Yeah, interesting move, though, because he's encouraging Magnus to step forward. White has doubled pawns on the B line. If you step one of them forward, as he has just done, does Hans trade off and say, okay, I've undoubled your pawns, you're a clear pawn up? Magnus had that same situation against Yestepenko earlier in the day. Or does he bypass this pawn, argue it's weak and hard to defend long term? Tanya, what are you taking? Are you taking the material, the extra pawns, or are you taking the bishop pair?
After this last move, I'm taking the extra pawn right now. Bishop pair only as strong as the open diagonals that you have, and the dark squared bishop of Hans. I don't see a very bright future for that right now. And a very healthy extra pawn now that the weakness has been traded off by Magnus Carlsen. Simply retreat with the knight, make a case for having the B pawn as a passer for the rest of the game. Advantage White.
Yeah, I agree. It feels like Magnus is risking less, at least. Even if Black is able to equalize, it will be a hard uphill battle, a lot of accuracy needed. Magnus, worst comes to worst, should be able to give back the pawn and guide this game towards safety. Impressive clock handling, it should be mentioned, for both players so far, still with plenty of time. We're now 21 moves in, and they still have a majority of their time on the clock. But the Black Rook has finally come to life, eyelining a White Knight, the Queen behind it. It might be time for the other White Knight to enter the action at some point. The White Rook needs to be improved. Lots on the agenda.
Well, you're talking about all the improvements that Magnus need to do. I'll say one thing for one of the pieces that Hans has, that bishop that we've been highlighting on f6. It has a nice route. You fall back next to the rook and then realign yourself next to the Black Queen into a nice diagonal. If you're Hans Niemann, watch out for a bishop retreat only to go forward.
Exactly. Black's dark square bishop, the worst placed piece. When in doubt, improve it. Magnus there, wiping his eyes, not looking the most energetic yet, but it isn't the type of position that demands too much energy. We should mention the White Queen is lined up with Black's light square bishop, so Black's Queen can't really move away right now, grab any pawns, for example. It is, very slow, positional, strategic grind from Magnus. It definitely feels like he's playing against the opponent. He's kind of designed this game, this match strategy, specifically for Hans here.
And David, Magnus just does that so well. Read the position, read the opponent as well as Hans does improve, but it's the other bishop for now. You know, for Magnus Carlsen, it's not often about posing one big tactical problem, but instead 20 small questions when your opponent's clock is ticking low, and that's so much harder to respond.
Exactly. You could answer 19 of those questions correctly. You could be pretty happy about life, but if you answer the last one wrong, you might end up paying the price. We've seen it so many times with even elite players against Magnus Carlsen. Magnus now just pushing his pawn forward, and this is a really nice tactic. Let's show what might happen if Hans Niemann grabs a pawn in the center. It's the most tempting move, the most human move. The Black Queen is staring at an undefended pawn, and Hans, he could be tempted to take it. It wouldn't be a long-term pawn gain. The pawn would be dropping off anytime soon. Queen takes on d3, and the white rook would slide across to d1.
Yes.
d6 would be hanging at the end.
Wow, and that's for on pre right now. It is Hans's decision, and the big question will be once the rook lines up against the Black Queen and the pawn, if queen takes pawn was to happen right now, David. Rook d1 is a response that you need to have an answer to, as the d6 pawn right behind the queen is being x-rayed as well, and Magnus would remain up a pawn. Instead, another approach by Hans Niemann right now. He says, I'm not going to trade the d-pawns just yet. I leave you, Magnus, with your weakness. I continue improving my pieces.
Yeah, this is something you've been calling out for a while, Tanya. That black bishop was pretty much dead, staring at its own pawns. It wants a more prosperous diagonal, ideally maybe even lining up with the white king. Black's bishop's pretty decently placed, and a very good move there from Hans Niemann.
And this might be the moment that you need to seize, because if not now, Magnus might not ever get that central break in. Now that the eye is off the d4 square by that dark square bishop, Magnus can strike in the center.
Yeah, that's the rule, right? You go back, I go forward. Black has just retreated the bishop. White now could march its pawn forward in the center, and it looks like this might be the moment for Magnus to change the pace and start to go for it.
Feels like a cat and mouse game so far, and it's been Hans Niemann who's been on the mouse side of things, just being a bit cagey, down upon, finding that compensation, but maybe slightly just struggling for it. 6 minutes to Hans, 5.5 to Magnus Carlsen. Does he lash out with the central break?
He does. He was trying to maybe control his impatience there. He wants to create the action. Of course he does, but ultimately it was the right moment to do so, and Magnus did decide to push forward. A capture in the center for Black would be on White's terms. White's knight would be able to leap forward to a very, very nice square. So pressure. Suddenly Black uneasy here, feeling uncomfortable about this tension.
I have to say though, Hans has been fantastic in this game so far, sacrificing an early pawn and finding ways to improve the position of his pieces. Look at the rook on the open C line, the queen on the open A line, one bishop nicely poised on the longest diagonal, the other ready to join the party. But it's a whole extra pawn for Magnus Carlsen. So for Hans, he needs to continue the momentum. Where is he finding it? The E5 pawn, the central pawn, now under fire.
And that's the hardest thing, right? You've played great, you've made loads of logical moves, you've improved your pieces, but you're playing against the GOAT and you're a pawn down. Suddenly you're down on time as well. Hans Niemann still needs to continue playing accurately, and this might be the biggest question he's faced so far on this move. To trade, not to trade. If not, what to do? He moves his queen forward, defending along the 5th rank, controlling the central pawns, but Magnus can continue improving. He can maybe step forward his pawns in the center, or he could just activate the white rook.
Defends the pawn for right now, does Hans Niemann. Getting ready again to get that bishop on the b6 square. A better place, and Magnus trades. Is he ready to jump in with a knight to the central post, disconnecting the black queen from that central pawn? He first reinforces the defenses on the d line, activates his rook, does Magnus. Knight d5, a threat on the board.
Yeah, it's so rare to see two knights just as strong as a bishop pair, especially because it's pretty open now, but White's knights are about to jump, about to land in the center, and Magnus, I think he's pretty confident here. Evaluation bar says, advantage White. It's not at the +1 mark. White is a pawn up, so it's not a full pawn. There is compensation. Black's bishop's looking good, but Hans is definitely the one who needs to prove it.
It's going to come down to a time scramble. It might be a flag fest at the end of it right now. So many imbalances. You've got two knights versus two bishops. You've got an extra pawn for Magnus. Two majors on the board right now. With this last move, Hans Niemann also hinting at a tender spot next to the white king, the f2 pawn.
I should mention, Tanya, Magnus, we're so used to seeing his heart rate pretty stable around the 80, 90 mark maximum. He's had a heart rate of over 110 now. I think that just shows how much he wants it. The Knights jumped in, it's been captured, Bishop Head gone. But this game, this match means more to them than most, that's for sure.
It's not a heart rate, it's the Hans rate for Magnus right now that we're seeing with 114. And this is what I was talking about, David. The Queen and the Bishop battery. Watch out, Queen takes pawn, a big threat. If you move your Rook up the board on the second rank for a defense, there are checks that you need to be careful about. Also, Hans' E-pawn ready to march up the board. Magnus looking a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, he might have just rushed slightly, Magnus Carlsen, with his knight jump into the center, maybe underestimating the pressure on the diagonal. Magnus now has had to bring his rook back where it came from, back next to the white king, purely a passive square. Shake the head, Magnus not happy at all. Still a pawn up, but suddenly black is very active. White has two isolated pawns. The black central pawn can push forward. Momentum, Hans Niemann.
Wow, and I just want to point out that Hans has the option to push that pawn, hit that knight on f3, now that he's made the white rook passive as well. There are also ways for the black rook to start targeting the white queen. It just feels like Magnus has been forced into going into a defense when that's not what he was looking for. His most active piece is off the board, and it's Hans on the momentum.
Yeah, let's just show that variation. You mentioned rook lining up with the queen. There would be a huge trap here if white gets greedy. Knight takes pawn. There would be a devastating tactic, a queen sacrifice in order to open up the black rook. And this would end up in a big advantage materially for Hans. So there are lots of interesting moves here, pushing the pawn forward, maybe the most natural of the bunch. But Hans needs to keep that flow he's been picking up over the last few moves. Clock ticking down, heart rate high, but he needs to keep going.
Get an unbalanced position and have more time on the clock. That is Hans Niemann's chance against the world number one. So far, he's been doing just that. A rook under attack right now with Magnus's last move. There's also a pawn at the center of the board that you need to be careful about. He targets Magnus's pawn instead. Attack, the best form of defense.
Yeah, Magnus's pawn in the center, the white pawn is about to drop off, so he might as well grab something else in return. The white knight most likely has to retreat now. White still a pawn to the good. The position is clarifying though. Bishops tend to be better than knights with pawns on both flanks. Such an open board. Should be full compensation. But how many times have we seen it, Tanya? Magnus, tiny advantage, something to hold on to, something to grind with in an endgame. It feels like Magnus, it's a two-result position. He shouldn't be losing unless something crazy happens.
It's that kind of position where if Magnus gets the B pawn rolling up the board, he can create some actual liquid pressure. But until then, you know, you've got Hans with his own ideas. The queen, bishop, and rook beautifully placed. Magnus does what he does every time, centralizes his queen. It's one of his favorite moves in chess.
That is for sure. Queen endgames, you can guarantee Magnus's queen is in the middle of the board, controlling as many squares as possible. It was forced to retreat there to defend the B2 pawn. White's passer, White's only real hope to win this game will be to advance it later. But while black is deflected, while black is distracted away, looking for that white pawn, Magnus should be trying to activate his rook. There we go. And maybe the queen and knight combo might come into effect a bit later.
You really want that. You want that coordination to create some threats on the right side, especially because Hans's majors are all offside, far away from the black king. But still, that is quite much in the future, as once again the queen lands at the center of the board. Magnus's rook trapped to defend the pawn. There's a lot of shuffling going around. Can Magnus find progress? Does he start pushing the B pawn? He first creates more space around the king.
Man, slow and steady, tends to win the race, just creating a nice hole, hiding place for the white king on a light square a bit later. The king has been uncomfortable in the dark squares for a while now. So Magnus, he'll inch forward. The white king will step up one square. The white rook will try and improve itself. Nice pin there, though, from Hans Niemann, pinning the white knight. And the white rook steps up. It does feel like Magnus is making more progress. Hans has just been kind of shuffling around. Rook trade should be avoided here from Hans.
Big decision, and he does agree with that. He instead keeps the pressure, making sure that the white queen and rook stay true to defending that weak pawn. A queen trade also declined. He says, no Magnus, endgames for you this time.
Yeah, they know each other so well, these two players. Magnus thrives when queens are off the board. Hans does not want to see any real exchanges here. Maybe bishop for knight would be the only trade he's happy with, although that's far, far in the distance, hard to achieve. So the black rook, meanwhile, moves across. Magnus can still offer that queen trade. Bring the queen up onto the c6 square. There we go. Blocking the long diagonal, staring at the black queen and the black rook. Hans now forced into full back rank passivity.
All of his pieces, the king, bishop, rook, and queen on that home rank for Hans Niemann. And this is where we'll see Magnus's pieces starting to improve, take more landscape, chesscape in this case. He centralizes the queen, brings the rook to the D line. The only thing missing, get that knight to the center of the board.
Oh, it feels like it's coming. And just as the white f2 pawn was a target earlier, black's f7 pawn might be a target in the near future, especially if rooks come off. Magnus just shuffling. Oh, Tanya, the clocks are ticking down. Not that much action has been happening, but it feels inevitable at some point that the time scramble will cause one of the players to take a bit more risk and to do something a bit crazy.
I'm so impressed with Hans's ability to take the tension and the pressure that Magnus is putting him on and not giving up that queen trade. He keeps all the pieces on the board. Magnus's knight lands at the center, offering another trade, declined one more time. Hans keeps stressing on piece activity, but that f7 pawn, queen takes pawn, a big threat now.
Ooh, queen takes pawn has to be defended. Only move now for Hans Niemann. He has to defend that pawn. He cannot get greedy, cannot grab the white knight. The f7 pawn would drop with a check. The black bishop would drop after it. Magnus would be 2 pawns to the good. That's too many. And there we go. Hans Niemann finds the only move. He centralizes this time, defends everything, reestablishes the pin, and the white knight has to run.
This starts getting tricky. There's a big fork being threatened. Knight jumping on with a check to e7 with the bishop pin would win the game. He falls back with the rook, defending that square. Does Hans Niemann. Fully alert. h5, Magnus pushing that pawn, clamping down on the right flank. Hans puts pressure on the b3 pawn, defended.
Ooh, poisoned pawn now. The pawn moves forward. If the black rook had moved, there would have been a devastating knight check. Magnus now offered the trade of queens, but that is because his pawn might not survive that much longer. He might have to trade off here. How to keep the white pawn alive on b4. Magnus not looking happy. He might have missed this move.
And going into bullet territory are these two. Anything can happen. The endgame does arrive, and now for Hans Niemann, only one move to keep the balance. He needs to hit the knight, and he finds it.
He finds it, he blockades the pawn. The pawn is stuck on a dark square. If it ever moves forward, Magnus should win. As it is, it cannot move. And yeah, there we see Hans Niemann refusing to just get distracted with the black rook. The kings are now going to centralize.
Taking that pawn would have been absolute disaster for Hans Niemann, allowing the b pawn to move forward. But it is the white king that has to come ahead. We see the rook trade happen in now 3 versus 2 on the same side. This is tricky. It should be a draw, but what does should even mean in this scenario? With 41 seconds for Hans Niemann, can he save this?
Oh, Magnus, he's going into flagging mode now with a few extra seconds on his clock. An extra pawn, as you say, Tanya, should be a draw. I've even had this exact endgame myself. It's hard to make progress for white without trading off more pawns, getting it closer to the end of the game. Magnus is going to wait 40 moves. Then he's going to push a pawn. He's going to wait another 40, 50 moves. And, oh, is it a blunder? He's got the black king now out of the way. He's going to advance the white king. And he's made the breakthrough. Black's blockade on the light squares has been broken. Suddenly, Magnus Carlsen, endgame genius, winning.
And he's on autopilot mode. He didn't even think for a second after finding that breakthrough, that path for his king. And now with another weakness on the board, the knight will just reroute itself and win a second pawn. The lone remaining pawn for Hans Niemann. This is all over. 18 seconds on the clock. And that's it. Magnus Carlsen gets the first win.
Wow, wow. We see it yet again, Magnus Carlsen. As soon as the queens come off, he levels up. He goes up a few gears. It was a dead drawn endgame, as we said, but against Magnus, that's never the case. You can never relax, and just one slight slip, putting the bishop on the wrong square, allowed Magnus to exert his plans on his opponent. Hans just couldn't handle the heat at the end there.
The big takeaway, just do not go into an endgame when you're playing against this guy. What a conversion that was. Once again, just showing that Magnus touch, why he is truly the greatest endgame player of all time. You know, the conversation of GOAT in chess, you might have some names to throw out there, but when it comes to endgame play, there is no one who does it like Magnus Carlsen.
Exactly, and such fine margins. Hans played a really great game there. Only one slip right near the death when he had barely any time on the clock cost him. But that's the level you have to be at. You have to play a perfect game against the likes of Magnus. And almost held the draw, not quite enough. Hans will have the white pieces in the next one. He has struck back before. He lost the first game against Jan Nepomniachtchi earlier in the day before bouncing back, winning the next two. Can he do it again?
He's going to need some godlike play to make that happen against Magnus to take this into Armageddon. Hans Niemann will. He does start with the white pieces, and I think it's really important, David, not to get into a strategic fight with Magnus. You are going to get outplayed. He needs those tactical battles.
Exactly. He needs a great opening, Hans Niemann. He will have white. He's fantastically well prepared. He showed that against Jan Nepomniachtchi in the Petrov defense. He got a big advantage, which is hard to achieve against that opening, against someone so experienced as Jan, sorry. And yeah, if Hans gets his type of position, dynamic, a bit of spice, bit of an attack, Magnus will not be able to relax.
Incredible scenes here at the Allianz Vault as we get ready for the final round in the best of two. We will have liftoff in just a few. Hans Niemann making up his mind right now. What does he want to start with? Where is he going to find those chances?
Well, I can guarantee it's going to be 1e4. Hans nearly always plays that move in high-pressure matches, especially against the top guys in the world. His preparation is very deep. It's not broad, his opening repertoire. He specializes in certain openings. Will it be the Italian? It has to be. No, it's the Spanish opening from Hans Niemann as he brings out his bishop, applies some pressure. We saw this in the previous encounter when Magnus had the white pieces. Hans has learned a few things, and a Spanish clash here, a debate in the opening.
And this is where it does deviate from what we saw in the first game around, with Hans Niemann getting the bishop to a more conservative square, but Magnus Carlsen takes it out on the diagonal. And this just means that Hans comes forward. Now, this gets very exciting if we're going to see Magnus Carlsen push the H-pawn, push the G-pawn.
Exactly. Magnus first breaks the pin by retreating the dark squared bishop. This is still well-known stuff. Hans with a very quiet move. Notice how the white king hasn't committed itself, Tanya. Maybe, just maybe, Hans Niemann might be tempted to move the king in the opposite direction. Maybe just keep it in the center a bit longer, start pushing some pawns towards Magnus's king if given the opportunity. He's keeping all of his options open.
In a must-win, those are the kind of dynamics that you want to create. Kings on the opposite side. It's a race to each other's kings with a pawn storm right there. The knight comes out first. I think he might be heading there. Queen out of the way, and you're getting ready to get a castle going on the left flank. The H-pawn moves ahead. The bishop drops back.
Oh, and Magnus shaking his head. There's a hook. There is a pawn hook now. Magnus's last move, pushing the pawn to h6, could just initiate and could be a red rag here to a bull. Will we see Hans Niemann try and push forward with his g-pawn? I'm not sure after this last move, Magnus striking in the center just in time before there were any flank attacks, trying to open up some lines, but Hans must be tempted, and no, he goes castles. He gets his king to safety. Quieter waters now.
No pawn storm yet on the king side, but I want to point out, it looks like d4 might have just trapped Hans Niemann's bishop, but after a trade of that central pawn, you will have a square to run to with that bishop on e3, so d4...
Maybe move his knight out the way as well and start throwing his kingside pawns forward. It feels like white will play on the right, black will play on the left. It might be a race.
It's going to be a game divided on two halves right now for Magnus Carlsen. His most extended pawn, the d-pawn, dictating that it's going to be the left flank for him, while for Hans Niemann, the idea of getting the f-pawn moving up the board, it still requires a few moves. I'm really liking Magnus's idea of going c5, trying to break through with c4, getting all the action going on the central lines.
Exactly. And sometimes that's what you want, right? It might be a level-looking position, but you want an easy plan. You want the next 2-3 moves in your mind. You want to be able to pre-move, save a few seconds. Magnus is definitely going to be pushing this pawn next. Pretty much a guarantee. Maybe a knight takes bishop move first. But Hans, less clear exactly how he executes his plans.
Also for Hans, it's just so unfortunate that he can't save the bishop pair. You can't put it on the b3 square just yet with the d-pawn hanging as well. The white bishop needs to stay connected to that backward pawn, which means Magnus very likely to get a pair on the next move.
Exactly, and there we go. He's allowed the pair of bishops, and he will push his pawn to c5, and this is happening on the board right now.
Now we see now you have to watch out for a c4 by Magnus Carlsen. Just feels a bit cagey for Hans Niemann, where he's the one who needs to be on the attack. Knight jumps forward, two attackers on the c5 pawn, one defender for Magnus Carlsen. The moment you bring out your queen to b6 feels like an idea. That's a developing move as well as a defensive one.
Exactly. Magnus most likely will start with that. He can defend with his knight as well, but we're always told, develop a piece that hasn't moved rather than move a piece for the second time that's already out in the action. We see an advantage for black in the first time, for the first time in this game. That's because computers love the bishop pair. If Magnus is able to hold those black pawns, then he's doing very well. But for now, some short-term pressure.
Magnus is just half a point away from grabbing the match win. What does Hans Niemann need to do in this position? If you're in Hans's corner, what are you telling him? Where is the counterplay coming from, David, for white here?
Oh, it's tough. If I knew, I'd be sitting there playing instead of these players, alongside these players maybe, but not easy. Hans Niemann, big questions ahead. He would love to get his bishop out the way, start throwing white's f-pawn, e-pawn forward, but it takes so long, such a slow plan. Black's pawns, maybe because they are so far advanced, would arrive first. Black's bishops as well, looking good. I would just line up my rooks, just try to activate those. One rook on the c-file, one rook maybe on the e-file. Ask Magnus how he's developing. Ask for the knight trade on your terms.
Well, if you ask Magnus questions right now, he said C, he said B. He's going to say A next as well. That A pawn is about to go up the board, dislodge the white knight on B3. Feels like a very clear path for Magnus.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's advantage black objectively, but also ease of moves. First, okay, Hans plays the most natural one, sliding his rook across, given a question mark. Very surprising, definitely the most natural move, but Magnus slides his queen across, attacking white's undefended bishop. The white knight as well in the center is en prise, it is hanging, so a knight trade guaranteed.
It gets the good move on it. You're up in your space, in the position, you trade those knights, the bishop comes out, vacating a key square for Magnus's rook to land on the c-file as well, with tempo.
Man, surprising to see Hans Niemann think here. He's got a forced move. He has to take the black knight, allow that trade to happen. I don't know what else he could be considering. The white bishop, knight are both hanging, double attack. Maybe he's looking into the future, a few moves down the line. There we go, knight's off the board. The white bishop now needs to retreat or be defended, but the black rooks are coming.
But that's the point. You spend those extra seconds before making the only move. You best have your response immediately ready. And this is the second time Hans goes into a thing looking for a square for his bishop.
Yeah, that shows how much he really doesn't enjoy or like his position right now. The bishop does take a step back. Again, the most obvious move. But as you pointed out earlier, Tanya, this whole maneuver, the reason the black queen sliding across was given an exclamation mark is because black gains time. Black's rook's now centralized, backing up the pawns. The other black rook is going to move. Black has an unchallenged light squared bishop, which could be the MVP long term.
Not just that, I just feel if Magnus breaks through with c4, you know, we're talking about a draw is all that's needed. He's going to be the one who's going to be pushing for his second win in a row.
Oh, can he do it now or soon? That is the big question. If Magnus is able to get there first before white is fully organized, we might not even really see a chance for Hans Niemann. He's done nothing wrong again, but there we go. Magnus, pawn sacrifice. He's making his move.
The big question right now, can Hans Niemann take the bait? Can he challenge Magnus Carlsen and force him to show his hand even? Pawn takes pawn. What is happening? You capture that back, knight takes pawn. I don't see a way to pin it and win it.
Yeah, you can pin it, that's already established, but to win it, you would need your bishop. And if the white pawn steps forward to defend this knight now, maybe there are better moves. Maybe the white queen should slide out the way the game goes on. But if you push your pawn, then boom, black takes this pawn at the side of the board. Due to the pin, the white knight is stuck, cannot recapture, as the white queen would drop off the board. Magnus would therefore get an advantage. Still bishops and strong pawns in the center of the board. The d pawn especially, it's a clearance sacrifice to try and force it through. It's a passer that's going to run.
That last move, liquid pressure rising right now on Hans Niemann. If he can't capture that pawn, you know, this is where he was hoping he stopped Magnus's plan, but he absolutely has not. And with this, it's big advantage to the black pieces. Double bishop, open position, pawn storming up the board. Magnus looking chill.
Exactly. Magnus looking good. Hans moves his knight out the way. He has a threat. He wants to park his bishop in the center, attack the black queen, attack this pawn, win material, eliminate the most dangerous pawn in the position. But he just doesn't have time. Magnus here, so many tempting moves. Even if Magnus were to drop some pawns, the position is so open that the bishops are coming to life. And I think a good try from Hans Niemann this last move. At least he's planting the idea of a counterattack in Magnus's head.
It comes with a threat, and it's not easy to offer a bishop trade right now with a move like bishop d6. It would have led to e5, and just as I say that, Magnus Carlsen with a big move.
A big move, given a question mark, but the whole idea is that the pawn is overworked. If it captures the bishop, the knight would have fallen off. Question mark, Magnus is still x-raying the knight, the pawn behind it. Big advantage. Magnus can simply take back Hans can barely touch anything. That is fantastic, that spot. Out of the blue from Magnus.
Just incredible stuff. Bishop takes pawn, full board awareness there on that right flank. And now Magnus Carlsen thinking, what does he want to recapture with? Does he take it with a pawn? Or he might have some other ideas. As long as the queen is connected to the white knight, the bishop on h3, you literally don't care about it.
And you can see on Hans's face a bit of a smirk. He's like, oh, I missed bishop takes h3. We all missed that move. Magnus was the only one who spotted it. And that could spell the end, or will it? Magnus hesitating now. Surely he just recaptures the pawn. Why not? Are there any tricks in the air? Is he seeing some ghosts? What's he working out right now?
I just worked out that white's knight is actually absolutely pinned. It can't move from that spot. Watch out for that g2 square. Knight takes pawn, queen takes pawn would be checkmate on the spot.
Exactly, the white knight stuck where it stands. Hans again, bit of a smile there. Shake of the head had come a bit earlier. He knows he's in big trouble, but Magnus still in the tank. We've talked about it earlier today. Long think, wrong think. Will we see Magnus try to be a bit flashy? He needs to keep things simple here. Best move, just pawn takes pawn.
It's a weird dynamic, you know, you move the black bishop away, it would allow the white knight into the game, but he does capture the pawn. Eventually the white queen falls back, now eyeballing the pawn at the center of the board. Magnus pins that knight, but does this give white the ability to jump to the center of the board? Knight takes pawn, hitting black's queen, and it's on the board.
Ooh, Magnus, will we see a reaction? Losing his advantage, or at least a chunk of it, but still doing well with black. A draw is enough, so we probably don't read too much into that blunder. I think Magnus just trying to play it a bit safer. We know his love of endgames. Tanya.
David, only move territory. Magnus has to put the queen on g6 to keep his advantage. Everything else in Hans Niemann is back in the game.
Ooh, Magnus, he must resist temptation here to trade off the queens. He can take the white queen with his bishop. He has done. He's trying to keep things simple. Advantage gone, back to level. Should still be a draw, maybe with best play. Magnus, we talk about how strong he is in the endgame, but this is the best position Hans has had all game.
Absolutely. This is the match situation dictating the moves right now. Magnus needs only a draw to secure the match victory, to secure a spot in the playoff, and he's doing it in the simplest way possible.
Again, trying to trade pawns. That was a weak, isolated pawn. He's throwing it forward. Again, a3 is hanging. The black bishop has its laser vision over onto the queen side. Makes sense what Magnus has done. But Hans, can he create anything? He had very similar position earlier against Jan Nepomniachtchi. He was able to squeeze it and grind out a victory in a must-win situation. Can he do the same again today?
That's the big question. Pawns getting vacuumed off the board with this last move, and Hans has to find a way to keep the tension on. We see trades. We're going to see more trades as the bishop will eventually pick up the pawn, but first Magnus builds on the attack.
Great move there from Magnus. He knows that one of the pawns will fall. He knows that if rooks come off the board, if pawns are level, it should be closer to a draw. Hans throws a pawn away. That's to open up the white bishop, which was rather stuck, staring at its own pawn. It wants to enter the center, but Tanya, probably not enough.
Not enough, but at least creating an imbalance is Hans Niemann. He wants to plant that bishop on that central e5 square, defending the c-pawn, also eyeballing the d7 infiltration square for his own rook to slide over, hit the bishop on the 7th rank, hit the g-pawn on the 7th rank. That's Hans's idea.
He wants to get that rook in, that is for sure. But Magnus now is debating whether to capture a pawn. Black's bishop can still take on a3, or I was going to say trade off those bishops. He harasses the white bishop first of all, tries to kick away that piece from the center. That is a slightly annoying move for Hans. He wants to retreat the bishop, but it's only going to get hit further. And it does feel like Magnus, he's in control still, and such simplified position. 4 pawns each, only bishops, now only rooks once these traded off. This should now be getting closer to safety. Tanya, are all rook endgames drawn?
Well, especially when Magnus is in front of you and you need only a draw to secure the match win. I do not see how Hans creates his chances in this one. It's 3 versus 3. Magnus's rook beautifully placed behind the pawn, stopping its advance. The white king cut off. Hans Niemann's victory relies on a miracle, a mouse slip in this one.
Does look that way, or for Magnus to maybe forget about the clock, play a little bit too slowly. Again, Hans did defeat Jan Nepomniachtchi in a rook endgame, a very similar one earlier in the day, but there was just a little bit more complexity. His king was a little bit more active. White's king cut off on the back rank is the main reason why White has 0 winning chances here, or close to. But stranger things have happened. It's never over till it's over. Clocks are down to around 3 minutes now. Magnus pushing pawns. That black h-pawn looking dangerous.
He is, and as the f-pawn moves forward, stopping the advance of that black g-pawn, the king ready to hide on the h-line. I'm not even sure which player is playing for the initiative here. Who is more ambitious about their chances?
And that's the thing. I'm sure Magnus would be happy with a draw. He'd be happy to move on. Best of 2, that would clinch it. But Hans Niemann, at some point, you've got to provoke the opponent. Provoke the Black King forward, for example. Try and checkmate it. No, we see more pawns vacuumed off the board, hoovered off the board. There we go. We're headed down to Rook and Pawn versus Rook and Pawn. Minimal flagging opportunity here for Hans Niemann. No time, simply. There's too much time on the clock. Magnus.
Are we going to see a draw fair? With their history, with their hostility, with the high stakes that are on, are they going to play it till king versus king?
Well, we see 50 moves of Rook versus Rook before that inevitably happens. Tanya, we're going to find out the first question. Magnus is going to offer a Rook trade. Rooks come off. Hans looks away. Magnus clinches it. A draw, enough to win the match.
Gets the first round win, draws without any hassle in the second one as Magnus Carlsen as he walks right off the stage. Comes back for just a moment, but that's about it. Magnus Carlsen gets the win. He will be in the playoffs. For Hans Niemann, he drops to the losers bracket.
Magnus, it's a case of job done. He moves on. We'll be seeing him in a couple of days' time in the playoffs. Hans has some work to do to join him there. Not the end of the line. Disappointment, of course, for Hans. Feels like he never really got his type of position. Not the dynamism that he needs. But, yeah, he didn't make many mistakes. That's the bright side.
And with everything Hans did against Jan Nepomniachtchi earlier today, we know if anyone can do a comeback into the playoffs, it is Hans Niemann. The last few moments of this matchup saw us walk right into a king versus king, gone down to the wire, but the first round win was enough for the world number 1 to secure the match.
Yeah, they fought out till the bitter end. And yeah, let's go over to the stage to see what is happening after Magnus's victory.
And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Magnus Carlsen has punched his ticket into the playoffs. Magnus, you came here as the defending champion. You beat Yesipenko, and then now, of course, you beat Hans Niemann as well. How would you assess your level today?
No, I certainly...
Oh, no worries. No choking in game.
I certainly was not at my best today, but I managed to mobilize and... Yeah, for the first game against Yesipenko and the 2 games against Niemann, I managed to, get into fairly comfortable positions where I could sort of play fairly, quickly and rely mainly on intuition. So that helped me a lot. First game, of course, was a bit of a drawn-out affair, but it was very nice to be kind of on the better side of it all the way and being the one who was pushing for a win. And yeah, especially in this time format where time is running out as well, it's really difficult to hold when you're kind of just in a drawn position, but you cannot really force it. You just have to, you have to stay with the game, and then that's very difficult.
Okay, and Magnus, of course, you did win last year, and now you're into the playoffs. You have a day off. What will your prep look like tomorrow?
Probably sleep. No, I mean, I just today was about survival. It's really, really important for me to get that day off. I feel like if I had to play tomorrow, it would have been very, very tough. Now I feel like hopefully I can feel a little bit better in a couple of days, and I should be ready to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please get a round of applause for Magnus Carlsen, officially qualified for the playoffs. We're going to send things over to the studio to break everything down.
And Magnus Carlsen has officially punched his ticket into the playoffs, making that 3 of the 4. We don't know who the 4th one is just yet, but what a match this was. Going against Neiman, who put up a tremendous fight, but just like Magnus Carlsen knows how to do, he flips the script on game number 1. A lot to talk about here, and I've got the 2 to do it. It's Mike Klein as well as Nemo. Take it away.
I mean, I think this was an exciting match. Magnus started it off with not a very exciting opening, but, you know, in true Magnus style, that was a very Magnus game we had seen. Up that 1 B pawn, it was doubled, and then he gave both away, ended up with 3 versus 2 in that Bishop Knight endgame, and then just won.
Yeah, that's how Magnus wins. The eval bar has one weakness, which is that it doesn't take into account the fact that Magnus is the one pushing for the win. And all it took was 1 square. Once his king got to f5, that was Hans's fatal mistake. Usually when you make all of the pawns on one side of the board, the chances of holding a pawn and ending are good, except for the Magnus factor. His knight infiltrated, and that's all she wrote.
That is indeed all he needed. And game 2, unfortunately, did not go Hans's way, as Magnus was able to get the pair of bishops relatively early on into the game and had that sacrifice on h3, which Neiman couldn't take back because the knight on f3 was going to be hanging, and yeah, just drew the endgame.
Yeah, once Hans got to pawns on c4 and d4, I thought maybe there'd be some challenges to his position, but Magnus just took the d4 pawn, and, you know, 2 pawns side by side are much more than double the power of a lone isolated pawn. Once that d4 pawn fell, no problems for Magnus.
But Hans put up a great fight, though, to give him credit. I mean, he's been playing very well today. He's still very much in it. He does drop down to the lower bracket, a result that he obviously did not want, but he's going to have to fight tomorrow. For Magnus, though, a bit of a cough on stage. He said today was all about survival. It would have been tough for him to play tomorrow, so he's definitely thankful he made it into the playoffs already.
He didn't use the word sickness, but he looked fatigued. We heard the cough, and we've been making jokes about him golfing. I think he's actually going to rest tomorrow. I made one wrong prediction today. He did not wear jeans.
He did not wear jeans, man. No, he came in ready to go with the sports attire. After all, he went to war, and he managed to get the job done. Now, for Hans, he looked incredible. He really did. Although it drops down to the lower bracket, he still very much has a chance to make it into the playoffs. And John Sargent caught up with him after the match against Magnus.
Hans, thanks for chatting to us. I'm sorry it's under these circumstances, but it looked like an interesting match. Magnus put you under a lot of pressure, but at the end of the day, you were able to forego most of it. It was, it could have gone either way, it looked like.
Well, you know, when you don't have increment and you're just slightly worse, it's much harder to defend. You know, when you have increment in those types of positions, you're not going to eventually get flagged, but the game can be prolonged for so long. So, I mean, yeah, it was a difficult position to get considering the time control, and the opening just went wrong, and I wasn't able to put any pressure with white.
Now, it is a double elimination bracket, of course, in the esports format, so plenty of opportunity to progress tomorrow. How would you evaluate your own level objectively? Are you feeling happy with where you're at?
I mean, the first match was really up and down. I was very fortunate to make it through, so, I mean, it's not the worst result considering my level. But of course, thankfully, it's double elimination and everything will come down to tomorrow. And then I feel like since they're 2-game matches, you know, it's really anything can happen. So I'm looking forward to maybe having longer matches. They're a bit less stressful.
Opportunity tonight to reset and come back strong tomorrow. So best of luck in your games. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, John, reset and come back stronger tomorrow, and he absolutely will. An interesting interview from our man Hans.
Yeah, actually, he said something very important there. Both players were down to less than a minute when it was knight in 3 versus bishop in 2, but Magnus had about a 15-second advantage, and Hans had to worry about Magnus playing, for example, 47 moves, pushing a pawn, playing 47 more moves, and there's just no way that Hans could have played 100 moves in that amount of time. That's probably what led to the mistake. So the no increment thing is really what did him in here.
That's it. Well, Hans, again, drops down to the lower bracket, but still very much a chance to make it into the playoffs, especially if you are a supporter of him. And also, if you support EWC, we got a great program for you. It's called Level Up Season 2.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Level Up Season 2 out now. It's a great program and it covers everything EWC related. A great day of competition. Nobody was eliminated today. That's what tomorrow is for. But I want to look at least one final time, at least Group B, because it was a battle through and through. So many great competitors have already made it to the next stage, into the playoffs. And as we take a look at Group B, we kind of reminisce, at least on the opening matches and of course the qualifying matches that ended up taking place. Nima, walk me through it.
I mean, Magnus Carlsen versus Andrei Esipenko was intense. Magnus did come in, didn't look too great in the interview, also didn't sound too great, but he did get the job done against Esipenko, moved on to play against Hans Niemann, and is now through into the playoffs.
And Nakamura trying to enact some revenge from the third place match of the Speed Chess Championship finals here, where Lazovic got the best of him. So Nakamura wins game one, and as we speak, just needs a draw in game two to be able to advance, trying to exercise some demons from earlier this year.
That's right. And the other two, Faruja makes it through, as well as Noterback, who's going to be playing during the playoffs. Hey, Group A was incredibly competitive. And as we close out the show today, I'm curious, big moments, favorite moments, if you will, for the both of you. Mike, we can start with you.
Probably, Ali Reza took 2 Armageddons to get through today, and we made the guess yesterday that nobody would bid below 7 minutes. He bid below 7 minutes twice. Talk about belief in himself. We were talking about it in the green room. We thought there's no way somebody's going to go below that amount, and he went below that amount twice. So he's got supreme confidence in himself. I'm worried about Magnus, too, and his health.
Do you think we're going to see a 6-minute 30 if he ever goes into Armageddon? Not saying that he will 100%, but...
No, because I don't think anybody else is going to bid below 7, so why is he going to cost himself more time?
You know what? That's a very good point.
Stream B is ongoing right now. Let's take a quick peek. You mentioned Hikaru is currently playing. He's up 1-0 at the moment. This is going to be game number 2 between the two. Dennis Lazovic representing AGAL on the opposite side. Falcons for Hikaru. How's game number 2 looking?
Wow, this is going to be intense. I mean, Hikaru is up that 1 point, so, there's a little bit less pressure on him. But there is a slight pressure on the position that he has to deal with, especially also being down 1 minute against Dennis.
Yeah, this is the hardest thing, is being dropped right into a game and trying to give some cogent analysis here. But I will say that, if we can't figure it out in 5 seconds, that's good for the person trying to get the win. That's good for Dennis.
Well, the good news is Stream B has its own commentary, and they're breaking it all down. And Stream B will continue, but here on Stream A, we are done for today. So make sure you tune in to that final matchup to see who moves forward. Will it be Lazovic? Will it be Hikaru? Well, they're going to finish the story on Stream B. Tomorrow, though, it's going to be exciting. We've got our elimination matches. We need 4 more players to enter into the playoffs to join the 4 players who qualified from today. But things get serious because they're all decider matches. We're going to be crushing key after key, 8 in total. We started with 16 in our groups. By tomorrow's end, we will be down to our top 8. That's going to be tomorrow, though. For today, all good things must come to an end, and this is one of those good things coming to an end. Make sure you go over to Stream B. The action continues for chess on Stream A tomorrow.
Best.